Good evening, everybody out there on the frequencies of WWW Radio. Double one, double two, wing, operated DDO, QX. What's going on, Mike? How are you tonight? Chilling? Yeah, I think you got some good ears. You can hear Wingnut over here, Wingnut Radio over here on the side. Hey, this is a double one, double two, Wingnut Radio out here on the side of the road. Hey, I'll be out here for Anarchy Television, y'all, and welcome to the live stream. Hey, that mobile out there in Oklahoma, you're making it to Florida, double one, double two, listening. That's right. This is the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here on the side of the road. That's right. Fully operational and immensely activated right here on this extra special frequency, the Wingnut Radio QX. Hey, hello, right back at you, man. I hear you out you, man, but there's a few other people a little louder than you, putting you in the back of the bus. But hey, I want to say good evening to you. It has been a while, man, and I just love it when conditions come back around, Roger. Hey, 1252, I'm going to tell you, man, you're like playing Frogger out there going between all the breaks. I'm telling you. Hey, 1252, hey, the double one, double two. I'll be tipping my hat right back at you, man. You have a good evening out there, man. Hey, it's going to be kicking in, man. Evidently, I walked in the door and everybody's talking, so I was like, okay, here we go.
Oh, yeah, here we go. 909 waves, and hello here from the east. I'm stepping up just a touch there. Double one, double two, you take care. God bless you. Keep up the good work on the great silent radio station, 1252. We're getting out of the way. They big steppers.
Copy that, 1252. I hope everybody gets a big radio out there. I can't wait till everybody gets a real big radio.
Good radio, buddy. Sounded good. And I'm done waiting to you.
That's right. I'm wiggling that. I'm wiggling it. I'm wiggling that modulation. Stretching it all over the place. Hey, good evening, everybody out there on the frequency. I hear everybody out there, man. I got some big ears. Double one, double two. How are you listening to it all?
Texas away with Michael Brasher. Take care, everybody, man. Old 1252 and Bull Shipper. We're getting out of the way of the big scrappers. We're so snide, Brian. You always listen to 469-909 waving. Oh, he's a runner herself. Maine 469, Virginia. JJ 469, yeah, you're beating through the crowd, bud. You're beating through the crowd. Take care, buddy. 909 Texas. Crew 3, right now, we're taking it in a mobile. Say that now. Hello, 62, Kentucky. 62, Kentucky. How you doing there? 909.
How you doing, Savvy? I see you out there, bro.
Well, yeah, Roger on that. Yeah, I actually lived in Houston. I worked offshore in Houston for many years, and yeah, Texas is changing, man. It's turned into a turncoat. We're getting them moving from all over the place, and a lot of the states we don't want there for Roger.
Hey, Independent Men United. Good to see you out there, girl.
Yeah, Roger on that. Yeah, it's changing, man. Get them Californians in there. Anyways, we'll let these radios get going down. But 909 out here in North Texas, out there in Kentucky. Take care, bud.
Hey, 909, you're making it out. Double one, double two. When not listening to it all.
I didn't like how I did Texas. Oh shit. For fucking states and Ryder and fucking 62 Kentucky. 5 more now. Oh yeah. I don't like freedom.
Hey, attention, all you strokers out there, the double one, the double two, wing nut, or DDDD. Listen.
Repeat, 551 down Texas stateside and local radio. First on before you fucking go on a vacation. Yeah, well, I got your back for that. We're just getting fog over here right now, so I don't want to get any kind of snow. That's okay. We don't need it. You said you thought you were uniform, I guess. So, anyway, take care, man. Top of the evening to you, and thanks for the comeback on that. 73s to you. 62 up there in Kentucky, 5-4 Dallas. How about that 478? 478? I believe Georgia 5-4 Texas, right? You made it, Andrew. I did have 62, 33, 62 out there in Kentucky. 5-4 Dallas, Texas, standby. Hey, watch it up, 478 8478. You sound good in San Antonio. Someone said that. Well, Kentucky's got a pipeline into Texas right now. You guys are all sounding good coming out of Kentucky into Texas. 1252, we're in San Antonio, Texas. That's full cost on flags with the red's red. My brother. Yeah, Roger, I see you. Yes, man, you sounded real loud out here tonight. Sounded real good. Keep it order 373, 1252. We're standing by. 321, Mobile, Dallas, Texas, that's fine. 1711 Indiana. Go Cowboys. Hello, 0737. Hello, John. Getting to talk to you, brother. 321, Dallas, Texas, into Mobile.
Hey, the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here on the side of the road, listening to all that modulation out there. The 1122 QX.
All right. What are we doing now?
Hey, I hear you out there in the background, man. Holler for me, man. But everybody want to jump on top of your head and bounce you around a little bit, Roger.
What kind of radio you got, man? Yes, sir. 478, we got a copy. I'm later aim from the country. I'm not going to use that. Can you hear me now? 37 Texas.
537, if that was you, man, out there in the back. But yeah, you bump up right there. I heard you that time.
Did you say you were in Georgia? There we are in Georgia.
Roger that, man. There's a few of them guys out there in Texas just jumping on top of everybody's head.
Man, conditions are rocking, man. Enjoy your DX, bud. 909 Texas. Thanks for waiting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Roger that. Yeah, it's a standard. It's like the stock. Say it one more time right here. Hey, Roger that. 537. I'm out here in the northwest corner of Florida, man. I'm here in the Panhandle, Roger.
321.
Yeah, this is 1122. Don't bring that radio over here.
CQ11, Abilene, Texas, 255.
Very good evening, everybody out there on the frequency. 1122 Wingnut out here listening to it all. I'll be out here for MLP Television. Welcome to the light.
Somebody calling 321 in the Mobile, brother, but it's kind of rough and tough radio. He's here, San Antonio, Texas, way with you. The Mobile around Dallas, Texas, there, Roger? Oh, yeah. 321 out there running around. 909 Texas. We hear you, sir. You come in there tonight. Thanks for the comeback. I appreciate it, my friend. 321 in the Mobile around Dallas, Texas, heading by. Still up there, Dave? Appreciate we heard you. 376, is that you? Yeah, I believe I heard somebody around Indiana. 909 North Texas on an old voice radio. Checking. I appreciate man, you take care of me. Sounding good, my friend. 3, 2, 1. It is 35 Virginia, man. We just fired up this little Royce just to make the cobwebs burn up. How you doing, sir? Hear me out there.
Hey, attention all you shoppers, the Wingnut Radio out here on the side.
Man, it's always good to hear you fellas out there, man. You guys always are rocking with the radios up there, bud. Always good to hear you, my friend. 909, thank you for the wait, buddy. They're driving around, sounding good up there, out there. That's good. You out there, 580? Still listening there. I can't find that. Sure. Okay, well, water-wise, humidifier, keep everything up. Oil stations, South Georgia, blowing San Antonio, Texas. Hey, Georgia, Massachusetts, Texas is so good. Yeah. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Seems like I'm going deep. Yeah, Roger. You got a triple X down here on the outskirts of Austin, Texas. Roger.
So personally, I'm not that crazy about that audio. You might think it sounds really good, but actually to me it sounds too processed. It doesn't sound natural. It sounds like crap to me. But he's got all this fancy equipment to make his voice sound like that. Hey Vex, what's going on, man? Good to see you out there, sir. Anthony, good to see you out there, sir. Not right offhand, Vex, not right offhand. Hey Scott, Sunfish, good to see you. Good to see you guys, man. I'll have to say, man, that that fancy ass equipment you got over there making that audio sound like that, it actually sounds way too processed. It doesn't really sound natural. It's just my opinion. Oh, right on there. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Actually, I'd have to look it up and look at it and find out because I'm not really familiar with that radio right offhand. You know, Cobra put out a lot of stuff back in the day. I mean, in some of their let me turn this down a little bit. Some of their stuff was okay. You know, some of their the circuit boards Uniden pretty much did a lot of their the stuff inside, all the guts inside it. Cobra is just a name, but anyway, The board that's inside it, some of it's okay. You know, they were building pretty good at one time. You know, I don't know. Some of the audio circuits are okay. It comes down to the audio quality when you transmit and then you receive. I kind of look at it, the hardware part of it. I look what's inside the radio, not necessarily the bells and whistles and the lights and all that shit. I don't really look at all. I could care less about all that stuff. That's just a nice feature. I mean, as long as it doesn't get in my way. But I want the complete operation. So there's certain operations that I want out of a radio, and that's what I look for when I go out looking for a radio. I look for certain specs. This is a certain specs that I want out of this radio, for instance, because I know what I'm going to be doing with it. I know what I'm going to be using it for. All right. But anyway, I'd have to look it up and find out, like, for instance, that particular Cobra radio, and then, like, what the specs are, and then I could tell you more about my opinion of that particular radio, for instance, on, like, um, well, it may be vintage. Does it even work? Does it even plug up? Does it, like, I mean, does it light up? Does can you power it up and all that other stuff? I mean, does it look like it works? I mean, without using it. I mean, because you'd have to hook up an antenna and all that other stuff to actually use it. But I mean, can you like, if you hook up a wire to the back end of it, you can use that for just to receive and just listen and see if you can hear anything on that end of it. But you know, um, if it powers up, 23 channel, yes, it works. Okay, cool. And 23, it is vintage. I mean, they're actually, man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. If it's in decent condition, you might be able to get some money for that to some people, man. Some people collect them things. Um, that's another thing too. People collect them things. I mean, I know guys that got freaking the whole damn. It's like a whole. I mean, they got shelves on the top of shelves on top of shelves with just stuff sitting there, and they've collected over the years everything from microphones to amplifiers to radios to whatever, and they're just sitting there. You know, a lot of these guys, man, it's actually kind of a shame when a lot of these guys they pass on and all that stuff just gets either thrown away or sold off because their children don't care about it or their wife doesn't give a crap about it and they just want to get rid of it. You know, it's actually kind of a shame because a lot of that's lost. Some of that good old technology and even some of the, like, I knew a couple of guys that were techs and they were really good on working on stuff like to repair it, to modify, and they're just old guys, man, and they had a lot of the old manuals and stuff, a lot of schematics and stuff like that and all that stuff, had all this wealth of knowledge. And then they passed on, and like one guy, for instance, his wife, man, just practically trashed everything, took it to the dump and didn't care. So I mean, just lost all that stuff. It's a shame, I mean, on that end of it. But yeah, the old 23 channel, that was another thing too. Back in the old days, I mean, it was probably the crystals most likely in it when it comes down to actually getting a certain frequency. It's probably crystals, and then you could actually you can actually upgrade and do modification by switching crystals out and stuff like that, and getting different frequencies. It's pretty cool on that end of it. That's what was done back in the day. I'm kind of talking kind of far away from this microphone, so hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Uh, Yeah, well, see, actually, I think it was J.C. Penney did, when it comes down to the. It looks like a base station, but J.C. Penney did a couple of radios that were actually could be, mounted in your vehicle, or it could be set up as a base station because it was kind of like a base station, um, but it had mounting brackets and all that stuff, so you can mount it in a vehicle, and it was a pretty good size, big radio, size wise. I mean, even what I'm using right now here in the house, what you're seeing right now, this is actually just a radio that you can put, like the Striker 955 is just a regular, like a mobile radio that you would put in your mobile. That's what this is. And I've just got it set up here in the house as a base station. That's what I'm using it for. Just because it's basically my base is the house, so that's my base station. Yeah, so I mean, I don't have to have like those big ass radios and stuff. It's got its own power supply and all this other crap, blah, 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 blah. I've got one of those, but I don't need one of those. I could just use a regular mobile radio and have basically the same kind of performance, if not better sometimes, out of that than the base station would do. And then it's just a hell of a lot less room. I'm trying to minimize. I mean, I don't really. I've got so much crap shoved in this place, man. It's like, well, not crap, but I mean, I got a lot of stuff shoved in here, so it's like very little room to put anything in here. So I'm just trying to do with very little room that I have to work with. So I'm minimizing on this, the size of the stuff that I'm using. But it's nice to have, like, if you have a decent, like, I think Galaxy and stuff like that, they make pretty decent, modern or new, big old base stations and stuff. But that's just doing with the CB stuff, man. Me personally, I kind of go toward like the high end, like 10-meter ham radios, because I can modify them, because 10 meters is so close to 11, and that's 11 meters is the CB band. And I can modify a 10-meter radio to expand its frequency range where I can get to 11 meters. And that's what I like it, because I like actually some of these ham radios are just getting better quality parts, like circuit, like this one right here on this striker right here. This is all surface mount. It's like instead of the old point-to-point type circuitry. No, it's just a little bit more modern, a little bit, a little bit more stable when it comes down. I like the sideband part of it. It's just more stable. It doesn't drift. I mean, I've got a pretty decent frequency display. It's not necessarily a frequency counter, but I've got a pretty decent frequency display to tell me where I'm at. You know what I mean? And it's pretty right on the money, and it stays there and it doesn't move around, doesn't drift with the temperature and stuff. So I mean, some of the older radios, especially if it's got sideband tends to drift on a lot of older radios because they didn't get that circuit right where it was stable enough to, no matter what temperature it is outside. Like if that board starts heating up a little bit, next thing you know, it will start drifting on frequency. All right. Well, um, that are improved over the years. You know what I mean? And so I don't know. Well, no, I get it. I totally get it, Vex. I mean, um, a base station period, is like I said, it's like you can do that with a mobile radio, like one you would put in your vehicle. You can do the same base station scenario using one of them. And sometimes you can find them pretty cheap, depending on what they are. And then it comes down to like where you're located. Yeah, right on. But it depends on where you're located, like where you can put up an antenna and how you can put up an antenna. Like for instance, like if you're living out on like where I am, it's pretty easy. You can just stick up a tower and put an antenna up on that or whatever, and you're good to go. Run you some coax down, and you know, get your SWRs right, you'll be fine. Or if you're like living in a house, like in a neighborhood or something like that, you might have to get away with like maybe sticking like a kind of like a push-up type pole or something like that with the antenna on the top of that, where it's kind of like inconspicuous. Neighbors won't, you know, bitch about it or whatever, depending on what kind of like if you like living at like HOA type of scenario, blah 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 or whatever. Or like in an apartment complex. Now, if you're in an apartment complex, some people, man, they are living on like I don't know, fifth or sixth or whatever floor, and all they got is a balcony. You know, I've seen some guys that would actually just take like a dipole, a wire dipole antenna, and stretch that around like up there toward the gutter, where even the landlord wouldn't even notice it being there, and it would work. You gotta have to do a little bit. Or I've actually seen some guys that would do something like a dipole antenna or something like that, and stretch it out in an attic, totally hidden away, but it's in the attic. You know what I mean? And it'll work. Um, you know, especially like for instance, if you can't really have stuff like that, if you're in those type of, yeah, an apartment. See, that's the thing. It's like if you're in a situation where you can't have things like that, there's ways of getting around it. Because I mean, especially like an antenna on that end, it doesn't have to be like a big ass beam or a big ass ground plane or whatever. It doesn't have to be. It can be just like a wire. And if you look into them, they call dipole antennas. And that's all it is. It's just basically two wires stretching in opposite directions, and then there's a wire, your coax, right in the center of it, and that goes to your radio. All right, and you get that thing. You can just stretch it from tree to tree, or from pole to pole, or post to post, or whatever, depending on your situation. You know what I mean? It really depends on your situation, on what you're able to get away with when it comes down to what kind of antenna you can use, and what you can get away with. Um, like I said, there are ways of like concealing it, making it, you know, there are ways of like, kind of disguising it, even like the landlord wouldn't even notice. I mean, there are ways of getting around it. You just gotta, talk to a lot of these guys that, that have been doing it for a lot of years, and come up with different things here and there. Especially for people that are just getting into it, man. You know, antennas is a big deal too. That's like one of them that you got to think about. That's where the rubber meets the road. Your antenna is what meets the ionosphere and the atmosphere. So that's where the rubber meets the road. That's like one of the most important parts. It's actually, I would actually add, it was almost more important than the actual radio. You can have a good radio, a big ass radio, but if you ain't got a good antenna, it ain't gonna do shit. It ain't gonna do nothing. I mean, it's really ain't gonna do its, potential. So the antenna is a big thing. And then having your SWRs, your single wave ratio, down to like a 1 or below, and I mean that's optimal. That's the best. And then you be good. I mean, as long as you can keep that in the power supply and whatever you're using for a power supply. Um, let's see here, like for instance, like on the mobile radio. I mean, this is DC, so I mean, 12 volt. Now you can either take like a power supply and have that plugged into the house or whatever, and then you can run this off of that power supply. Something like, like I don't know, 200, 200 watt power supply or something. I don't know, maybe more, but that'll run this all by itself, for instance. And then, or I mean, you can do it like I do. I run this off of batteries. I've got batteries that I keep charged up all the time, and I run all my radio stuff off of that. But, to each their own. It depends on your situation, what you can do in your place. Yeah, dude, I mean, I'm not, yeah, no worries there, Vex. I mean, it's just like, it's the thing is, man, it's like, I can only speak from my experience. This is the thing, too. I was sitting there, I was having a buddy of mine there that just, his wife just left him like 3 days ago. So he's like he's really fucked up in the head and all that shit. And I've been dealing with that for the past 3 days, because I'm like, giving him a place to, you know, talk it out or whatever. And it's like, dude, man, I can only, tell you from my experience. I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you how to think or how to, I'm like, da 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 da. I'm the external. I'm out here looking in at that. I don't, and honestly, man, I don't even know either one of you guys well enough to even say what either one of you guys are thinking. So I'm just looking at it from my angle. What I've been through, some of my experiences and shit like that. You know what I mean? And I don't know, man. I almost got down to the point where I was starting to feel like I was broken records. I was repeating myself because I was just like, dude, you're a big fucking boy. Come on now. Yeah, I mean, the only thing is like they've been together for like 24 years, man. It's just like it's really working on them and shit. And I'm like, whatever you do, man, just don't fuck it up. If you want her back, man, she's gonna have to come back. She's gonna have to want to come back. Otherwise, it doesn't matter how much you want her back. She's gonna have to want to come back for her to come back. So don't fuck it up. If you want her back, don't fuck it up. You know what I mean? Don't fuck it up. Don't get her pissed off. Don't fucking text her and all that. Give her some time to think about it. Blah blah blah. Whatever. See, and I mean, I can just relate that type of scenario to almost all kinds of subjects. I can only talk from experience and what I've dealt with and what I've come across and how I do things. Um, You know what I mean? And so like even on this radio shit, man, I might do it different than some other guys. I don't care how you guys do it. You can run your fucking radios the way everywhere you want to run it. I don't care. You know what I mean? That's how I get some of these guys trying to tell me how to run my equipment. I'm like, motherfucker, you didn't buy this shit. This is my fucking equipment. You don't tell me how to run my equipment. I'll run it the way I fucking want to run it. If I want to run this thing to where it fucking blows up, I'm gonna fucking do it, right? It's mine. No, I mean, I don't give a shit. Don't tell me what to do with my shit, mother. Fuck you. I don't know. I'm not going off on you guys out there in the chat. I'm just going off just to go off. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It just, man. I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm trying to help this guy. And he's already he came out. He came over today, and he's like, man, I think I'm gonna take off, man. I think I'm gonna go to Atlanta or something like that, man. So I might be leaving tonight. So I don't know if this is gonna be the last time we see each other, man. It's been great, man. I'm like, motherfuck, dude. Whatever. You fucking big boy. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do, man. I don't know. Just don't make it worse if you want her back. And if you really sincerely want her back, fucking just don't fuck it up. You know what I mean? And this might fuck it up. So don't do it. Whatever, I'm like, whatever, man. You know, I can only show you the door. I can only fucking show you the door, man. You're the guy. You're gonna have to fucking walk through it. All right. You're the one that has to walk through this shit and deal with it. I ain't. I've already done that. I've walked through my own doors, man. I mean, I can only show you the door. That's it. And you could do it as what. I mean, that's the thing too, man. I've said this like on so many different subjects, man. So many. Here, let me put this damn thing up so you guys can hear me better. I don't know. Probably sounds better this way. Anyway, I don't know. But the thing is, man, it's like, dude, I was sitting there talking about it. I was like, man, um, I could sit here and tell you blue in the face and all this other shit, and it can go one ear and out the other. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. And but what I want it to do, what I would like it to do, is like maybe it go in one ear, kind of wander around out there in that little noodle of yours and stuff, kind of sit there for a minute, marinate, and then maybe get you to think about something. You know what I mean? If it goes out of the ear or the other side afterwards, fine, whatever. At least it had a little pit stop. It stuck there. Maybe somewhere in the near future or whatever, it'll come back to you, but it will be there. But I don't know. Like I said, I can always show you guys the fucking door. I've said so many different things over the years, and it's like, um, I don't know. There's parts of me that feels like that broken record, and I'm just like, God damn it, dude. I mean, um, and then there's like, I've got a lot of faults and fucking failures in my own damn life, man. I got a lot of shit going on in my own life. And I'm sitting there, I'm like trying to be, I'm trying to be like a friend to him, which, I am. But I told him, I was like, I'm not your fucking mother. I'm not your fucking daddy. I'm not your goddamn fucking warden. I'm not your goddamn therapist. I'm not any of this other shit. You know what I mean? I'm not your fucking wife. You know what I mean? So let's get that fucking clear. You know what I mean? Hell yeah, I don't mind being a friend. I'll listen to some shit. I'm okay with that. It's fine. I'll give you my 2 cents worth if it's even worth that. You know what I mean? Whatever. But I'm definitely not your fucking wife. I'm not your goddamn mommy. You know what I mean? You're a big fucking boy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right on, man. I had it sitting on anti-attack. Okay, yeah, I had it on sitting on the table. That's what it was. I had my headset sitting on the table because nobody here to listen to, and I can't hear my own voice back. And I was just kind of have it sitting on the table from to record the radio as that, and I just yeah, it has much better sound when it's sitting there up against. I noticed that myself. That's the reason I put it back on my head. But I got nobody to listen to. But that's the thing is I am. But I don't know. It's one of them things, dude. I don't want him to fuck it up, man. Honestly, you know what I mean. You know, I mean, I've also told him I was like, it could be this too. It's like, what if? What I mean, this is a very, very real possibility. You know, I mean, maybe you guys just need some time apart and kind of think about it for a minute on both ends, kind of like, get back in touch with yourselves and remember who you guys are and, all that other shit. Because, I mean, you guys been together for so long. And then also in the recent, couple of years or whatever, you've been together like almost 24 hours a day. You know what I mean? And, instead of divorce, instead of that, just fucking just kind of like, okay, just take a break, a little vacation from each other, away from each other. You know what I mean? Because honestly, man, it's like, I was even, this is one thing. It's like, okay, she's on medication and stuff like that. All right. And she's got, like, she just had a heart attack just recently and blah, 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 all this other stuff. All right. And there's some things when it comes down to her taking the medication or whatever, whatever, whatever. And he gets mad about, like, you need to take your medication. I don't want you to die. That kind of blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. All right. But I'm sitting there thinking, it's like, okay, me personally, like for instance, I I know I've got faults and I know I got, failures and problems in my own life. I know I do. I know I do. But I sure as hell don't need somebody sitting there sitting over my shoulder and pointing it out every fucking 5 minutes either. I fucking don't like that shit. You know what I mean? Um, so I was just like, there's a possibility that she might be thinking that from, this is just an outsider looking in. It's like, okay, it's a possibility she might be thinking that she understands when it comes down to this fucking, the pills and all that stuff. She's the one that had the heart attack. She probably understands her faults and her own failures or whatever in her own life. And then you fucking pointing it out all the goddamn time just pisses her off. You know what I mean? And it's not like they get into, like, fights to the point where they want to fucking stab each other. I mean, yet, but still, you know what I mean? Still like a fight, you know what I mean? And then it gets into these arguments, and both of them are stubborn as hell. Both of them are very loud. Um, I know at least one of them is bipolar. Um, yeah. Well, good evening, Warren. I see you there, Warren. And Steve, good evening to you. And Savvy, I'm doing all right. And NC girl, what's going on? Can you come up? Yeah, if you want to. Hold on, let me get some stuff going here. Okay, there we go. But anyway, bunch of just whatever, bunch of just stuff in everyday life that I know it just happens to everywhere, no matter where you are in the world. These kind of things happen to people, and and I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm trying to be understanding and all that stuff, and he's I've got my own problems, not quite like his, you know what I mean, but still. Oh, okay, there you go. There.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Am I too loud?
Not to me. No, go ahead.
Okay. This is the first time I've been on panel since Ron, so it's a little difficult. But I just saw something shocking that I think everybody needs to know. We have a whole generation, and I couldn't really even put, I would say, a 20-year span of people that are interpreting the red pill movement as a man's movement that has nothing to do with women and think it has to do with roles in society and stuff like that. And they really believe that's what red pill is. Am I insane, or is it not a patriotic movement
Well, to me,
that includes all?
To me, right off the bat, it screams psyop right off the bat. Right off the bat, that story
Oh,
right off the bat screams psyop because it's a way of
okay.
dividing. It's a way of dividing. If you look at it in that direction, it's like, okay, is this dividing or is this unifying? Well, on that aspect, it's trying to divide. So, and to me, it's a psyop right off the bat.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay, because I was shocked because as far as I knew,
NC girl, you dropped out on us. Where'd you go?
I just want to jump in and say hey to everybody.
Oh, good
I'm
evening.
gonna be setting me up an antenna probably in the next week.
Well, that'd
I'm
be
just
cool.
getting on the radio, I really do. It's been about 5 years now, but
Are you back,
it's
NC
coming
girl?
back around.
yeah, I just wanted to finish out and then I'm going to probably go, but I was under the impression it included every color, every race, everyone, man, woman, child, as a movement for the Constitution, for our rights, our human rights, and don't think it has anything to do with the sex of a person.
No, no.
And
Like I
that was
said,
what
it's another way of dividing. It's another way of dividing because that's exactly what. All right. If you ever get the chance, read something for me, or at least get the they got an audiobook version of it here on YouTube. It's called the
Mhm.
Willie Lynch Letters. If you ever get the chance, look into that, read that, and then you'll understand more. That if you start to see, you'll start seeing parallels of today's society on how that was all like basically planned out from the beginning, hundreds of years ago.
as in the red pill.
Well, no, when it comes down to dividing people,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's a tactic to divide people. You find anything, women, men, short, fat. Oh, he's tall, he's short. It doesn't matter. It's another way of dividing. It's another way of getting everybody picking at each other for one way or another. It's a division. It's a
Well,
Yeah,
psyop. It's a psyop.
yeah, it's sad that we had 40, no, well, up to 40 people in the chat that were kept on going, what is red pill? What is red pill? And I just made the one statement. It has nothing to do with your color, your age, your sex, or anything. It is a movement
Well,
of good.
even then, the red pill. It's just like it comes from the movie The Matrix. That's where the whole thing, the
Yeah.
blue red pill and all that bullshit. But I mean,
yeah.
it's a state of mind that goes behind the reference from the Matrix movie. But so for all those ones that don't know anything about it, watch The Matrix, the very first one. So
Oh yeah, that was,
Yeah.
you'll
it was
understand.
actually a pretty cool movie,
Yeah.
and it did have a little something to say. I mean, be it right or wrong, but it was pretty interesting.
Definitely. But I thank you for letting me come up. I just wanted to say that there's like a whole span of multiple generations that don't understand what the Patriots are doing. So
Right.
we need to be louder and prouder and spread the truth even more.
Yeah, none of this
There you
the
go.
so-called
That's what we
silent
need.
majority anymore. No, we got to start being very vocal and very
That's
loud
what
about
we
a lot
need.
of
Now,
stuff.
I'm gonna tell you what. Through radio, I think radio's done more for bringing people together than a lot of other things have. Well, now YouTube does bring people together, but you always got the heckler in there. It's gonna cause problems. But that's with anything. Even on radio, you got somebody that's gonna come in there and try to split everybody up.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Well, there's okay. That's the thing. It's like these are like for instance on that end of it. I've learned that from radio when it comes down to it. There's always that one guy out there. There's one person or whatever out there that just wants to actually start a fight and get people all riled up and all that stuff because they get kicks off of that. I mean, they really do. A lot of them,
And
they just
this
they
guy
it's like
there's cranking a 5,000 watt amplifier and just aggravating everybody.
yeah.
He's not really got anything to say. He just wants to talk over everybody.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
what is the purpose of that? It's supposed to be for communication, not to aggravate somebody.
But like I said, there are some people out there that actually that's like air to them. it's like air to actually, get people all like pissed off and riled up. Because I mean, I've known people that, I mean, dude, as soon as they you wouldn't hear them for days or whatever. And
Yeah. I
I got
even through
dogs
my
going
whole,
off out there.
I reckon you call it a career, radio career, through the whole thing. I've been on commercial AM radio station. I've been ham radio. I've been on TV. I've been sideband. I've been, I've talked all over the world. When all that mess starts, guess what? I just disappear. I don't say nothing. They want to sit there and fight with each other. Let them go for it. I, I got nothing to do with it.
I'm gonna
I
take
mean, that might not be the right thing to do. Maybe I should stand up for the good people in there. But I figured that'd be just adding to the fire, so I just back off. I get quiet. I might sit there and listen for
yeah.
a little while till I get sick of it, but I don't. I've never. I have one guy that used to aggravate me back when I first got started in radio, and I had a pretty strong signal, even though I wasn't using an amplifier. He would still aggravate me, and it just got to the point where I ignored him. He could talk all he wanted to, and I never acknowledged he was there. And after a while, he left me alone. The worst thing to do is let them know that they're aggravating. So I learned that real quick. I ain't saying nothing.
Sorry
And
about
one
that.
guy asked when he finally quit doing it. One guy asked him one night. He said, "What's the point? The guy ain't even listening to you no more." And that was the end of it. I never heard from him again. Matter of fact, I think he shut his station now. To this day, I've never heard from him again. But I mean, it's just I was out there to enjoy talking to people all over the place, and it's kind of like YouTube. Somebody starts bothering me on YouTube, I just ignore them. I don't bother with them.
I mean, all right, I'll say this now, to a point, ignoring them works to a point. But then there's some guys that they'll be there. I've known guys that have been doing it for over 40 years, man. The same shit. He's had his tower yanked down. He's had fucking FCC called on. He still does this. And he's still done that. And he's still up to it and all that stuff. He's dead now. But for 40 fucking years, he did this shit. He started shit with everybody that he came across. It didn't matter who you were. I mean, he had a couple of people he was nice to. But other than that, I mean, everybody he met on the radio, he would cuss at him. He would start trying to get them all. I mean, really.
Yeah, but Ron White's got it right. He never said truer words. You can't fix stupid.
That's right. That's right. Well,
And that's my motto anymore. Well, you can't fix stupid, so don't even try. Just walk away.
yeah. Well, I mean, trust me. I mean, a lot of stuff that happened to him over the years. Oh, it was. He had it coming. You know what I mean?
I only got called down one time, and I made a mistake. It was my fault. I was on a frequency I was not allocated to be on. And one guy, he said, "You got a fine sounding station, but you ain't supposed to be on this frequency." He's very nice about it. And I said, "Oh my God." I was about 50 kilohertz into another frequency. I didn't realize. And I told him, I said, "Thank you. You won't hear no more from me." He said, "Man, go get an upgrade and get back on here." And I did. And I recontacted him when I did. And, that's the way it's supposed to be. Somebody's making a mistake and they don't realize it. Just say, "Hey, whoa, you ain't supposed to do that." But, you know, if they sound good and everything else, tell them. But say, you don't want to get no trouble. Go get your license upgraded and then come on back. And I did. that pushed me to get my general class.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I hear you, man. I mean, I'm really weird about damn the licensing and all that shit.
Well, it's just a way to kind of keep things clean, and
We
I
can do
like
that on ourselves. We can do that for ourselves. We don't need the
exactly,
FCC to fucking even
exactly.
have
That's
be
why.
a damn third party altogether. Hell, most of the damn hams that I know anyway, we maintain our own equipment. We buy our own equipment. We put up our own goddamn repeaters. We put up every goddamn shit. It's our own goddamn money. It's our own effort and all that other shit. The FCC does nothing but um, provide a license, which is basically their permission to do
Yep,
it. It's
yep.
bullshit, man. We're paying for permission when we already have the right to do it. We're giving up our right and giving that basically pay and buying a privilege in return. Fuck all
Um,
that shit. That's how I
you
see
know
all
what
this.
it
That's how
cost
it all
me?
is.
You know what it cost me? Nothing but the price of the test, and hell, those guys are doing it
Yeah, I
basically
know,
for free. So
but
I didn't
being
mind paying that little fee. I mean,
but
it was
but
like
but
12
get
bucks. It
well,
wasn't much.
what I'm saying is, once you put your name on that thing, you're basically entering into a contract. Now you can be punished by their rules because you're under their contract. Fuck that.
That's why they want you to take that test. So
Well,
you
yeah,
don't
because I mean
have to
they
take
wanna
that
get you
test.
in that contract. You know.
Yeah. But taking the test for it is making you educate yourself so that you don't
Yeah, I
mess
can
up
do that on
and
my
do it.
own. Honestly, I got all the books, all this stuff when it comes all the way to extra class and all that stuff, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I couldn't like, I mean, I'd have to go through it and study it again if I wanted, because I've done it myself. I mean, I can take the pre-test or those fake tests or whatever, all that. I've done that a few
Yeah,
times. I
all
know I
that
can
stuff.
pass it and all that stuff. I ain't worried about it. I mean, I probably wouldn't be able to pass all the way to extra, but still, um, at least on the to start off, I can definitely pass the test. I'm not worried about that. It's just
Well, I'll tell you what, general
it's not
class
that.
is a good
It's not
one.
that. You know what I mean? I
But
did it for my
you,
own because I want to know the knowledge. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily to do it to fucking pass the fucking test. You know
right,
what I
that's
mean?
why I got into it. Antennas. I loved antennas. I wanted to know exactly how they worked, and I learned it.
Right?
And then I decided, well, hell, I got this far. I might as well go take the test, and I passed it.
I hear you. Yeah. I don't know.
And that was
I kind of
24
use my
years
old
ago.
buddies. I had a buddy of mine, and he's dead now. But I kind of, if I want to, I'll just use his ham call. He ain't using it no more.
Yeah, well, I got into it in the late '80s, early '90s. I think 91 is when I actually got my first license. Um, and I stayed into it, and I just let mine run out. I didn't, I renewed once, and it's like 10 years, so I was in it for over 20 years,
Right.
and I enjoyed it. I really love 10 meters. 10 meters go anywhere, as long as the ionosphere was right.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it's so close to 11, so I mean,
Oh yeah,
it
and
works
my
pretty good.
radios were modified. I could go CBR 10 meters,
Right.
just a twist of a knob,
Well, that's the thing.
and
That's the thing about
loved it.
me. I like them new high end 10-meter radios that I can modify to go to 11, and you know what I mean, because they got better parts, better guts inside it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my favorite was the RCI 2950 because I could move one
Yeah.
kilohertz at the time. I
Yeah.
mean, it
Those
was
are
just
pretty good
awesome
radios,
radio.
man. Honestly, man, I don't know why they don't still make those kind of things, man.
I got two of them, and I ain't getting rid of 'em.
I mean, it kind of irritates me, man. It's like some of these, like the radio manufacturers are not really listening to people that actually use this stuff, or actually even use their own products, man. And it just makes me wonder because some of the stuff that they push out, man, is just actually some of it's kind of crap. But you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
it
but
makes me
then
wonder.
again, you got some good stuff comes out.
Well, that was why I actually was interested in the Striker when they first came out. I actually did a lot of research on it, and the people that were putting that when they were developing that radio, they had a lot of people's opinions on what they wanted out of it, and they took all that stuff into consideration
to develop that one. So I mean,
Yeah.
I was drooling over this thing for like 2 years when they first came out, and just because I was like, man, that'd be cool. When I was like, that's the newest thing, you know what I mean? But
Yeah. Remember old Ten Tech?
not right offhand.
It was actually a radio kit that you could buy, and it was a diode matrix tuner,
Oh yeah,
and they were pretty damn cool for
right.
their time. They were awesome.
What was that? Like a Heath kit type of thing.
Yeah, but it
Yeah,
was called Ten Tech.
yeah,
Heathkit
yeah.
was
Okay,
cool too. I've
right.
still got some old Heathkit equipment.
So I mean, I
I
mean,
got a Heathkit tuner. I can basically throw a piece of coax out there on the ground with no connector on one end and tune in the world.
right, right. Yep.
And they were awesome. The one I got is capable up to 1,000 watts on transmit, but it's awesome receive thing. I mean, you throw that thing out there, dial up a frequency, and just keep turning. And you keep your little log that tells you where to set the knobs. And you could go anywhere from 160 all the way down to 2.4 centimeters. I mean, it was awesome.
Well, that's cool, man. Because I like to
With
listen to all that stuff
Mornington,
when it comes in. I mean, I like to listen. I got a radio. I got an Icon, man, that I can get pretty. I got a pretty wide bandwidth or a pretty wide frequency range on it. So I mean, I can listen
yeah,
to a lot of
I got
stuff when
an
I've got
old
it in.
Kenwood 706, I think it is,
Yeah.
and it's half transistor, half tube. The only thing is tubes, it's finals,
Oh, right
and
on.
that's a nice old radio. I love it. I
Well,
put
I'm
a
gonna tell you, man. See, I used to have a couple of tube radios and a tube amp. And I just got to the point where I was just like, man, I don't know why I should keep them around because actually I mean, during an EMP scenario, those things will last through an EMP even if I don't have them protected or whatever. The damn tubes will, versus a solid state.
all the tubes
But
will do is light up with the switch turned off, and that's it.
but that's the thing. It's like they'll survive versus that solid state stuff that we're using now. But
Right,
I
it's
ended up
pop.
getting rid of everything I had that was tube, man. The last thing I had was this. What was it?
The only thing I've got left, the only thing I've got left is tubes. Is my PV amplifier for my guitar. My I got an old Elkin 500 that I highly modified. It's clean as a pin, but it developed a problem. The transformer went out. I got to see if I could find one for it. And other than that, I got the 706 Canwood.
I think
Or
I might
seven,
even. I think I might
no,
even just have some
706 is
random
Icon.
tubes sitting around. Now I think about it. I think I probably got a bunch of just random ones sitting around, like some.
Oh, bro, my tubes in the radio are fine. It still works good.
Yeah.
Tube in the Elkin, they're fine. My transformer is bad. The
Right.
10-volt side of it went out. I was sitting there talking on it one night and I started smelling it. And I noticed the filaments were getting dimmer and dimmer, and I checked the voltage on them. They were down to like 5 volts, and they're supposed to be 10. So I just stopped using it till I could find another transformer. But it was so clean. I had redone all the chokes in it. I had redone the filter capacitors, all of them, and it was so clean. Everybody would swear I wasn't running an amplifier unless I turned it off.
Right.
If I turned it off, they go, "Man, your signal dropped to halfway." I said, "Yeah, I told you I was running an amplifier," and they could not believe how clean it was.
See, that's where you cut through all that damn
A lot of
noise.
the old Elkins people went in there and shortened the calls and done this and done that, so it put out a little more, but it would cause it to bleed over on the other channels. And I said, "No, I don't want that. I want it clean." And I had a good antenna. I had a 6 element that I built myself. I had a 4 element that I built myself. and both of them worked great. It just depended on where I was talking to, which one I'd use. The 6 element was the vertical, and the 4 element was the flat or horizontal. And I used them for what they were. Whatever worked the best, that's what I'd use.
Well, I'll tell you this, like
I
David was
always
sitting there
use.
talking in the chat. We're talking about like he said, modern stuff's okay. They can take an EMP, no problem. No, actually, if it's got enough shielding around it, it will. Or if it's in some kind of a Faraday cage
Yeah,
type
it's like an
type of scenario,
old,
yeah.
old
Other than
point
that,
that
if it doesn't have
keep
enough,
going.
yeah, if it doesn't have any shielding around it or in any way, it's that solid state stuff it will pop basically. It will pop.
Yeah, it's like old point type car, keep going.
Yeah.
Computer operated car, done.
Yeah, all the circuits inside
Yeah.
it, certain things will pop and they won't work until that stuff is either replaced or repaired. Because I mean, I know when it comes down to it, EMP is just like, okay, like for instance, I can relate it sort of kind of time like a lightning and or like static electricity. I know what that will do.
Oh, let me tell you something about lightning on the radio. You got a big antenna and you got a bunch of lightning strikes going on, you better go out there and unhook it. It will fry a radio.
Right. That's the thing. It's like
I had an old Johnson hooked up to my 4 element beam. And big lightning storm come up. I didn't go out there to the little Radio Shack and unhook it. Next morning, I went out there and it was just as quiet as a mouse. It killed the whole front end of that radio. I had to rebuild it. I mean, several resistors that blew out, several diodes that blew out, transistors. I mean, I went through that circuit board. It took me about a week to fix it. It would transmit just fine. Receive, nothing.
right.
I put that to a test too. I hooked up a little short dipole antenna to another radio so I could hear myself. I transmitted, fine. People come back to me, I hear them on the other radio, not that one. And it took me about a week. I had to go through that circuit board pretty cotton picking meticulously. Just about everything on the front end was gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. I've got a computer in mine, but it's like a 1988. It's got points. You know what I mean? But there is a computer that can get fried in that sucker pretty damn easy. It's already happened once before. I mean, just trying to jumping it off the wrong way will fuck up that computer.
Oh, don't ever stutter cables. Put them on. Don't touch them. Crank it up. Take them off. Don't ever let them stutter. It's that little surge that gets them every time.
Right. Yeah, man. Well, all that damn skip that was here early, man, kind of wandered away. Let me just wander and see if there's anything else in the other frequencies here.
Oh, you want to hear if there's any skip running? Go to 27555.
There ain't nothing going on over there either, man. I've been getting nothing but freaking like South America or the damn West Indies and shit like that. Mostly all speaking like Portuguese and Spanish. If I get in,
I got pretty good at speaking Spanish on the count of messing with that. I had one guy down in West Indies. He spoke nothing but Spanish, and we got to where we was talking every day for a while.
I don't know, man. I just don't.
I'm not good.
Yeah, I'm not good at Spanish or Portuguese, man. I can't speak that stuff, man. So I tend to go drift around where there's English speaking.
I don't know Portuguese, period.
Yeah.
Spanish, quite a bit of it I can understand.
Yeah, you get down like South America, it's mostly like down Brazil. It's Portuguese. That's what you end up hearing is more Portuguese than anything speaking instead of Spanish. You get down like
Yeah,
Venezuela and Brazil and all that
I'm gonna
shit.
give you a warning. I'm down to like 35% battery, so if I all of a sudden drop out, I didn't just
Hey,
leave.
no
It'd be the
worries,
phone
no
line.
worries, no worries. That's fine. Yeah, because I'm gonna see it for a little bit. I'm just kind of sitting here listening to the radio. Maybe I could get something going. I was actually kind of just trying to get
Yeah,
some
go
stuff
ahead.
off my chest in a way, also, man, because of all this crap I've been dealing with. My buddy over there, his wife just left him, and all that sob story.
Yeah, yeah. I've been away from mine for 5 years now. She's steady
What?
trying to take everything I got. She still hasn't got my 3.12 acres, but she likes to go over there and steal my stuff and get rid of stuff.
This is day 3 for
Quite
him,
frankly,
so
I'm
day
getting
3.
tired of it. Oh, mine
Well,
didn't get nasty until about a year.
well,
After
I
about
don't
a
know.
year,
Yeah, I
of
don't know what
course,
to
she
tell
tried to
me.
take everything.
Yeah, he's thinking about fucking taking off. He was talking about taking off tonight, man, going up to Atlanta, staying with some people up there or whatever for a while, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's in
Well,
a
don't
bad
put
place,
that
man.
out there. She might
Hey,
be
man,
listening.
dude, no, but no, I'm just saying it's like I don't know, man. I worry about him because he likes driving fast cars, and he think it would be the best way to die is to wrap himself around a goddamn tree in a fast car. He would actually, he'd be okay with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a shame too. I like my fast motorcycles, but no, I didn't. I wouldn't destroy a good motorcycle. No, I love
Um,
them too much.
you know, I don't know. He's
Hell,
got
I
a
told my
lot
ex-wife
of
that.
shit.
I said, "Hell, you don't think you want to know what I love? I love that motorcycle out there in that driveway more than I love you." And I walked out the door.
Yeah, I've seen that ultimatum. It's like it's either me or the bike. Well, fuck that. Get the fuck on down the road.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got a 1975 850 Motor Guzzi with Dr. John's heads on it. It'll run about 160. And I had bought a 1800 Honda, which I love. And to this day, I've still got the 1800 Honda in my hands. I can touch it anytime I want to. But the 850 Guzzi's still sitting on my old property. It would take me about 30 minutes to get it running and ride it out of there. And that's going to happen. I'm going to carry a battery. I'm going to carry some fresh gas because I drained the carburetors before I parked it. And the parts for the brakes, that's why I quit riding it, because I only had front brakes and they were getting bad. I got the parts from there in the old shop. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to get the parts for the brakes, put them in the top case. I'm going to put a new battery in it. I'm going to put fresh gas in it, and I'm going to crank that mother up, and I'm going to ride it out of there.
Yeah, right. I hear you.
And you talk about a strong motorcycle. That some gun strong. It'll go.
Ah, man, I love to
Oh,
have,
75 miles with points. It's got points and ain't got no damn electronic ignition on it.
right. What size motor again?
But now 1800's a different
Oh, okay.
story. It's all computerized and all that
Now,
crap.
hey, is that chain driven or shaft driven that you're talking about?
The Guzzi and the 1800 are shaft.
Oh man, I bet you spoiled as hell because I had a shaft driven. I got so spoiled on that sucker.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
like them.
back. The one I got now
Now
is a
I got
chain
two
driven.
chain driven ones. I got two chain driven ones. I've got a BLT and a BLX 600 Chatter. The BLX 600 Chatter is actually punched out to a 700 with big hams and all that in it. It will haul ass to be what it is.
I actually like them shadows, man. I've seen a lot of ways you can customize them suckers, man. I like that. I like
Oh yeah, they're
that
cool.
shadow
They are
platform. I
such
like
a
it.
cool little bike.
Yeah.
Uh, the little BLT is very mild mannered. It's probably got 40 horsepower, something like that. It'll run about 85 miles an hour, but it's so smooth. It is just a good riding little bike. And I call it little. Most people call that a big bike, but I call it little because I'm used to the, 750 on up.
Right.
But that damn little 700 scares me. I call it the demon because it's got, ooh, man, it's got an attitude. And it will run 130 mile an hour. And it's only pumped up to a 700. It's been bored and stroked, polished, ported. I've done the polishing and porting on it. And wow, that little girl will run. Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
I got a little pissed off one night and I left the driveway with it and left a streak of rubber 100 foot long.
I hear you. Oh man. See, that's one thing that worries me about dude, man. It's like, I mean, he's not really a drinker, but he will drink. And if he drinks and he gets in one of them moods and he's sitting there driving down the damn road fast as fuck as he normally does, and he gets a text message, he will sit there and text while he's driving. And I've actually been in the car. I've been in the car with him before when he's done that. And it just scares the shit out of me sometimes, man, because he'll start swerving over into. It's like if a cop was behind you, he'd think you were drunk because he's all over the fucking road sitting there texting. I'm like, dude. I mean, I know, and that's not when he's drunk. That's just when he's just like regular. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I decided to go for a ride. The phone gets turned off.
Dude,
I don't do that.
He's glued to it. I tried to tell him, I was like, just for at least 2 days, don't even fucking text her or don't even do nothing. Don't even contact nothing. Let her think about what she's doing, what she's done, because she's the one that walked out. Let her think about it. Let her fucking deal with it. You're going to have to deal with it like to the point where.
I did. If he don't want to worry about it no more, tell him to do exactly what I did. First, block her number. Then turn around and change your number.
He ain't doing that. He ain't going to do that. He ain't gonna do that, dude. He ain't. He wants to get her back so bad. He wants to get her so. He wants to get her back so bad. He's like, man, I'll just do whatever, da 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 da, and all this other stuff. He wants to send her goddamn Dear John or so, these sad story type, like almost a novel worth of fucking texting and shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, dude, okay, all right. Now on my end of them, I'm like, okay, dude, all right. If you're gonna do that, if you're gonna do all this texting or actually have communication while they're where you're apart right now, if it's gonna help you out and work in the good, where it's like a good thing, fine. But if it's gonna fuck everything up and make it worse, don't do it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, honestly, man, it's like, oh man, he was gonna send this one text and dude, he was going to send this one text and the word menopause was in the text. I was like, do not send that shit. Just that word would probably set her off because she doesn't want to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man, don't send it. Don't send it. He's sitting there and he had to erase it. And I was like, don't fucking send that shit because I'm going to tell you something. You might have meant well what you were trying to say, but just the word popping up would she would fly off the handle, dude. You know what I mean? And I'm like, dude, if you want her back, she's gonna have to want to come back. She's gonna have to want to come back, not just to come back to.
I said, the way I finally got rid of mine, I sent her a text. I said, "Who have you become?" And a question mark.
Right. Well, that's another thing too. I mean, she does. She's also like saying like, oh well, I kind of like forgot who I was. I'm just kind of like remembering who I was, type of stuff. And I'm like, well, maybe that's a chance like for both of you to sit here and look in the fucking mirror and realize who you guys are. You know what I mean? Maybe you guys just been around each other for too goddamn long. You forgot who you are. You know what I mean? You're not like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know what it is. I don't know. I was just sitting there thinking, I was like, man, maybe that's all you need. It's just a little bit of time apart. You know what I mean? And then, who knows? If she wants to come back, she'll come back to you. You cannot force her to come back, no matter how much you want her back. You cannot do that.
And you don't want to.
Well, if she
You
doesn't
don't
want to come
want
back, you
her
cannot
to
force her back. All right. She's going to have to want to come back, and not just to come back to see her fucking dogs and come back to her house and all that other shit. No, she has to come back to you, want to come back to you, that kind of thing. And so until she wants to do that, well, you're gonna have to leave her the fuck alone, in my opinion. Leave her alone for a minute.
Well,
But
here's
then
my
he
attitude.
starts.
I
Well, then
don't
she could.
want to see her no more. And I
Well,
think she finally got it after 5 years.
right. Well, I mean, then he goes off on this other thing. This all like trying to like all the bad stuff kind of starts coming up into his mind. He's like, oh man, she's probably seeing somebody. She's probably with some other dude and blah 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 and all this. Fuck, I don't know one way or the other personally. You know what I mean? And I,
And you know
so
what? When I got to thinking that, yes, I said, I don't care. I feel sorry for the guy.
yeah.
And really, if a guy to come and said, I'm seeing your ex, I said, okay, you can be my best friend. You keep her, don't bring her back.
All right.
That would have been my exact response. Oh, well, I'm happy for her. You keep her, don't bring her back.
Well,
Because well, you might not know, but if you ever had a woman that you supported for almost 20 years and they start doing that shit, you don't want them.
well, see, that's the thing. It's like, okay, it could be like, okay, you got two things. She's gonna either want to come back, and she comes back, and you're gonna have to either want her back, which you do, or not want her back. All right, you got that choice between the two if she wants to come back. But if she doesn't want to come back, you're gonna have to deal with that one way or the other. I know you want her back, but goddamn, dude, I'm sitting here talking to a dude about this, and it's like, okay, well, if she doesn't want to come back, you're gonna have to deal with that. And one of the things is like in the past 3 days. He can't cook where the fuck she did all the cooking. So he's like starving, dude, because he
Now,
can't.
I was just the
He couldn't
opposite.
even.
I was the
He
one that done
fucking
all
was
the
trying
cooking.
to. He was trying to make tea yet last night on the damn stove, and he fucking burnt goddamn water, man. I mean, I mean, come on now, it's crazy. You
Yeah,
know what I
that
mean?
sounds like my ex-old lady.
It's crazy, man. And
I was the one done all the cooking in my house.
I don't know. It's just weird,
And
man.
well, that's funny. That's actually kind of funny. I mean, I don't mean to be mean or nothing, but that's kind of funny.
No, I hear you, man. No, I know. It's just kind of one of them things. So he's like lost in some respects. All right, and it's funny too, man. And it's almost instead of, it's like if you didn't laugh about it, you just like you start crying type of scenario. Because I mean, it's like it's
Yeah,
not funny,
yeah. You're like,
but
man,
but
something ain't right there,
it sucks ass because I mean actually my ex-girlfriend, I had an ex-girlfriend of mine, and we weren't anywhere near as long together as they were together 24 years so far. All right, and I was only with her, my ex-girlfriend, like 2, but we went through a lot of crap, and there was a lot of similarities between his wife and my ex-girlfriend, and la 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 and all that stuff. Some of the situations we've been to kind of similar too. So I mean, I can only speak from experience from that. You know what I mean? And so I
yeah.
I know kind of
I
what
had
he's
a little
going through, and I know
girlfriend.
what women can do to people. I mean, seriously, women can make guys do some crazy, stupid shit. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah,
that's one thing women do have is like somewhat control over a lot of guys. Just
yeah.
it's just I don't know.
Well, I'm 58 now, and I learned something. Don't let them dig their claws in ever.
Well, I'm at a
You got
point
to
in my
have
life. I
thick
mean,
skin if you're gonna deal with them.
well, I've always, I've never been with anybody for a long period. I've been with a lot of different girls. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying I haven't been with them for very long, long periods. And you know how they say there's that one for everyone out there. I mean, I probably already made the mistake of kicking that girl to the curb already, and I'm independent. I'm 47. But
Yeah.
yeah. But anyway, it's just
Yeah, I got
it's
about 11
possible.
years on you, but you're getting there. You're learning.
I'm learning shit. But I've also been
Yeah,
alone a lot.
yeah.
I've also been alone a lot in my life too. So I mean, I'm kind of used to it on that end of it. And
Heck,
there's
yeah,
also
no,
actually,
I've heard what you said. You're learning. You're learning
but
big time.
yeah, but that's another thing too. It's like I was sitting there talking to dude about this. It's like because he's been with her for 24 years. It's like it's kind of hard for him to be alone. Like I said, he can't even freaking cook for himself. He doesn't know how to be by himself. You know what I mean? He's always had
Well,
her
I'm glad to
around.
be.
You know,
I am glad to be so independent. I can cook. I can clean. I can wash my own clothes. I can cook. I can build something to cook on. Uh,
right?
I really. I mean, I guess I'm blessed in that way, and I'm technical minded. On my own, went and got my ham radio license, and on my own, learned to do tree work. On my own, learned to do mechanic work. I do electronics. I do plumbing. I do hydraulics. I do mechanical lifts and all this kind of stuff. Uh, I can tell you exactly how an elevator works.
Right?
I mean, I've learned a lot of things in my lifetime.
Shit, I was sitting there thinking about making nachos tonight for dinner. That's something
Hey,
real
those are
simple
easy.
tonight. That's what I'm thinking about. I got a bag of chips and then throw some chili on top with some, dice some tomatoes and some cheese.
Get a little
Maybe
heat
maybe some
going, get it all
maybe some.
melted down. Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking about, man. Actually, I got some stuff today before I headed home, man.
I
Because I was
did
out trying to sell stuff again today. Didn't sell a
for,
damn thing today though. That's the only thing.
for about 2 or 3 years. I didn't have a toaster. Guess what I done? I took an old heater, little old space heater, laid it on its back, and put a rack over the top of it, and threw my bread up on top of it. It worked good. Of course, I had to bypass the little flip over switch because if you lay it on its back, it don't work. I had to bypass that, but I found out old space heater works pretty good for a toaster. You just got to watch it because it ain't got a
Right.
temperature setting on it.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Hell, I'm sitting right here now in front of a little space heater. But
Hell, I got a little,
you'd be surprised what you can do if you just use your head.
yeah, I got a little space heater. Plus, I got 3 dogs sitting in here right now to kind of get some body heat
Yeah,
in
I
here.
like your setup there. That's basically was my ham shack. Was a little camper with 4 or 5 radios in it,
Right.
sitting right beside the tower. I used to have a 109 foot, 110 foot tower somewhere in that area, which
Man.
I don't have that anymore. Dex took care of that for me.
Shoot,
Yeah,
man.
it's
I just think about it though, and the older I get, man. I mean, I'm gonna have to rig up something different. But the older I get, man, when it comes down to climbing up and down that damn tower up there, sucks ass. I'm trying to do that
oh
very little
man,
nowadays. It's
till
just
till the time I was over 50 years old, I'd go out there in the middle of the night and climb the tower.
I still do it.
Come
It
loose,
just
I'd run
sucks,
my
man.
ass up there and fix it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'm actually I've got an old deer stand that I'm rigging up to where I can clamp it up there at the top, right on some of the runs,
Oh,
and I
I
can
tell you what works good on the
use that as a
deer stand.
platform. Well, use that for as a platform to work on my antenna,
You know what
and
works
also
good on the deer stand? Get your old Wilson 5000,
right,
one made for a car, and
right,
clamp that bugger on the arm rail. It worked good. Works
right.
damn good.
But that's
I've
what.
sit in the deer stand and talk 35 miles away, no problem, with
Well, the
5
one I
watts.
yeah, but what I got up there right now on top of the tower right now, it's like, standing up there and, on them runs, it's like digging into your feet. Well, that's the reason why I'm gonna use that deer stand platform to stand on, so I can sit there and I can work on the antenna when I need to and all that stuff. And I got a big platform to stand on. That's what I'm gonna rig it for. And then on top of that, I can just leave it up there. And if I want to, I can sit up there and just kind of look over the property and use it for an actual deer stand. And
Yeah. Probably the best setup I had was very similar to that. I just bolted me a little 1x2 platform up there, 1 foot by 2 foot, with a seat on it. I'd climb up the tower and sit down there. I had a little portable radio. I'd carry that joker up there and just put a short jumper to the antenna, sit up there and talk and look for deer.
yeah, I enjoy it, man. I mean, when there's people to talk to, man, it's just it's just like all these old guys, man, are all dying off, man.
Well, it ain't gonna be long before you hear 1099 back on the air. I used to run lower sideband, channel 38. That's the one I used to run. 1099, somewhere amongst the Sumter Lee County line. Now I'm in Lee County. But I'm looking to put up, let's see, what is 1.5 wavelengths? That's the 18, 36, 72 feet. That's what I'm looking at putting up. Hey, you got a little skip rolling in.
I think these are locals. Within 100 miles, I mean, at least, anyway.
I hear you bumping your knob.
Well, he's loud. He's overmodulated.
Shoestrap was trying to talk to you.
Yeah, the guy he's talking to is not even giving me a signal. I can hear him, but he's not even giving me a signal.
You got to get you a flat side.
Yeah,
Flat side. Goes the skip.
I've got a beam that I can that runs all flat. It's all on flat, but it's like it's not up high enough, and I gotta fix it actually. Gamma match is kind of screwed up on it. And it actually,
a damn old three element beam works pretty good.
well, that
everybody else went with a 4. I went with a 5.
I've got
and the 5
I've got a 3-element Joe gun sitting out there, but it's missing it's missing the vertical gamma match. So right now it's only got the flat side. It's only got the flat side gamma match. So it's only used for flat.
Hell, I run nothing but flat side for years.
Well, the thing is, it's a decent one, you know what I mean, and it's just it's heavy. The main mast on it, it's really freaking heavy. I would love to just replace that with like an aluminum tube or something instead. But it also is just like I don't have it high enough. I've just got it up on a push-up pole out there, right next to the house. But it needs to be like up on a damn tower or something. And then I got a TV rotor on it right now, and it's not really the best thing out here. The wind just kicks around here. Just use that thing like a fucking kite. And I don't really have the money to get a decent rotor.
My battery dropped down to 14%. So if all of a sudden disappear, you know why.
Well, man, hey, if you need to go, you need to go, man. That's all right, man. You can charge it back up. If I'm around still, man, you can come back in, or you might see me on another chat somewhere else.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I just wanted to come on.
I got a good charger in my room, but I don't actually have one here in this room I'm sitting in. So if it drops out, I didn't do it on purpose.
Right on. Yeah. But I don't know.
And unfortunately, I've got to get up in the morning and get some work done. I've worked today, wasn't supposed to, but that's okay. I made a little money.
Well, if it's not raining tomorrow and it's nice, I got to go down to my mom's house, and she wants me to put some tar on her roof to kind of plug up some holes or whatever. So if it's nice enough, if it ain't raining, I'll go down there and do that tomorrow.
Hey, I don't blame you, man. I love my mama to death. If you look at one of the videos, I gave her a card for her birthday.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm the closest one to her, so you know what I mean.
I gave her a Taurus SES with the 3.8 in it, and she's scared to death of it because she's used to driving a little Honda with a 1300cc in it, a 1.3, and I handed her a 3.8, and I said, "Don't step on the gas too hard. That thing will move, and it will."
Yeah. Yeah, my mom, she can't really see all that well. She can't really hear all that well. So driving at night, it's like no, she can't do that at all. All them damn headlights start blinding her. She can't see. So it's like
Well,
the
my
only time she
mom's
gets out there on the road is in
pretty
during the
good.
daytime.
She's a pretty good driver, but she ain't used to that much power no more. She's like, "Wow, that thing scares me." I was like,
Hmm.
"Well, just keep your foot off the gas so much."
Right?
She said, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, I know." She said, "But I'm in the habit of stepping on the pedal." I said,
Mm-hmm.
"Well, you get over it." I said, "Just be careful with it, and it'll serve you well." I drove it for 4 or 5 weeks before I gave it to her and made sure it was safe.
Right. Yeah.
But she liked it. For her Christmas present, she got a 38 Special Smith and Wesson. So I figured it's about time I give Mom back something. She's helped me out all my life.
Right.
I says,
Yeah.
I says, well, here's the card. And then a month or so later, I says, here's the gun. And I said, I
Right.
know damn well you can handle a gun because I've seen her shoot before. That woman can shoot.
Right.
And the reason I give her the gun, they started having some problems in the little neighborhood she's in. And I said, no, 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 no. You ain't sitting there with nothing. And I took one of my guns and gave it to her.
Yeah, and yeah, that's one thing. At the moment, man, where she's at, she's kind of tucked in a little tiny, you know, little tiny, I guess, neighborhood. It's just basically
Yeah,
one
that's it.
street.
That's where the drug heads are gonna go, and they figure, oh, here's a little old lady ain't got nothing to protect herself. We're gonna take her shit. They better not do that at my mama's house.
No, hell no. I mean, it'd take me a minute to get down there if she was in real serious trouble, but shit. Um, yeah, I ain't worried
No,
about that. But
they ain't coming around my house because they know better.
oh hell no, I got a pistol sitting here right next to me, man.
Shit, I got three of
I
them.
got 5 dogs also.
I got three of them in reach, and I got my 145-pound American bull sitting over here right beside me. I
Yeah,
ain't
you
worried
know what I
about
mean?
them.
Shit, my dogs, man,
You'll
they
let
run
me
around.
know if somebody's here, and then Uncle Smith and Mr. Wesson will take care of the rest.
Yeah, mine run around in like a little pack, man. They got that pack mentality. It's like if one of them goes for the jugular, they're all going for the jugular.
I like my American bull. She's a big old sweetheart, as long as she knows you. If she don't know you, you best be careful.
Yeah.
She's a big old girl now. Hell, she weighs as much as I do. She runs into me, she about knocks me down.
Yeah, I got my what the one of my girls that I call Big Girl. She does that to me. She'll come running up on me and she'll just put every bit of her weight against me and knock me down, boy. And tell you, and she's pushy too. So it's like if I don't give her the attention she wants right at that minute, she'll come over and she'll
I
force
don't
me
know
to
how
give it
big
to
the
her.
rat is, but there she is. Let me see. Let me turn the light toward her. There she is.
Oh yeah, right on.
That's a big dog. She's a mess too. Fault rotten. I mean fault rotten. But good. Uh, she's not much on little kids because that's why I got her. Um, she come out of a kind of a ghetto neighborhood, and the kids all picked on her. She ain't got no patience with the kids, none. But me, you let somebody come up and mess with me, She's on top of them right quick.
Yeah. Like I've got plenty of weapons nearby where I'm at right now. I mean, within arm's reach. You know, it's like that's the first thing right off the thing that actually got some reach to it. But I've got all kinds of other stuff too, man. When it comes down to a little sharp edge to stuff all over the place. I would not
Oh, yeah.
consider this house very kid friendly. Put it that way.
Yeah, I got right now I got a cotton picking butcher knife, and it's sharp as a razor. And I'm not a stranger to throwing one and making it stick. So it's not a problem. I had one person break into this place a couple of years ago, and I took a piece of his ear off, throwing it at the wall. And I said, "Now go ahead and pull that knife out the wall." And I pulled a 44 Magnum. I said, "Go ahead, pull it out the wall."
Yeah.
I have never seen that person again. Don't know where he went. Don't care. He ain't come back. That was the point.
Shoot, man. It's like when Hurricane Michael came through here and down here in Panama and stuff. There were so many people, their houses were damaged and all that stuff, man. It's like you would see these signs being, people spray painting like pieces of plywood or whatever, putting it out there in their yard. Said, "You loot, we shoot." And by God, they meant it too. You know what I'm saying? You come
Oh
looting,
yeah,
come over there and try and loot their house. By God, you're gonna get your ass shot. You know. And that's the
yeah. They
one thing
already
too, man.
down. Yeah,
That's the reason why I sincerely believe a well-armed society is a very polite society because, you know,
yeah.
if somebody knows
All we're saying is
if a
don't do
burglar
it.
knows, yeah, if a burglar knows that everybody in that neighborhood's got a gun and they're willing to use it, and it'd be less likely to get burgled. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Exactly. All they're doing is politely saying, "Don't go there."
Well, that's the thing. It's like people like that are like they're looking for the opportunity makes a thief. All right, so if they see the opportunity of very little chance of resistance, that's what they're going to go for. All right. Now, if there's
That's
going to be
exactly.
a high chance of
That's right.
resistance, you know what I mean?
I try to be the nicest person in the world, but I caught somebody out here one night trying to break into my car. I think I hit him in the foot. I didn't shoot to kill. I shoot to get their attention. And if they would have pulled a gun and fired one shot, they'd have been dead.
All right.
But needless to say, there was a clothes hanger left stuck in my window on my car, and nothing but mud tracks leaving out of there real quick, like.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm gonna tell you something, man. If I felt if somebody was still like and I felt like my life was in danger or whatever, I'm gonna unload the fucking clip. I don't give a shit. I'm unloading, and then I'll probably put it in the second clip if I can get to it fast enough. You
Yep.
know what I mean?
I mean, I ain't gonna put up with that crap. I don't steal from nobody, and I expect nobody to steal from me. I work for what I got. You go work for what you got. That's it. You're not gonna come in here and take what I busted my ass to get. That ain't gonna happen.
It's like they're talking. Dave in the chat is sitting there talking about in Scotland. It's, one of the reasons why
Well, there
they took
goes my
away all the
phone.
damn. Oh, okay. Well,
It's
hey, you
over.
take it. You have a good one out there, Warren. You take it easy, man. There he goes. I think. I think he's gone. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, but the thing is, man, when it comes down to people that want to do harm, they're gonna find a way to do it no matter what. They can find a gun or a knife. Hell, people strap bombs to themselves and walk into places to kill people. They're gonna figure out a way to do it. Banning guns from people that from just everyday people and all that stuff that want to use them for in self defense. It is not going to help. It's not going to stop these fuckers that want to do harm. Yeah, I know. See, that's the thing. They it's still just because, even though the police are the only ones, it doesn't stop people that want to do harm. It's not going to stop them, and it doesn't matter if guns are banned. I mean, if they really, if people really wanted to do harm and they wanted to do it with a gun, they're going to find a gun. Doesn't matter how hard it is to find a gun in Scotland or wherever you're at, or the UK. It doesn't fucking matter. You know, there are ways to getting a gun. So if you're really intent on doing harm to people and you want to do it with a gun, it's these fucking laws or these banning guns. It's not going to stop people from doing it. And then on top of all these damn banning guns, all it does is keep innocent people away from able to protect themselves using any means necessary. You know what I mean? And that means even using a firearm. I mean, you know, you put you on an equal playing field. You know, for instance, you know, if somebody's coming at you with the fists, you know, and you were sitting there fighting fist to fist, that's equal playing field. Somebody you sitting there with only your fist, and somebody comes with a knife, that's uneven. Somebody, you know, okay, you got a knife, all right. Well, somebody comes in with instead of a knife, that's even playing field. You can that other person's got a gun, you got a knife. It's not necessarily even. I mean, you know, depending on who you are and how good you are with the knife, you can probably take that motherfucker out before he shoots you, but it's not necessarily even. But you put an old lady, 70, 60, 70-year-old woman, you know, that knows how to use a firearm, put a damn gun in her hand, it puts her on an even playing field from some jerk off motherfucker wants to steal or take her life. You know what I'm saying? And she's more likely to live versus being killed in a robbery or whatever. And, you know, so you know, it's just see what it is these government agencies all over the world, they want us disarmed, so they're the only ones that have the monopoly on violence, the monopoly of using excessive force to the point of death. They want to have the monopoly on that. They don't want you to have that. They want to be the only ones that have that. That's what they do. They use these things to actually take away your God-given right, no matter what fucking country you're in, to defend yourself using any means necessary. And that means even using a firearm. Because that is the most, you know, that's what we got today, is we got firearms today. Back in the day, it was nothing but fucking swords and knives and shit, or a fucking sharpened stick. All right. It doesn't matter what time we're in. It doesn't matter. All right, you know, so and these things, this is an inalienable right that all of us have from the time we're fucking born. Doesn't matter what country we're in. It's just now it just depends on if these so-called powers that be recognize that right. No, some of them don't. They think that you are not capable to defend yourself, and you need daddy government to do it for you. Fuck that bullshit. So I mean, it drives me nuts, and actually I feel sorry for a lot of you guys that live in all these other countries that you've been practically neutered when it comes down to it. You know what I mean? And that just sucks ass, in my opinion. You know, and it shouldn't be that way. And I think it needs to be not necessarily because they're trying to disarm us here in America. They're trying to so bad. They're really trying. And I'm gonna tell you something. I don't wish that upon any fucking body. So I want it to be a worldwide fucking thing to actually get our fucking rights, our natural rights back from these fuckers that have been screwing us for fucking generations, man. Making up all these goddamn rules that we're supposed to live by, and it's applicable to us and not to them. You know, oh, they've got guns. They've got fucking, you know, armed security guards protecting them at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But we don't, and we aren't allowed to do that for ourselves. Fuck you. Who in the fuck are these so-called people up there thinking that they can fucking decide our fate for us? I mean, honestly, man, it drives me nuts, man. I really hate the idea that we do not have control over our own destiny, because there are these so-called powers that should not be, that want to control our destiny, and using this so-called legislation through blatant blah blah laws and blah blah this and that and blah blah bullshit stuff. It's all fiction. It's not real. It's only it's nothing but fancy words written on a fucking fancy piece of paper, and they sprinkle pixie dust over it, and then everybody's supposed to, oh my God, we got to obey, bow down to that piece of paper. Oh, piece of paper, and those words written on it. Oh my God, I am not worthy. Bow down. We must obey. Submit, submit, submit. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Just saying. Just saying. Anyway. Anyway. I'm sorry if I'm just going off and whatever, but you know, it's all bullshit. It's a fucking fallacy. And that's the thing too, man. I mean, and that's the it, I mean, I don't give a shit what country you're in. I mean, seriously, man. It's going to get down to the point where next thing you know, your fucking hands can be considered as deadly fucking weapons, all right? And they might ban hands. What then? Is that the line that we should all draw? It's like, no, I draw the line. No, you know, if hands are taken from us, that's where I draw the line. Oh, come on. I mean, come on now. That line is like it keeps on getting pushed, gets pushed further and further. You know, okay, I draw the line here. Okay, no. I mean here. Oh no, I'm sorry. I mean here. Oh, no, I mean here. No, okay, this is the last time. I draw it here. No, shit. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I draw it here. Where is that fucking line where you don't let anything go past it, not one fucking millimeter? Where is that fucking line? I mean, and that's another thing too, man. It's like I get a lot of this too. I hear this all the time, man. I get this from my dad. Oh man, I'm just an old guy, man. You know, I'm too old to do this and that and all that stuff and shit, man. It really doesn't matter. It's I'll be dead and gone, blah blah blah, and all this other shit. And just I'll just leave it up to the next generation's problem, blah blah. What the fuck? Keep passing, kicking the can down the road, just kicking that can down the road. Oh, it's not my problem. It's the next generation's problem. And then it's the next generation's problem. And the next generation's problem. And every goddamn time it gets bigger and bigger, that problem gets massive, more massive. And it's almost like, it gets to a point where there's no point of return because we've let it go so fucking long. It's that death by 1,000 cuts, that frog in a pot, that boiling pot of water. You know what I mean? That's all it is. I mean, it's. I'm only doing my little part, and that's all I can do is my little part. You know what I mean? And I do mine in my own way. I might not be living very extravagantly. I mean, you know what I mean? I got very little money and monetary means and all that stuff, but I've got a roof over my head at the moment and electricity and 5 dogs that I really love at the moment. It's just like I'd like to find them better homes, some of them, and wean it down to maybe 1 or 2 dogs instead of 5. It's a lot of goddamn dog food, a lot of money and food. If you keep them fed, you may eat better than I do sometimes. And we can't let those fucking shit go away, Dave. Can't let them. Can't give them what they want. We cannot give them what they want. And I'm pretty sure Dave heard. I know you know what they want, and don't give it to them. And that goes for every Scot out there, every fucking Irishman, every goddamn person out there in the UK, every motherfucker out there in Germany, every goddamn person every fucking where needs to start fucking standing up against this bullshit, new, quote unquote, world, order. That's squeezing their fist on every country right now. And they're using this crap that's been going around for a couple of years now. You know, they said it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve. This shit, they're using that as the catalyst to bring it upon. This just happens to be one piece of the puzzle. That's only all that is. That's just one piece of the puzzle. And there's all this massive, all these other pieces that are actually that are part of the infrastructure to put this one big puzzle together. That happens to be one part. That was like a catalyst to kick it into play, because they can actually now they've enacted all these emergency powers and all these like state of emergency and blah blah blah, all these things. When they kick those things, when they utter those words, these politicians and all these government officials and all that stuff, that allows all sorts of like different policies, different statutes, and different agencies to get kicked in that weren't able to do. There was a lot of stuff they weren't able to do before, and now they can, because they declared it under an emergency status. Like I said, it doesn't fucking matter what school, what fucking, country you're in. It really doesn't. We're all born with the same, we're all born sovereign. Every single one of us are born sovereign. All right? You got to understand, these so-called powers that should not be, the governments, the monarch, whatever, they don't have any goddamn authority. They don't have any goddamn anything unless you give it to them. You give up your sovereignty. You give them your sovereignty. And then they become the sovereign, and you just become servants. You know? That's the thing, man. These motherfuckers, they're not fucking gods. They're not your masters, and they're not your goddamn rulers. They're a bunch of motherfuckers taking your wealth, and they're living very comfortable on it. And they're punishing you if you don't follow in line with their rules. Yeah, like I said, it doesn't fucking matter. Here in America, doesn't matter if you're in Canada, doesn't matter if you're in the fucking UK, doesn't matter if you're in the goddamn North fucking Korea. Doesn't fucking matter. These so-called powers that should not be. There's nothing moral about it. There's nothing legitimate about it. They use nothing but force and violence to get their way and keep us all subservient into their rule and their rules, their game. It's time for people to all worldwide to just, open your eyes, wake up, see the truth, all that other shit. And I mean, even then, even if you don't have fucking guns or access to guns, it doesn't fucking matter. I mean, quite honestly, man, there has been many instances where battles have been won with no guns. So I mean, and honestly, man, it would be really awesome if we can all put our heads together and find solutions to the point where we can get this done without firing a fucking shot. But unfortunately, the powers that should not be, they're going to use whatever means necessary to their disposal to keep their grip on power and rule. So they will use violence. They will use intimidation. They will use, the ability and the willingness to kill you to keep that power and their continuity in place. So, even though in a really nice, perfect world, it would be awesome to do, to actually get our way and get back our freedoms and our own natural rights back and be recognized worldwide without firing a shot. That would be fucking awesome. But I don't see that fucking happening. So it might have to come down to what? I don't know. Using the same amount of violence against them in the name of self-defense. Because these people are, these people are criminals, man. These people are fucking, they should be tried for war crimes. They should be tried for crimes against humanity. All of these motherfucking shit. I don't give a shit. And you know what the maximum penalty for these crimes are? And this needs to happen, honestly, man. Simply to put these people, if it's nothing more than just to like actually make a few of them as examples. And it's like, listen, y'all need to fucking straighten the fuck up. Start doing this shit right. or this is what's going to happen. And they need to be fucking scared. And they need to straighten up. They need to be brought down a few pegs. They think they're untouchable. They think that they are the ones that are going to tell us what to do. And we're just supposed to sit back, take it up the ass, say, thank you, may I have another? Just so they can live comfortably in their fucking big ass fucking houses, making their millions of dollars. Some of them got multiple fucking homes and lots of fucking property. Don't have to worry about a roof over their head. Don't have to worry about food coming into their mouth. Don't have to worry about fucking medical care that's pretty decent. Because guess who what? Guess what? Who pays for that? We do. We the people, no matter what fucking country you're in, pays for their goddamn living. Why? Who are these people? What gives them the right to live better than us and take the money and take our earnings of our labor to so they can live better? You know, I hear this shit about the fucking Queen over there in the UK. Fuck. You know, oh, she's like supposedly, trace her all the way back to fucking, trace her family tree all the way back to God. Like she's fucking direct descendant of God or whatever. Come on, give me a fucking break. I mean, seriously, man. This is none, unless she's a fucking alien from another goddamn planet. She's nothing but a goddamn fucking human just like anybody else. And y'all fucking give up the earnings of your labor to this fucking old twat up there and saying that she's like, oh, the ruler, the blah, 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 blah. Whatever. I don't give a shit if she even heard me. I don't care. Quite honestly, I wouldn't give a fuck at all, man. Because quite honestly, they're nothing but unless they are aliens from another fucking planet, they are just nothing but humans like the rest of us. And there is no legitimacy, no morality in them ruling over others. And we all have the obligation to just obey. Fuck that. I don't know. This was my, I'm sorry, y'all, if I was ranting too much, but actually, I'm not sorry, but still. Been kind of holding in a lot of this stuff, man, for the past couple of days anyway. So, it's the reason why I popped on. Kind of like let some of it out. Yeah, well, fuck the Royals, man. There ain't nothing royal about them. They're nothing but fucking thieves. They are the true thieves. These so-called royals, these so-called elite, they're the true thieves. They're nothing but snake oil salesmen. They are the true criminals of this planet, in my opinion. And I don't give a shit what anybody else thinks. They don't work for their goddamn money. They don't fucking do any of that shit. They don't have to worry about any of that shit because everybody else does that shit for them, pays their fucking debts for them. I mean, seriously, they make all the damn countries fucking in debt. They make that debt, but they expect me to fucking pay it. They expect me to fucking be a collateral for that debt. Fuck that shit. I'm not property. Neither are any of you. None of you are property. No one has a higher claim over your life and property than you do. I don't give a shit if they claim to be royal. Fuck them. You know, they're on welfare. That's what it is, Dave. They're on welfare, and you're paying their welfare. Everyone that pays taxes, you're paying for their welfare. You're allowing them to live as comfortable as they live. And I'm sure they live a little bit more comfortable than you do, Dave. Pretty sure they do. Just saying. You know, I wonder if Robin Hood was just a story or actually was a real man. I wonder, you know, because the story is pretty cool. I mean, it's a pretty decent, it's a pretty cool story. But if that was an actual real person that lived back in the day, that's even cooler. And honestly, man, it would be nice if there was like real life, like a bunch of real life modern day Robin Hoods out there, you know, basically taking it upon themselves to right the wrongs of some of these so-called um, royals and elites and so-called powers that should not be. Got to take them down a couple of pegs, man. Bring it back down to a more, even playing field with the rest of us. Because none of them has actually walked even a centimeter in our shoes. They have no earthly idea on how real normal people live, and have no fucking clue. And yet they're supposed to be up there to represent us and all that shit, looking out for our best interest. Yeah, fuck that. That's if anybody believes that these motherfuckers are in it for our own our best interest, you're fucking delusional. These people don't give a shit about you. All they care about is you out there being an obedient worker and them continuing to make money for them. That's all they care about. They don't give a shit otherwise. I mean, pretty soon they won't even care at all anyway because they can replace you with a fucking robot. There is not one job on this fucking entire planet that cannot be replaced with a robot. Not one. At this moment, right now, in time, we've got the technology at this moment, right now, to replace with every job out there. Doesn't matter what it is. There is a robot that can take that job. Or, I mean, if it doesn't exist already, it can be built because we have the technology to do so. So it doesn't really fucking matter. I mean, it comes down to the point where, like, oh, the elite are not going to be able to get us to make the money for them anymore. Fuck them. They're going to try and get rid of us. And they say, fuck it, we'll just make robots. They don't need break times. They don't need time off. You know, they can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what I mean? Without any sleep. Why not? Think about it, man. You're expendable, man. You're not worth shit to them. They don't care. These people don't care. Why should we care what they think then? Why should we care about them, in my opinion? I mean, why should we follow their rules? Why should we follow and obey their edicts, their stuff, their system, their game? It's all in benefit of them. It's not in benefit of us in any way. You can sit there and spin it any way you want, and justify this and that and blah 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 all you fucking want. But in reality, all it does is benefit them. It doesn't benefit us. It's there to really keep us behaving in the way they want us to behave. All right. And using punishments and all this other shit. Yeah, I mean, seriously, there's not one job on this planet that cannot be done by a robot with the technology we have right now. And that's just right now. I mean, think about it in the next couple of years, man. Dude, it's even, the robotics and the cybernetics and all that stuff, the AI systems are getting smarter and smarter and at an exponential rate, you know? So nobody, no matter, I mean, I don't give a shit if you're like a burger flipper at the damn fast food place. I don't give a shit if you're a cashier. I don't give a shit if you're, I don't know, washing cars. I don't care. Everything can be automated and robots can do it. Hell, building houses. That's what I did for 20 years, man, or a little over 20 years, built houses. Even building a fucking house can be done with robots. Everything from the slab all the way up building the house and everything can be done, you know. That's if they just want to, if they want to go as far as that, basically just saying screw it. Okay, you guys don't want to work for us anymore. You don't want to, you don't want to sit there and let us steal from you and extort the earnings of your labor anymore. Okay, fine, we'll just get rid of you and make robots to do all the work for us. I mean, that's what they're thinking. I mean, it's not my opinion. It's not my belief. This is what they're thinking. And quite honestly, if I've thought about it, I know damn well they have. It's just one of them things, man. For all those people out there that just don't want to believe that governments and stuff like that would ever do this to us, you guys need to wake the fuck up. Open your eyes. And see what's really happening. Count the cuts. Death by 1,000 cuts. Start counting the cuts. Figure how fucking much more we got until we're dead, right?
Nationwide ground playing out of Oklahoma City. Reefer man, come on. I'll do some chocolate buttermilk about right now. I like milk. I know milk's not good, but I drink a lot of milk. Well, you need to be hitting that good stuff. What is that with that audio? It's 1378 up here in Oklahoma City. 1378. Well, you sound good in this one. That's me calling audio.
Hey, this is the Wingnut Radio out here in the Panhandle, Florida, stretching it out.
That's receiver, that's for sure. I'm gonna jump out of here. I ain't tuned up to be on 19. Definitely not smashing this foot pedal, but I always like to support it. So I appreciate what you're doing.
Hey, this is the Wingnut Radio out here in Panama, sitting here taking it off.
Take care down there in Pensacola, Florida. Sounding good up here in Oklahoma City. I'll get back out of the way. 1378 on this little baby transit.
Well, Dave, I'm going to say this to everyone out there. We cannot allow this to be the new normal. Because if we allow this the new normal, we're already fucked. It'll get to the point of being, we won't be able to reverse it. We won't be able to fix it. We won't be able to. This is what our future generations will have to grow up in, and we fucked our future generations. So you might as well say, hey, to your sons and daughters out there, it's like, well, sorry, we fucked it all up for you, but it's all up to y'all now. And we were too fat and happy and comfortable in our own lives to do anything about it. So here you go. This is our legacy to you guys. You know? Say, you know, just remember to tell your sons and daughters, sorry, but we fucked it all up real good, real good for all you guys now. Now it's for you guys. It's like we're going to pass the torch over to you. Now it's all your problem. We're dying. We're all dead now. You know, because most of these people out here are so goddamn fat and happy and they're goddamn comfortable, like convenient fucking lives, watching goddamn fucking American Gladiator and eating fast food, bullshit. You know. Here's a football game. Watch that. Here you go is some microwavable food. You don't even know how to have to know how to cook. You just punch a couple of numbers in a damn thing, and this thing will be cooked when you get done. You don't even have to learn how to cook. It's so convenient now. You know, that's one thing, man. It kind of drives me nuts. I'm not saying I'm a good cook. I'm a pretty decent cook. Now, I used to work in different restaurants as a cook or a chef or a sous chef. At least I know how to cook. At least, you know. I'm not real that good at like making a lot of stuff from scratch, but Rustic Survivor, good to see you. We have to be more self-sufficient, just like the new gurus. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of stuff that I have to. I agree on what new guru's saying, but it's a lot of that stuff I already knew anyway, and I was like, he's a little bit more articulate on how to say some stuff, which you know he's pretty close to an anarchist also. I don't think he would claim to be one though, but you know that's the thing. That's what's fucking us all up though. You know, if we were brought up with those values and stuff like that, like, when it comes down to being self-sufficient and personal responsibility, if we were all brought up that way, can you imagine how much better this world would be if we were all brought up that way and we all kind of lived that way? Of course, there's going to be, people out there want to do, what would be considered crime, you know what I'm saying? Of course. But they can be dealt with also, you know what I mean? But if everybody was brought up with that same mentality, taught that in school and all that stuff, when it comes down to self-reliance and self-responsibility and personal responsibility and all that other shit, the world itself would be much better off in my mind, because we would all be growing and prospering together. Yes, there might be some competition, but that hell, that just yeah, it makes it even more, things better, because everybody is like, I want to do it better than that guy. I want mine to be different, or whatever modifications, whatever. But this mentality of just keeping the masses in stagnation, if not regression, is done by these so-called powers that should not be. They keep us down there below them while they're making all the money and they're getting all the benefits of all of our hard labor, while they don't have to be accountable, while they don't have to be, then there's no sense of you know, punishment or anything like that for their crimes. That's got to stop, man. It's got to stop. These fuckers do not have any legitimacy. I don't give a shit about these fancy words they write on these fancy pieces of paper. It still doesn't make it legitimate. Doesn't make it moral. It just means you wrote some fancy words on a fancy piece of paper. That's what it means. You know. And then, you got the ones that are in the occult that believe this religion of statutes and codes and policies and rules, regulations, all this shit. They believe in this. Like these words they wrote on this piece of paper are all magical, and they're all caught in its spell, and it's like, oh, I am not worthy. I must follow and obey what these words written on this piece of paper must do. I must obey, submit. Well, that's awesome, Dave. I'm gonna tell you, man. I mean, now if that was a common thing, like where everybody was on that same mentality or on that same wavelength, I really think that a lot of our problems that we have right now would not even exist. It wouldn't even exist. Wouldn't have to worry about it. Wouldn't have to think about it. It just would not exist. So, we as people, man, we need to actually go back to the old ways in a sense. Not necessarily like living in fucking caves and fucking mud huts and shit, but going back to the old ways. You know what I mean? That's what the old ways is what the powers that should not be want to keep us away from. They want to sweep that under the rug like it doesn't exist. And their way is the new way, and that is the only way. It's all crap. Psychological operations, basically. It's all crap. Let's see here. I'm gonna take this with me for a second. Maybe if I can. Let's see if I can actually. Set this in here somewhere. Turn my camera off. Oh, okay, I'm back. All right, I'm gonna put this on there. Hopefully I can sit here and do this. And I'm gonna make me some nachos. So I'm gonna do a little bit of fixing here. So I'm gonna try not to push any more buttons and knock myself off again. I'm gonna see here. I'm gonna strap this sucker in. And see if I can do this cooking while y'all here. Here, let's see here. I'm gonna do this without my headphones. Y'all can still hear me, sort of, kind of, maybe, but it won't be as loud as I was before. But I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna do some cooking, and I'm gonna make nachos. So. And I will say this too. I mean, I know how to cook like with not using a microwave, but I'm guilty of that fucking that convenience of a damn microwave too. I'm guilty. I'm not saying I'm a saint. I'm not saying I'm like you know I preach a lot, I guess you would call it, on certain aspects. Um, and I there's certain things that I say that, hey, these are also things that I gotta also work on in my own life. So but that's just the way things are. Venison curry, right on. I've got some deer meat sitting in the freezer right now, man. I mean, I gave like half of it to my dogs already because I needed some dog food, but I ended up making a bunch of rice and threw some carrots in there and some, I think, beans, and then I threw some deer meat in there with it. So they ate pretty damn good that night. But but I got more in there for myself. I haven't cooked up yet. Still sitting in the freezer. Eventually, I need to cook that up. I don't know when to do that. I was thinking about getting my food dehydrator, breaking that out, man, and actually making some deer meat jerky. I haven't done that yet. I've been wanting to. So my cousin um, was telling me about doing it and marinating the meat in ranch dressing before I do it. And he said, man, that's damn excellent. So I might give that a shot, try something. But other than that, I'm not sure how I'm gonna cook it yet. That's the reason why I started in the freezer because I haven't really decided on how I want to cook it. But that's from last year. My my cousin went hunting last year and gave me a bunch of it from the last couple of times he was out hunting. You know, and then like even like the pieces of it that they didn't want. It's like um, I ended up I ended up giving most of that to my dogs anyway. All the pieces of the deer that weren't really all that great to eat. That don't really taste all that great. The less satisfying parts of the deer. End up giving that to the dogs. They like it. But yeah, so that's another thing too, man. It's I, Hey, Dave, have you ever gone using archery, using a bow and arrow or a crossbow? I mean, where are you in Scotland? I mean, I think it's still legal to have a damn crossbow out there, isn't it? Because I mean, I got that myself. I mean, we got a compound bow, I got a recurve bow, I've got a crossbow. So I mean, it's actually I don't mind hunting like with a gun, but I prefer hunting with a bow simply because it's so much quieter. I won't scare off the rest of the other animals at the same time when I take one down. And not only that, I won't let anybody else know. Like for instance, I go out here hunting, I kill a deer, and that shot's heard all over the area, man. Somebody knows that I was there, or you know what I mean. I go out there with a bow, I can take down a deer, and nobody knows I did it. Yeah, see, that's the powers that should not be. Quite honestly, man, you have the natural right to feed yourself. And if that entails going out hunting for your food, you have the and the natural right to do so. So these so-called powers that be saying that you can't go out and hunt for food because they don't want you to. Bullshit. There's no there's no legitimacy in that. There's no morality in that. That is nothing but these people think that they can tell you what to do and they will punish you if you don't follow their rules. That's all it is. And if they do give you permission, you probably have to pay for it if you can get that permission. If you can get it. But who are these fuckers to get fucking permission from? Who give them the God fucking rights of God or whatever? They're like, oh my God, we must bow down. I think he's in Scotland. I think he's in Scotland, Westminster, if I'm not mistaken. Let me move some stuff around here. I need to cut me some tomatoes. I need to cut me some tomatoes. Move that around over here. So I can still see the chat. Got me a little bit of tomatoes and some onions. So I can spread that all over everything. Yeah, I'm sure they did make it hard because they want to be the only ones that have the guns. Yeah, Scotland Highland. Oh, right on. Yeah, so that's the thing, man. And I know you Scots are much more fucking strong people. I know you Scots are strong people and very, uh, very strong-willed people. What the fuck are y'all allowing these motherfuckers to tell y'all how to live? I mean, seriously. I know you Scots are pretty fucking tough people, man. Seriously. You got a very long history of very tough people. You know what I mean? And it so fucking frustrates me that the people that have a long history of being fucking pretty damn tough people, in my opinion, are laying down like little pussies. And I can say the same thing about here in America too. So don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. Hell, we got the same shit here too. A lot of these fucking Americans that are supposed to be Americans, with that this whole damn country is basically founded on rebels trying to leave all that shit behind, are now becoming pussies to the point where we're all that shit that we were our ancestors left behind, trying to make it happen here. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's not what my ancestors came to this country for it to all fucking be exactly what they left. You know what I mean? So
Oh, right on, Rustic. Yeah, that's right. You're up there. Okay, you're not that far away. Right on. But yeah, it's just one of them things, dude. I know some Irishmen. I know some Irishmen, man. God damn, dude. It frustrates me because you start looking at the history of these people that, you know, I can't believe that they're the same, they come from the same genetic background. You know, it's like if your ancestors was to see how you guys are acting today, dude, they probably punch you in the fucking face for being the way you are. Ow. I'm not speaking to anybody in particular, like for instance in the chat or anything. I'm just speaking out loud, y'all, so don't take me the wrong way. I'm just speaking out loud. I'm not like directing this in anyone. I just I just know the type of people, and I'm like, dude, I know damn well that if their ancestors that were one of the ones that sacrificed their lives for freedom in a sense was to be alive right now and see how some of their offspring, their blood relatives are acting now, they probably get punched in the goddamn face. What the fuck are you doing? You know? I mean, honestly, man, even here in America, a lot of us need to honor our fucking our ancestors, you know, because they sacrificed their lives and stuff for our freedom to be upheld and protected and all that other stuff. And to see us just giving it away or being, you know, allowing it to be forced away. I mean, what did they fucking sacrifice their fucking lives for? I mean, I bet you that's probably what they're thinking too. What the fuck did I sacrifice all my life for and all my wealth and all that other shit for when nothing but like 200 years down the line it's all fucking screwed anyway. You know? What does it fucking matter? In 200 years time it all gets screwed up. Why the fuck? I bet you that's probably what they're thinking. You know, they're sitting there looking down at us and they're like, why in the fuck did I even do all that shit, man? When they didn't listen. They didn't fucking continue to keep that internal vigilance going. And they just allowed it to go to straight to that shithole that what we fucking died for, you know? But no, I don't think anybody really thinks about what that, you know, if there's ancestors that were alive back then, what they would be thinking about us today, of their future generations and what we've done to ourselves. I'll be right back. I gotta grab some cheese. All right. More 15. Right on. So that's another thing too, man. You know, you got all these damn all the men. You know, not really being men anymore. It's kind of fucking stupid. And it's hard to find role models anymore. You know, it's hard to find anybody to look up to anymore. Right on. Mm. Almost done. Almost done. I'm having me some good old fashioned nacho. Nacho. Yeah, buddy. I'll have to look into that, Dave. Actually, I'm gonna tell you something, man. When the Confederate Army went up against the Union Army or whatever back in the day, that was the last. Well, that was the first and probably the last. I hope it's not the last. Hope I'm wrong about this. It was the first and the last time the American people actually had enough balls to go up against the federal government. And personally, I hope I'm wrong in that being the last time. You know, the federal government or the federal entity, federal government entity, thinks that they are the rulers of everybody in every single individual state. They think they are the rulers. Well, they're not. They want to claim they are, and they want to use violence to actually make everybody believe that they are and comply with their orders. The thing is, man, like I said, I think when the Confederate Army was going around, let me tell you, I think that was the first and probably the last. Maybe, I hope I'm wrong. That the people, the American people, actually stood up against the federal government, against tyranny, and I hope you got enough balls to do it again. You know, but do it where the results that we want are lasting and will be enforced and protected from now on, no matter who it is. And these fucking people that, like these so-called politicians, that we'll just have no need for them any longer. We'll have a different way of doing it. We'll have no need for them. No need for all this crap that we've got in place now. I kind of hope so too, but I have my doubts. But you know, I do get glimmers of hope. I do get glimmers of it. I'm like, okay, well that gives me a little bit more faith in humanity. Just that one act of kindness, random act of kindness type of thing. You know, gives me a little bit like, okay, now I can have my faith back in humanity. Okay, cool. I was worried about it there for a minute, you know, that kind of thing. But you know, all right, I am almost done. I'm just melting the cheese right now. This is gonna be good. All right. That's what I got going on at the moment. I got some nachos. Get out of my way. Come on, out. My way. Get out of.
Well, I know these boys hate me running right on one. So they did? 03. Topside, big
That's what I'm talking about, Andy. I hadn't had nachos in a long time either, man. And somebody was talking about it yesterday or the day before. I was like, you know what? That's what I want. I got a big old bag of chips at the house. I got some chili. All I needed was like some tomatoes and some onions. And I got some other fixings so I can make tacos later also. But yeah, it's been a long time since I had nachos, man. And homemade nachos, man, you can't beat that. Right? Right. I hear you. Yeah, you can. Hold on a second. Let me get my headphones in. Turn the radio down. And keep myself muted so you're not listening to me munch on chips and shit. Hold on a second. Get my headphones all in there. Okay, 1 2 1 2. Okay, there we go. Let me put the thing in there. And I'll turn my radio down. And like I said, I'm munching on chips at the same time, so I'll try not to fill your ears full of me doing that kind of thing. Or I mean, I'll keep this on. And, there you go. Let me get you up here. Hey, Andy.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Nice. Yeah, I don't mind if you're mentioned. That's all right. Enjoy your nachos. I'm just jealous over here and hungry.
Oh, dude, I couldn't help myself, man. Like I said, I always thought about it all day. I'm like, yep, that's what I'm gonna do for dinner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm serious. We've got all the stuff for it too. I just haven't, I don't know. Hadn't thought of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, when's the last time you had nachos?
Yeah, it's way too long. I don't even know. We used to have them, every once in a while. My husband would he makes really good nachos, and he'd make them, like our late night munchies. But it's been a while. He works nights. I guess that's part of why probably he's not around to make them when I got the munchies. I guess. I don't know.
It's such an easy thing for me, it's like, but it will fill you up too. That's another thing. It's like, I mean, like I said, all I did is I went the simple route. I just got, basically chili, throw some diced tomatoes on it, some diced onions, and then cheese. That's it.
See, sounds good except for the onions. I'm not an onions fan.
Oh yeah, I mean, other than that, what else would you put on it?
Sour cream.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. I don't have any. I got ranch dressing. That's about as close as I can get.
Yeah, that might be good. We would usually do like black beans or refried beans instead of chili. But I like the chili idea. And then doing obviously tons of cheese and then sour cream and salsa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. I do have some like salsa. I think I do somewhere. I think about it. That might be something else I might put on it. I think about it.
I'm trying to think like what else. Guacamole's good on nachos.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't done that.
Or like you said, diced tomatoes or like sliced avocado.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nachos. It's like pizza. It's like one of those things you just never really get tired of, and like almost any kind you have is good, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well,
Gotta
I don't have kids around for a minute, so I was like, oh, he's on when I don't have kids on a minute, or kids around. I'm gonna see if I can come up and chit chat for a minute.
yes, more than welcome. More than welcome. You know, I mean, for real. So, I mean, so is there anything on your mind or anything like that? Anything that wanting to get off your
um,
chest or anything?
I mean, I wasn't coming up for anything specific, but yeah, I don't know. I actually had just jumped out for a minute to go over to a memorial stream for another streamer who passed away a few days ago. Dylan Report. I don't know if you're
Really?
familiar with him,
Okay.
but yeah. But anyway, so just it seems like a heavy time lately. Like there's been a lot of people that have passed. Um,
Yeah, I know. And I don't want to say it's going to get any better because I have a
right.
feeling it ain't, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel the same way. But I feel, they say it's black pilled. I feel like I'm black pilled. So
I
yeah,
hear
I don't
you.
know.
I
Hmm.
hear you. But I don't know, man. It's like that's the thing. It's like I was trying to. I don't know. I've been dealing with this guy. Just his wife left him and all this other stuff. I've been dealing with that
Hmm.
for the past 3 days because it's like day 3 of that. And I don't know.
Yeah, I
It's
heard you talking about that
it gets
earlier.
kind of. I mean, it gets kind of draining in some aspects. You know what I mean? I got my own damn problems, that kind of shit. Whatever. You know,
Right.
whatever. But you know, if I wasn't around, he'd probably be fucking kill himself somehow or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna
Otherwise.
say you seem like the kind of friend that would be there even if it's not easy to be there, you know?
You know, honestly, man, it drives me nuts. You know, it's like, it's like was it the other night? Um, it was like the first night. All right. Came over to the house. We're sitting here just, hanging out and chilling, all that stuff. He ended up bringing in like a 6 pack of beer with him or like wine coolers or whatever.
Mhm.
So I was, kind of worried about him on that end of it because he doesn't really drink. And just hell, wine coolers should get him, pretty buzzing,
Sick.
pretty good. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I
Mhm.
was sitting there thinking, I was like, I was kind of worried about him. I was like, dude, if you really want to, man, I've got a couch. If you need to or whatever, if you feel like more comfortable, you can crash out. You can just leave, stay right there in the yard where you're parked, and you can fucking crash out in your car or whatever. Because he had the dog, he had his dog with him, and his
Mhm.
dog was in the car with him. Because we couldn't let his dog out with mine. They just go nuts. But
Yeah.
so I was like, man, you can do that if you need to and all that stuff. He did that for a little while. And like, when he actually is like, all right, I'm gonna go home. And like I said, he doesn't live that far away, but still it's far enough where, you know, as drunk as he was, which is not smashed, but enough. And then
You
on
didn't
top
want
of
him
that,
driving. Yeah.
his emotional crap.
Right.
And then on top of that, if he was to get a text message, he would sit there and text
Yeah.
on that phone while he's driving 60 miles an hour
Yep.
with an emotional state, drunk.
Yeah, people have been talking about people being more aggressive lately when they're driving. I don't know if you've heard that, but I feel like I've heard that in several streams, like different people talking about that. And there's like kind of theories that it might be something connected with jabs, which I don't think that that's true, but who knows? But I think it's because so many people are so consumed with their phones. If you go down the road, like you can look down and see, I don't know. It seems like tons of like almost the majority of drivers are on their phones while driving. But I'm in the Seattle area, and traffic here is horrible. So you get caught up in a lot of traffic, and it's slow going. So I think that
Yeah,
probably kind of contributes to it.
yeah, yeah. I
But
know, I know. Yeah, it's pretty big town over there. Anyway, I was born right out there in was it Bellevue, right outside of
oh yeah,
Olympia, yeah, right out Bellevue and around that area. But I
uh-huh,
mean, I know the area somewhat. But
yeah,
you know, um, Yeah, but it's like that. Like, I mean, shoot, you go down the interstate. Like I was going down the interstate one day. I'm in the right lane, so basically the slow lane or whatever. There's a guy
Hmm.
in the passing lane or in the right lane or whatever. I mean the left lane, sitting there passing me up. Wasn't even looking at the road. Didn't even have his hands on the road. He was sitting there on his cell phone texting. I'm
Yep.
sitting there for like, I mean, what seems like minutes. I'm sitting there just staring at him. He finally looks up and sees me, and I'm like looking at him like, what the fuck? With that type of look on my face. He
Right.
he almost looked like he was getting mad. I was like, dude, you
Hmm.
haven't seen the past 5 miles. You've been looking at your phone for the past 5 miles, and it's like you haven't even touched your steering wheel. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's
That shit
true, and people do.
is
They'll get
crazy.
mad at you. Yeah. I
Right.
mean, like, yeah. If I'll yell at drivers when I'm driving, but I won't. I won't like let them know I'm yelling at them. You know what I mean? Because
Dude,
I'm
I
worried. Like, there's
used
so much
I used
road
to
rage
have
now.
I had a CB radio hooked in this one truck that I had, and I had on the it's got a PA system, so you can hook up like a loudspeaker to this thing and talk through the system. And I had a loudspeaker hooked up right in the grill in front of my truck. All right. So if I saw that, I would get on there and I'm like, get off the freaking phone and drive, real loud. And it's like, oh my gosh, that scare the crap out of them. You catch them
That's
at a
awesome.
stoplight, it's even better.
That's awesome. But
I,
I hope you don't do that still, or that your area is different than mine. Because if you did that here, I mean, it wouldn't take long. Somebody would pull a gun on you, like it would, or
oh,
they'd like follow you home and
oh,
dox you
dude,
or
I,
something. I
I,
mean,
I'll tell you this right now. If I had my radio hooked up in the truck, I'd hook up that speaker again because I'm down to the point where I want to do it again. But yeah, because I mean, I see it all the time. And to
mhm.
me it's fun. And honestly, it's just like it wakes them up a little bit to a point where like get the fuck, like or like I see some of these guys that got these horn systems like the air horns
Mhm.
that sound like almost like a train. It's like a train horn, and they put them on these big ass trucks around here. I mean, I'm telling you, man, when that thing goes off, it's like it'll wake you up especially if you're anywhere close to this truck.
So it's kind of off topic, but it just reminded me of it. Have you ever seen the horns that make different sounds where you can like get a horn that makes like 10 different sounds depending on what you set it to? There's like a dial you turn.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're
So
talking about.
okay, so I had never seen those before, but when I was in school, I was able to do a study program in Central America, and so which was amazing. It was a really cool thing. It wasn't like a bougie college trip. We went and like really like lived with the people, and we it was really amazing. But anyway, for part of that time when we were in homestay, so there were like 28 of us that traveled together, but we were split up for that month. Hey, Cool Tools. We were split up for that month on our own, and we lived with host families. And it's a really cool story actually, but it's a long story, so I'll skip it. But basically, during that time, I ended up working at a homeless shelter, and I lived in like a suburb, if you will. They didn't really have suburbs there, but outside of the city of Tegucigalpa. And I had to take a taxi to get to the city. Well, the taxis there are like their bus system. Like instead of buses, they use taxis, but you line up like you're getting on a bus, and they just like cram as many people as possible into the taxi. So like a 5-seater car will have like 10 people in it. Like for real. You're just like sitting on somebody's lap you don't know. Like like crammed in these cars. And anyway, they drive insanely. It's just crazy. But the taxis all have these crazy horns that change sounds, and they'll use them as signals. So like if they're flying around a blind corner, they would put on a different signal to let people know they're coming and making that like right turn or whatever. Then if they have like another thing they need to communicate to other drivers, they'll switch to a different tone. It's really funny. It was really amazing.
Oh, right on. No, that's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it was
I
pretty
didn't know
cool.
that actually.
Mhm. Anyway, just reminded me of it with the the loudspeaker horn
Right, right.
or the
I
train
mean,
horn. Mhm.
yeah. Because I'm gonna tell you something, man. It's so funny too. I catch these people at stoplights, and I'll be at this damn stoplight. thing's turning green, and we sit there like about a minute or two after it's turned green. You know, instead of honking my horn, I get on the damn loudspeaker. I'm like, get the fuck off your phone and drive. You know, it's one of them things. I love watching them jump. They're like, oh crap, you know.
Well, they're probably like pissed later, but it takes them a second to like even let it sink in, you know?
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. They can get pissed all they want.
I don't care about pissing people off, but I care about like, you know, being attacked by lunatics.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you just have to be a bigger lunatic. You know?
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, that's fair.
Trying to match their crazy, just a little bit more crazy. Oh, really? You're crazy? You haven't seen crazy yet. You know what I mean? You think you're crazy? Shit. Don't get me started.
I like that. I need to embrace that more around here. People are nuts.
You know? Well, I mean, that's the way I kind of see it in a way. I mean, I don't claim to be all that, you know, I'm not that really or whatever, all that stuff, man. But if somebody wants to get all crazy with me, man, there is that part of me that's locked away. And I keep them under lock and key. I can let it out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But
yeah,
there's a part of me, that part of me, I keep it under lock and key because I mean, I was like, I don't even like being around that part of me. You know?
Right. Yeah.
So that's the thing.
I've got that part of me too. I think most people do, but I don't know. Maybe that's just because I know that, and you know, the family I grew up in, we all have that. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I just like I said, like some people, they might have that piece. They don't lock them away. They keep them out all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some people don't care one way or the other, whatever. You know, I know there's that part of me, and I know how to keep them. You know, pretty much where I want to keep them, and he's there for emergencies.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
If an emergency happens, break glass type of thing. You know.
Yeah, I gotcha. So what else is going on with you? How have you been?
I'm just trying to survive it, man. I was down at the store today trying to sell some more stuff. Didn't sell a thing today, which kind of sucks.
Is it still raining in that area?
It wasn't raining today, so it was actually pretty nice today when it comes down to the weather part.
That's good.
So I wasn't worried about that. But you know, being a Saturday and not a whole lot of people coming into the gas station today for some reason, I just didn't really get a lot of people looking at my stuff, and I didn't really sell anything. So on that end of it, kind of sucks because I need the money.
You're right.
Both the guys, it's a father and son company that I was doing welding stuff for. Both of them came to the store today. Only the son talked to me. And because I'm actually kind of mad at his dad, you know, for like.
Were you laid off from working with
them?
Well,
they okay. This is how it happened. It's like it wasn't really laid off. It's just like the holidays came up, Thanksgiving came around, and then Christmas. All right. Well, they were like, oh well, you know, probably not going to be doing anything for Thanksgiving for a couple of weeks, whatever. Da da da. Okay, that came and gone. Well, we're not probably going to do anything for a couple of weeks because of Christmas and blah blah blah. That came and gone. Probably won't be able to do anything until after their first year. I was like, all right, well, that came and gone. And then I got a damn phone call from him because I was like, dude, when are we going back to work? You know what I mean? When are we going to do this? Because I actually got to a point where I was actually kind of depending on this freaking check that I was getting, you know?
Right.
And all the money I did have saved up, I kind of spent, you know, because I was sitting there thinking that maybe, I mean, you know, after these, you know, couple of weeks or whatever, everything's going to go back, you know, get back to work. I didn't think about like actually trying to be a little bit more frugal, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, well, I get that phone call and he's like, well, it looks like it's going to be another 2 or 3 weeks. You know, I'm sitting there, I'm like, God damn, it's already been over a month now. Now you expect me to sit around for another 3 or 3 hours. I was pissed. And I didn't really say anything at the time when I was talking to him on the phone, because I didn't really want to burn bridges and all that stuff. And then he comes out and he's also like, well, hey man, why don't you put a little note out and trying to hustle us some business? And I'm sitting there, I didn't say this to him at the time, but I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, it's not my fucking business. It's your company. It's your business. You hustle up the work. I'm just a fucking employee. I don't need to do that shit. I'm not going to hustle up a goddamn business to make you money. Goddamn. I mean, shit. I mean, you hustle up the fucking money. I mean, the business. All right. I got no problem. If you want me as to continue to be your employee and working for you and doing the job, hustle up the damn business so I can fucking work. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And I'm just
Yeah.
like, it actually kind of pissed me off. And I saw both him and his daddy. I mean, he came, Dino, the son, he came by today. I told him, I was like, man, I'm kind of pissed at your dad. And he's like, what for? And I was like, for what he was saying, and all that stuff. And he's like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, it's not my company, y'all. It's y'all's company. It's not mine. Y'all hunt up the damn business. You know what I mean? Because I mean, I've
Mhm.
actually been screwed in the past by companies that wanted to, it's like, hey man, we can do this, we can help you out, blah blah blah. And, just go out there and hunt
Or
some
they
business up on you. And I scared some business up for these people. This is in the
right,
past,
exactly.
and I got screwed in the process. All right,
Yeah.
well, I was like, from my past experience, and this is pissing me off. And they just like they do. Actually, I mean, he actually got mad that I got mad. I was like, yeah, dude, whatever. I don't know if I burnt that
Yeah.
bridge today or not, but still.
Yeah, I have a friend who's going through the same thing. He's working for a company that was a startup, and he was treated like he was going to be a partner and get a certain percentage of the company. And then now he invested a ton of time and really helped build the business, and used a lot of his like networking and connections and stuff. And then now the company's thriving. They just got a huge contract. Like things are going well, and you know, it, he addressed it to this owner, and the guy backed out of it. So now he's kind of, he's still working for him. He still has a job there, but it's like he got shafted at the same time.
That's exactly, you know, and him getting pissed off is him thinking like, oh well, you just think that we're like everybody else. And I was like, I don't know, man. I mean, hell, I don't know if you're like everybody else. I don't know. You might
Mhm.
say that you're not. I don't know, but shit, I'm just looking out for me, man. It's
Yeah.
like I can't live off of nothing right now. My bills if fucking need to be paid. I got dogs that need to be fed. I got to feed myself. My car needs feeding. There's a lot of mouths to be feed right now, and I ain't got
Yep.
no money to come in and do it. So you just sitting there saying, well, I think we're going to get a damn contract or whatever in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Well, it doesn't do me any good right now. It doesn't do
Mhm.
me any good whatsoever. So I'm just going back to doing what I was doing before for 2 years when I got laid off, when all this crap started with the, 2 weeks to flatten the curve shit.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
When all this stuff started, I just said, well, screw it. It kind of basically forced me to turn my hobbies into a small or micro business. All right.
That's
That's
kind
what's
of
been,
where I'm at right now.
well,
So
that's what's been paying my bills for the past 2 years. I've
I
been
mean,
scratching
that's
my butt, because I don't have any
yeah.
money on saved up, but
Yeah.
that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, well, that's really like the point I feel like I'm at now. Like I was teaching. I'd been teaching, and um we were essential employees. My husband works for the state, and we had both been working throughout all of it. I was teaching remotely, which I actually really enjoyed. I know a lot of people didn't have good experiences with that, but I love teaching remotely. And, I'm pretty tech savvy, and had a pretty kick ass online classroom that I made. So I really liked it. But anyway, so then when the mandates went into effect in Washington state, um, a lot of people don't know this. Like we really fly under the radar. It's bizarre to me. It's weird, but we actually have stricter guidelines still than anyone other than New York. We have I mean, a lot of the things happening here are just insane. But we have mask mandates. We've had them the entire time. We had 3 weeks, the entire like 2 years. We have had 3 weeks that we didn't have mask mandates in place. And we have jab mandates for all state employees still. So when that went into effect, had an announcement, and we had like, I think it was like 2 or 3. No, it wasn't even. It was like, I want to say it was only a week before our schools started back up again that we found out that they were going to require the jabs. And that's when I resigned. And I knew that there were, I kind of should have waited, because they said, wait till they make them fire you. But it was just the way that things would have worked. I would have had to put in so much work because there is so much work that goes into the beginning of the year, and I was switching to teach a different grade this year, so it was like I had to have learned all this new curriculum and get, teachers pay a lot out of pocket for materials and stuff, so I would have had to switch up a lot of and pay a lot to get a new classroom set up and everything else, and I'd only have been there a few weeks before the mandates went into effect, so I just decided to quit. But um since then we've like depleted basically our savings, and we're, because we're at I was half our income. So I'm just trying to kind of pick my brain now and sort of figure out which direction I'm going to go, to make some income in like a different way. But I can't teach here. There's nowhere that I can go here to teach. um I can teach, I've thought of teaching online, like offering tutoring or doing something to help students that are being homeschooled for the first time, since so many people are pulling their
Why
kids.
is it that you can't teach? What's stopping you from doing that? Certain
Well, in schools here
restrictions.
because of mandate. Yeah, you have.
Okay.
I'm not getting the jab,
Okay.
and
So this
that.
is what I'm asking. This is another thing too. I've actually tried to make
Yeah.
this point too. You got a lot of these teachers, a lot of these medical staff, and all that stuff that do not want to get this thing. All right.
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, there's a whole bunch of these people that are probably, got very good moral standing and all that stuff. Maybe we need to start our own systems, our own school system, and our own
Yeah.
goddamn medical system off of their system altogether. We'd probably
Hmm.
get better health care and better schooling for our kids because these people
Yeah.
actually
There's
really
actually.
are on better moral standing than the rest of them, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I haven't seen anything like that in education yet, and I mean, I've kind of want to start something like that up. I thought, I've thought about starting at my own like kind of virtual class because I did really like doing remote teaching.
That
And
may be
honestly,
something that you can do. I mean, seriously. I mean, you might be the beginning of it. Who knows? You know?
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm still working. I'm still thinking about that. I've got some real research to do to kind of figure out how to make that work in the best way. But yeah, I'm still considering it. And hey, Deb, I see you're back in here. And yeah, I don't know, but I do digital art too. So you're talking about hobbies, turning hobbies into income. I do some digital art and some painting and things like that. So I've thought of trying to spend more time on that also. And I don't know. I feel like maybe it'll be good that I get to shift gears a little.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing too, man. It's like trying to figure out. That's me. It's like even the stuff I make. It's not for everybody. And then on top of that, I'm only getting really the exposure I'm getting to it. It's just like we're around here,
Hmm.
and I need to actually get bigger. I mean, honestly, if I can figure out a way to, if I can figure out how I can actually do like stuff online type of scenario where I can sell it through using online way. Like for instance, if I was just like showcase my stuff that I make on my YouTube channel, just showcase it, not trying to
Hmm.
sell it, but showcase it. And if people want to buy it from me, have an opportunity where or a way they can if they want to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
Did you say
like
you do I saw some of your art, was it yesterday, I think, or whenever you streamed? But,
mhm.
do you do, like you do welding? Is that your
Well,
main?
yeah, I mean, I've been doing like metal sculptures and I make
Mhm.
knives, stuff like that. Yeah. That's what
That's
I've been
cool.
doing. And then like, I get into jewelry. I mean, I've been making rings out of like spoon handles and stuff.
Cool.
Um, I used to do other types of jewelry and stuff like that, just like, small, small metal sculpture, bigger, medium size type sculpture. But all like mostly metal stuff is what I'm working with. Um, and then, like I said, the knives and stuff like that. But like even that right now, um, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to build me a propane forge if I want to continue doing it because the forge that I've got right now runs on coal, and coal is getting really freaking hard to get
Mhm.
down here, and so I'm gonna have to switch to propane. So I have to build a whole new forge for that, or come up with the money to buy one, which I'll probably be easier and cheaper or whatever to just build it. But
It's really
I have
cool
to
that
do
you
that.
have that set of skills, you know?
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, it's my way of keeping it alive. Honestly, is
Hmm.
the way I mean, honestly, blacksmithing and stuff like that was like it's what built this country. When it comes down to the tradesmen,
Right.
everybody needed a blacksmith. Every town, everywhere needed a blacksmith. All right. I mean, I've actually had a lot of people, well, not a lot, but I've had a few people say they try to argue that like the timber company or the railroad company is what built this country. And I'm like, well, who do you think built the railroad tracks and the whole damn railroad
Right.
engine? I mean, who do you think built this damn saws for them to cut
Hmm.
down trees? I mean, it was all blacksmith and bladesmiths. All right. So, you know, I think it's a very important skill and it might be the if everything was to go down, the electricity grid and all that stuff, this is worst case scenario. If all that stuff was to go down, no end in sight, never come back, whatever, until we can figure out on our own, to make stuff. I mean, shoot, you're going to need these skills in a sense.
Hmm.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
definitely, definitely. Yeah, I thought
I
about
mean,
going into a trade and trying to learn, do an apprenticeship or something, but and I don't know, maybe I don't know.
there's
I'm
all kinds of stuff out there when it comes down to it. I mean, I had an ex girlfriend of mine. She took there's a place up in North Carolina that's like an art school. I mean, kind of pretty expensive, but it's an art school where you can do everything from I don't know, glass blowing, metal sculpture, wood sculpture, bookmaking, all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? That's one of the things that she did was small metal sculpture and jewelry making and bookmaking. Those are the ones that she learned how to do. And just to be able to like to make a book, do the binding and all that
mhm.
stuff and all that stuff. It's actually something else that skill is dying away. Except for the people that are just doing it as a hobby or whatever and all that stuff. But
Yeah.
even that is a trade. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah. That's true. That's true. That's a
but even on the the
I love
small metal
art.
sculpture and jewelry and stuff like that, that's not necessarily like it could be a trade because there is some skills involved to do that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Hold on, let me say hello to everybody in the chat. I know some people in there. It's like I saw Brian Liar, I guess.
Oh, Bran. I
Mark
know Bran.
Taylor popped in. Right on.
Hey, Bran. Glad you're here.
NC Girl keeping on top of things too. Cool Tools. I've been watching Cool Tools ever since I've been watching everything.
Mhm.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of them things, man. It's like even like, basic skills, when it comes down to it, even in like the school system or even what like a lot of parents don't even know it because if they don't know it, how are they going to teach their kids? You know what I mean? Like simple things
Mhm.
like, I mean, I learned a lot of the simple stuff is like because my dad, took us camping and stuff when we were kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I learned how to make a fire. I learned what fire is and how dangerous it can be and all this other stuff. At one time in my childhood, I was actually probably a pyromaniac at one time. It's like I was always setting everything on fire. I mean, I wanted to watch it burn down. Whatever. I mean, hell,
Yeah.
my brother about set a whole damn. There was this one section of woods in the neighborhood we were at that had never been developed. He about set that whole damn thing on fire one night just playing with stuff out there. You know,
I
so
have
it's
3 older brothers, so I feel like I feel like I understand.
yeah. I mean, I guess it's almost like a rite of passage. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and you said you're 47 and I'm
Yeah.
41 in 2 days.
Oh, right on.
But,
Well, happy birthday.
yeah, thanks. Um, so, it's around the same, uh, time frame that we grew up.
Yeah.
And having older brothers, I kinda got pulled into that, kinda what they were all into and but,
Well, yeah.
yeah, we had undeveloped woods down the street from our house, and they used to take their BB guns and walk down the road,
That's
what, like, probably,
we.
3/4 a mile maybe.
Yeah.
And can you imagine, like, today if they did that?
Oh man, I
They'd
don't know. I don't know. I
they'd
mean,
probably have, like, the cops called and CPS involved or some
yeah, I don't know.
BS.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, back when I was going through high school, it's like, it wouldn't be nothing to see like half of the damn big ass fucking trucks out there in the parking lot that are, from the high school kids had like a damn hunting rifle in their back window. It's like it wasn't. It was like it was normal. You know what I mean? Which
Mhm.
it was normal. And it's like, it's like I don't see anything that changed. It was just still the same thing. It's those damn guns never came out of the back of that truck and started killing people. They stayed right there
Right.
in the back of the truck where they were supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
They were only, the only time they ever come off that back of that rack is probably after they get off school at the end of the day. If they happen to see a deer on the side of the road or whatever, they get that thing before they go home. You
Well,
know?
here's something I was just thinking about this. Did you know that it's now illegal to leave your kids in the car, um, like, even if it's, not running? Like, it used to be you couldn't leave them in if it's running. Now you can't leave your kids, I think it's up to, like, age 14 or something. You can't leave your kid in the car, which I don't know, maybe that sounds normal to people, but, like, growing up, we were left in the car all the time. My mom didn't wanna drag us all into the store with her, or if, like, she had to run in somewhere real fast, she didn't wanna take all 4 of us and whatever friends were with us, you
Yeah,
know?
exactly. Yeah.
And, and we didn't have to, I guess we didn't, like, worry so much about your car getting stolen while your family was inside, or people, I don't know, people thinking that it was unsafe, or I don't know. And now, like, I wouldn't necessarily leave my kids in the car. I have young kids. Like, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving them in the car, but if I'm going to, like, an ATM and I'm right there and they're 5 feet from the door, like, it shouldn't be illegal to have them sitting right there, you know? I don't know. It's a crazy, crazy times we live in.
Yep. Hey, Black Spring, how you doing? How you nice to see you out there, girl. That's
Oh,
another
that's good.
good. That's a really another really good content creator right there. Black Spring with Autumn. She's another good
Okay.
girl. She does some good stuff.
I'll go sub her channel and share her link.
Yeah, she does really good stuff. Yeah, she deserves some attention too. So you know,
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I like to drop links and share channels and get people connected, you know?
oh yeah. I mean, it's I appreciate everything you do, man. Seriously, I mean, everything you've done for mine, and I see
Mhm.
you do it to so many other channels too. I appreciate you for doing that. That's really, I
Oh,
mean,
thanks.
awesome. You know,
Well, like, way back at the beginning, kind of the beginning of all of this for me, I was getting really frustrated. Like, I was teaching at home and have 2 young kids, and I'd actually taken the year off before all of this, so I had been out of work or home from work for a year, because I have 2 young kids. And, anyway, and so I was just getting really frustrated for, like, what can I do? What can I do? And then I started following a couple channels that were pretty small are really amazing. And I was like, that's something, it was almost like a calling. I was like, this is something I can do. I can, like, help build up these channels and, like, support them and connect people. And then when it got to the point where, like, people were being deplatformed, and a lot of those channels aren't even on YouTube anymore. They've gone to different platforms, but it was like, how can we stay connected? And so I started trying to connect people through my Discord and kind of keep the community connected that had been built up, keep them connected there.
well, see, that's another thing that bugs me. Is like a lot of these channels they feel like they're getting forced off of YouTube, for instance, to like go on all these other channels and stuff. I'm gonna ride this sucker until the wheels fall off, personally.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Because I really don't really feel like going out and having like about 6 or 7 different platforms I'm on. I don't know. Somebody was telling me I should get on Twitter or something like that. Man, I could probably get monetized or whatever, get money off that. I don't know. I don't know. I just gonna try and keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard
Um
enough. You know. Go ahead.
oh, I was going to say, a lot of creators that I know who have either abandoned YouTube or have been booted from it have gone to locals. Um I've heard a few of them had tried Odyssey and didn't like it as much as Locals, but Locals you can monetize right away. The only thing I've heard that Locals doesn't have yet is that you can't do, like, panels. You can't have other creators on with you. So they're working on it, I guess, but it's not there yet.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, a lot
Yeah.
of family ended up going to like, was it library or something like that, man, to try and keep in contact with everybody. I don't know,
Uh,
man. I don't know anything about it either. But they were like, "Oh yeah, man, it's kind of like what they said about all this other stuff at the beginning when it first started. Oh yeah, man, this and that, this and that, this and that." I hear the same exact story with some of these new platforms that are popping up.
mhm.
I can see this as being another. bait and switch. You know what I mean? Like they did with some of these, like with Facebook from the beginning, and how they marketed it at the beginning when it first came on, and how they baited everybody in and then switched it up. Same thing with YouTube.
Yeah.
They baited us in with certain aspects and then switch it up.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be honest, I wasn't really involved in any of that until right before all of this. Or I guess during all of this. I hadn't really been on any platforms that much except for Facebook, which, was mostly like it was just I mean, it was only friends and family, So, it was kind of like I joined Twitter to start getting more information right before everybody got booted from Twitter, and I actually got permanently banned. Like I don't even know what I mean, I kind of know maybe what it was for, why, but I'm like permanently banned. Like I don't even know how they do it, but I can't start another Twitter or anything, even with a
You-
VPN. Like I
You've been,
can't.
been a bad girl.
Yeah, well, I don't mind it too much. But anyway, but yeah, I mean, I think, they did. They started all these platforms as a way to promote free speech and community. And now here we are in this dystopia where we have to talk in like ridiculous code.
Yep.
And, they're trying to divide us as much as possible.
It's like what NC Girl was asking me earlier. This so-called red pill community. There's some people out there trying to say that this is just a man's community. The red pill community is nothing but men, no women allowed type of thing. I see that, man, right off the bat. That story right off the bat tells me that that's just a psyop. That's the way of dividing us. It's another division, trying to
Yeah.
keep us divided somehow. That's
Yeah, I
that's all
can
that
see that
is.
too. I was here when she said that and I agree. I kind of want to see, yeah, and Deb, if you can post the link, that'd be cool. But I'd like to see what you were, watching that came up. But yeah, I agree. I feel like there's some truth I can see in like the conservative mindset, or maybe even just in a Christian mindset of like men taking the lead, and so I can see there being that aspect that might come forward or be portrayed as like a men's movement, but I don't think that's really how it is. I don't, there are plenty of women creators and there are plenty of strong women voices out there,
Right.
and supporting men doesn't mean that you're weaker or less than either. So,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Yep, I agree. I mean, I have my, I think there's things when it comes to certain jobs and stuff. I think there's just some men are better than women at doing it. Some things that women are better than men at doing. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
It's just that we're built different, and there's different things that we're more apt to do. Or more we're built for. You know.
Yeah. I mean, I agree, but I also think a lot of that has to do with your individual like personality and how you were raised, what skill sets you have,
Right. Yeah.
Like
No, but
my
yeah,
husband.
it's all about your
You'll be
environment.
disappointed to hear that my husband is a much better cook than I am. I'm one of those women that's like not a great cook at all. Like I
Well,
can
yeah.
follow I can follow a recipe and I can cook, but it's just never something that I really enjoyed doing. And I have three older brothers and my mom was an amazing cook. And so all three of my brothers, especially two of them, love to cook. And so growing up, it was like they were always the ones that wanted to cook. And so
Right.
I just didn't cook that much. So, yeah. Or if I did cook, I'd always hear crap from my brothers about how it wasn't as good as what they would make, So, yeah.
Yeah.
But I make amazing omelets.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh man, I make awesome cheeseburgers. Oh man, I can make a mean cheeseburger.
nice. Yeah, my husband's specialty is steak, and my dad was not a great cook, but I think like to give my mom a break, he was in charge of the grill. But I just always thought that like all meat was supposed to be kind of blackened and cooked all the way through. So like
Right.
so I
Right.
never really liked barbecued chicken or steak or ribs or anything. Like I didn't really like it growing up, but my husband cooks meat really well. His specialty is steak, and it's incredible. So like now, now I know what it's supposed to supposed to taste like. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, and it's, even that, like, I don't know what your household was like growing up, but like in my family growing up, we would have like a, you know, not necessarily like a formal dinner, but like a sit down, if nothing else, at least the kids would sit at the table and eat together. But oftentimes the whole family would sit down to dinner together, and I feel like that's something that's, very uncommon these days.
Well, I'll tell you this: when we were kids, yeah, but
Hmm.
yeah, it the old when we get into teenage years and stuff like that, that kind of stopped. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Um, but yeah, we used to do that when we were kids. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I kind of agree on a lot of levels on that end of it. It's just like dude, it's so hard for parents nowadays, man. They're put in this position where, everything. You're making crap wages because the cost of living is so damn high. All right, it doesn't matter. And like that's another thing too. I was trying to tell this guy the other. This was a couple years ago. I was sitting there
Mhm.
trying to tell him about oh yeah, they're trying to talk about this damn new $15 an hour minimum wage and all this other stuff. And this guy was like, yeah, man, I'm all for that. I need the money. I'm like, dude, it ain't gonna freaking matter because as soon as they put the $15 an hour minimum wage, all right, all the business owners are gonna be struggling to try and pay every employee $15 an hour. How long do you think you're going to keep your job? Not only that, when everybody starts realizing that there's $15 an hour minimum wage, everybody's going to start charging more because they're thinking, well, shit, these
Yeah.
guys got more money to spend. So now the cost of living goes up. So it really doesn't fucking matter when it comes down to this damn $15 an hour wage because
Hmm.
everything else has gone up. It's still the same crap as we're in right now, no matter what.
Yeah.
And
I
he's
mean,
just now
we've
figuring that shit out. He's just now figuring that out.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that here in the Seattle area, because we've had the $15 minimum
Dude,
wage for
it
a
was
little
pissing
while.
me off just recently. The store that I was at, I sit there and I was selling my stuff at. All right, it's a gas station. It's got like a little like breakfast type thing where you can go in there and get ham and eggs and a biscuit and all that stuff in the morning and all that kind of stuff. It does
Mhm.
lunch thing too. All right, it's good. It's also, man, because he's kind of cornering the market with his gas station over here, so he's got a little bit of everything. He's got a little bit of groceries. He's got a little bit of hardware. Got a little auto stuff in there. It's all in one type of thing. All right.
Nice. Mhm.
The only thing is like everything's starting to go up in price. All right, like I'll give you an example. This happened just the other day. Um, they got in the place where you can get your breakfast or your lunch or whatever, you can get like a lunch plate. Like for instance, you want to get a couple legs or chicken and some mashed potatoes or whatever and all that stuff. You get a plate, all right. And with that plate used to come a drink, a little fountain drink or whatever, all right. That came with the meal, all right.
Yeah.
That no longer happens anymore because the prices went up to the point where they had to pay more money for the syrup for the soda. So now they've
Yeah.
cut that out. Now, if you get a plate, you don't get that free drink anymore. You have to pay, was it $2 and something thing for a damn drink now? All right. That's just one freaking example. And the most recently that just happened in my local store. All
Well,
right.
I think that's part of what some people talk about in the prepping community as shrinkflation,
Yeah.
where it's like the product, they're talking about the products in the packaging, you get less in a package for the same price, but also that you're offered less, in whatever way, shape, or form. But yeah, I've noticed that here. This is a silly example, but with kids meals at a lot of places around here used to include a drink and a dessert and a toy. You know what I mean? Like all these
Right.
things. And now most of them I've noticed have cut out either a side or a drink or both.
Right. Yeah.
for the same
But
price,
you're
if not
paying
more.
about the same amount of money or not
Yeah,
more?
or more
Yeah.
even. Yeah, it's
For
still going up
less.
in price, but you're getting
Yeah.
less. Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
Bran.
Howdy.
How are you?
Doing well.
So yeah, it's it's just wild, and it's been I just started prepping. I don't know um if you prep Wingnut. Do you like to be called Wingnut or Anarchy or both?
Anarchy is my YouTube channel. Wingnut is my nickname. It's also
Okay,
my CB handle, so Wingnut's more appropriate, I
like your
guess.
name. Yeah. Okay, I wondered.
Yeah, it's kind of like my name, but it's like my nickname.
Yeah.
Hell, I've had that for over 20 years, so it's like, it's either that or when I was younger, kids used to call me like Roach, like a cockroach, because I'm hard to kill. Anyway,
Well,
it's like
I
it was
bet there's
back when,
stories behind that one.
yeah, that was back when I was a kid.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, yeah, um, wait a minute, what was the question you just asked me? I forgot now.
I got sidetracked myself. I don't even
Oh
know.
crap.
Brand, do you know what I asked?
Nope.
I don't remember. My
Um,
mind went down.
Collective brain fart.
Yeah, for real.
yeah. Oh shit! I forgot what the hell I was going to talk about
It'll
now.
come back to us in like 10 minutes. We'll be like,
Yeah.
oh,
Oh yeah, that's what that thingy. Yeah, we were talking about that thingy.
I don't know. I got a sidetracked. Sorry.
Chat helps us out. Go back in time.
Yeah,
Right?
go back.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So how you
We were
doing,
talking
Bram?
about we've been talking about shrinkflation and
Right.
prepping. I was
Mm.
asking if you were.
Back in my day, we didn't call it prepping. I just called it survivalist. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? Back when I was a kid, that's what we called it. We didn't call it this prepping thing. We were just survivalists. All right, and yeah, I've been doing it all my life. You know what I mean? Because I'm more apt to that framework in my head anyway. Um, but I don't really prep stuff. You know what I mean? I prep skills. I
Yeah.
prep a lot of other stuff like that on that level. So I don't get me wrong, I do have stuff, and
Right.
actually more than I can carry if I needed to carry it. Like if I was walking, I got way more than I can carry. You know what I mean when it comes down
Mhm.
to it. But I do have stuff. But I've
But
been
it's
like,
not your focus as much as skills
no, it's
and
more like skills, more like a knowledge on certain aspects, like um, trade items. All right, like I mean, I've been through a lot of different things where like cash or anything like that was not what we used for a means of exchange. We were bartering and trading and stuff like that in some of the areas that I've used to live in. And so there are certain items that I know in a situation where, you know, uh, people don't have a lot and there's no money involved, and there's certain things that could be, considered like gold and silver. You know what I mean? Um,
mhm.
and it's like, I'll give you an example on the food stuff. Like in a situation where this, like, let's say, like, the grand shit hit the fan, and let's say we're about a month or two into it. All right, maybe even like whatever. I'm gonna tell you something, like stuff like sugar and coffee, hell, chocolate will be like gold and silver to people.
Right?
I mean,
Yeah.
that's just on the food aspect. You know what I mean? Because that's going to be hard to find. A lot of other stuff will probably be, still able to find. But I would think that stuff like coffee and sugar are going to be like scarce, and it will be valuable to a lot of people. And that's just on that.
Mhm.
And there's a bunch of other stuff on the same aspect. When it comes down to, if you ever get in a situation where you're like living it like out in the woods with a bunch of other people living out in the woods, and all you're doing is like living basically like, you know, I mean, you know, primitive, rustic type of lifestyle, and you do that for a while, um, your needs are different, your
Right.
wants are different. You know what I mean? And how you're going to actually, their means of exchange when it comes down to like working with people. See, that's the thing. It's like, if I don't have stuff to trade, I've got skills. I've got some little bit of know-how where I can, it's like, whatever, I can trade that as a, as a trade or barter item. And, and I can carry, I don't have to worry about that. It doesn't weigh anything. That's all up in my head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's great.
That's just one of the things. It's like, that was one of the things, man. I was trying to actually, I was talking to Dangerous one night about that shit. It's like, yeah, man. It's like you can have all those guns and stuff all you want and all that. What, you know what I mean? It's
Hmm.
like, it come down to the point where you have to walk away from that shit. How much are you going to carry with you? You know what I mean? On
Yeah.
reality, how much are you going to carry with you, hoofing it to wherever you're going? You don't have any vehicle. You're doing it on foot. How much of those gains, how much of that ammo are you going to carry? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
And
know. I know. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean because we're kind of on the other. I mean, in a way, I feel like I'm on the other end of it now. 2 years ago, I didn't have much of anything prepped, or I didn't even know really that term prepper, except for like doomsday prepper,
right,
but which is kind of ironic now. But
right.
anyway, but yeah, but we have stocked up quite a few supplies over the last year or so. And partially because we have two young kids, so it's like I feel like we've got to be able to kind of bug in, so to speak. Um, but anyway, yeah, I don't know. But I feel like we don't have necessarily the skills as much because, as a teacher, I'm great at working with kids. I'm great at teaching, but I don't know that I don't have survival skills to teach, other than really basic ones. So,
Yeah, I
but
mean, like for instance, okay, some of the basic things. For instance, like if you were going on a camp out, some of the basic things that you're going to need to know is how to build a fire,
right. Yep.
how to build get some kind of shelter, how to figure out some way of you getting water if you had to filter it or whatever.
Mhm.
So if you ain't got a filter, you ain't got nothing like that. How to use natural stuff that you can find all around you, and create like a filter to strain out or filter out your water, and then you can enough where you can boil it and drink it and blah blah blah. But you
Yeah.
got to learn. You got to know how to make a file to boil your water. You know what I mean? So just on
Yeah.
like those basic things right off the bat, just like for instance, if you were to be set out to go camping, you would need these things. Even if it's like, if you I mean, even if you're not out there like sitting there with a ferro rod, or to sit there and like scratching two pieces of wood together and make a fire. No, if you got a Bic lighter, are you still able to make a fire and keep it and
Right.
get it going, even though you got a Bic lighter? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've seen people struggle with that.
Yeah.
You
It's
know what I
it's
mean?
a sad state of
So,
affairs.
well, no, I mean it in a way it is. I mean, I for one, it's the like it just it's the city folk. You know what I mean? I grew up in Orlando, but it's like not like a packed down like city like New York. We got probably about, if not more people in Orlando and in Central Florida than we did in New York, but we're just spread
Mhm.
out. And there's still a lot of country and a lot of swamps and stuff like that or whatever. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's not completely built up yet, but there's still a city. It's like but but you get around these type of people that's always been in like the concrete jungle in a sense
Yeah.
all their lives. Well,
Yeah.
and they've never been out in the woods, deep in the woods, where you can't see any street lights, you can't hear any traffic. You're out in the woods, you're out there camping. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, hearing all the animals walking around you, making all kinds of crazy noises and stuff. I mean, come on, man. Some of these people, I know people that's never been out of the fucking county that they've lived in all their
Right.
lives.
Yeah, I grew up in a suburb, but we with a lot of farmland around at the time. A lot of it's been developed now, but mountains in the Pacific Northwest. So like, a lot of mountains and stuff nearby, and we'd go camping regularly. And then my family has a cabin in the mountains in Oregon, and so we would go every summer. We go and go camping there, and so a lot of those kinds of skills I have. We'd always go fishing and we'd go shooting, and we'd help build fires and all that stuff, cleaning fish and all of that. We know how to do. So some of those types of skills I have. Yeah. I mean, I'm thankful for that. But yeah, when I lived in New York for a year, I met several people who were literally afraid of going to the woods. Like they did not want to go out in nature. It's like they were literally afraid of it.
Well, yeah, got all these things walking around out there and making all this crazy noises and stuff. Yeah, man, it's scary, man. But
Mhm.
you know, but that's the thing. It's like if people, I mean, if people were, all right, now, people were forced into a situation. I think a lot of people right off the bat. I mean, if we were all forced into, if everything went to crap and everything went to shit, and we were all forced into that situation where we would have to figure out a way to keep things going, keep ourselves alive, and all that other stuff. A lot of these fat fuckers, a lot of these fat people out here are probably going to starve to death. And I'm not trying to say anything about the fat people, but because I mean, did it to yourself. But a lot of these people that are like 300-400 pounds, they're probably going to starve to death. They're not going to be able to do anything. They're not going to be able to sit there and try and, I don't know, unless they got the willpower to do it. If they were already 300-400-500 pounds already, they ain't got willpower to sit there and do anything else. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I mean, I think I see that as like an addiction like any other. Like it's
Yeah, I know.
something
But
to
if they're forced
overcome,
to stop, basically cold turkey, where do you think
Yeah.
these people are going to be? You know what I mean? Or like heroin addicts and drug addicts. If it was to go to
Mhm.
shithead the fan scenario, all right, they can't get their
Yeah.
fix.
Hey, real
Dude,
quick, my kiddos just came home, so it's gonna get loud over here real quick. So I'm gonna drop out, but I'll still be in chat.
oh, no worries.
Thanks.
Hey, I
Thanks for
appreciate you
letting me.
coming up. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
thanks
really
for letting me
appreciate
come up
it.
and hang out. Talk to you later.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, if you want to come up, you can. What's up, Brand?
So I guess I got to pick up the slack then.
Yeah, I guess so, man. You sitting here.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I'll go ahead and throw this up there just in case Mike want to come in. You got anything you want to get off your chest?
Well, I had a few thoughts. I do tend to blush a little bit when the subject of like survival skills comes up.
What do you
So
mean? What do you
I don't
what do
have
you
much. I don't have much.
Okay. Well, how
I'm
old
not
are
a
you? How old are you?
34.
Okay. And what? You really don't get out much? Is that what you're saying?
No, I never. Like a lot of people I know have an interest in hunting, and I never did. So I've limited experience with real camping. Like when I was a teenager, I spent a few weeks out in northern Canadian wilderness, like real camping,
All right.
canoes, setting up tents on islands.
So what are you living in a city right now?
No, it's a very small town,
Oh, okay.
and uh, like my brother has a farm. I think he has more interest in like prepping than I do, but I know that it's something that I'll regret probably sooner than later.
Well, I mean, hell, you're a big boy. You can get out there and actually go camping one of these days, and actually, get more familiar with it. Maybe even start enjoying it and doing more often. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, man, to me, it's like just getting out there away from all the hustle and bustle and all that other distractions out there and stuff like that. I mean, you're able to hear the voice of the creator much clearer out there. You know what I mean?
That's true.
I mean, I'm not sure exactly where you stand on your thought process on that level, but I'm just saying.
NC girl, your family is from Canada?
Yeah, I could tell you were from Canada right off the bat, just the way you say certain words. I make fun of these guys I know that are from Toronto. That you know, it's like they're always like about, you know, that's about. I'm no,
Yep,
it's
that's the one
pronounced
that
it's about,
that's the one
not
that we get
about.
caught on every
Yeah,
time.
it's it's no doubt, no, it's no doubt, no doubt. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Yeah.
my gosh, come on, man. I give them hell. I hear them on the radio quite often. You know, a lot of these guys up there in like, was it Toronto? And it's like, was it the where it meets up with like Michigan or whatever, all that area, or Ontario, whatever. I guess around that area, whatever. And then I got a buddy of mine that lives in Saskatoon, out there in Saskatchewan. We talk a lot, but it's like that about no doubt about it. I'm like, no, it's doubt, no doubt about it. About, not
It's
about,
just an
about.
accent, man.
I know.
I
I
can tell you straight, like we're not self-conscious about it, unless it's brought up, and then it's like, oh yeah, I guess that's right.
Yeah, I don't know. So it's like you know, I give the same kind of crap they give me too because I'm a Southern
Like,
boy. But
most
you know,
Canadians know how to laugh at themselves, though.
I guess. But yeah, like all them northern guys up there in northeast of the U.S. and all that. You know, all them Yankees up there. I give them so much hell about some of that stuff, how they talk. You know, it's like, what was it? You know, it's like I'm gonna go out into the yard and park the car. You know, so I come inside the house and boil some water. You know, and I'm like, what? That's not how you say that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I don't know. I give them crap about it too because they're freaking Yankees.
Mhm.
But I'm a Southern boy, so you know I get it all the time anyway, just because I'm a Southern boy.
I guess.
What's Mike? I don't know what's going on with you over there. You keep on freaking like buffering on me. I don't know why you haven't come in yet. Let me pull you back out for a second. You're still buffering. Come back in, Mike, when you can. Or I'm keeping you in basement for a second. Let's see if I can pull you back in. I don't know. No, still buffering.
Guess who? Saskatoon.
Huh?
NC girl in the chat. Guess who? I have to admit I don't know the Guess Who very, very well.
Oh, I don't know either. You okay, Mike? You there? I ain't got no audio from you if you're talking.
Yeah, we got nothing.
Yeah, ain't nothing over here coming in, Mike. I don't know if you hear me over there, man. I don't know. You might want to jump out and then jump back in and see if that's working. For some reason, yep, yeah. For some reason, I wasn't getting nothing, no audio coming from you. It was
right.
buffering.
They're from Winnipeg. From the late 60s into the 70s. Right?
I don't know, man. I only know limited stuff about Canada and Canadian stuff.
I think they played at the White House one time. Unless I'm getting them confused with someone else.
Hey, Mike, that's probably it, man. They're trying to keep you shut. They're trying to cut your tongue out. That's what it is. They're trying to cut your tongue out. Yeah,
I was
yeah.
just over at that Dylan Report vigil thing in the chat there. Starting to get a little choked up.
Oh yeah. You know.
No, I just watched more than a few of his streams.
Right on.
Like a really good man.
Well, nobody's guaranteed to wake up in the morning, y'all. I mean, seriously, nobody. And Yeah, Mike, it's still buffering. I don't know if you're hearing me or not. Excuse me. It's still buffering, Mike. I mean, well, no, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's that? Can you hear me? If you're talking, we still ain't getting no audio. I mean, it doesn't say you're muted, but it's like you ain't getting nothing like you're muted. Dude, they trying to cut your tongue out, Mike. I don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe it's something to do with on your end when it comes down to the cell signal or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Are you in a different spot tonight or what's going on? Yeah, I'm not too sure if I actually knew Villain. I'd have to double check, because I mean I'm subscribed to so many damn channels. Like for instance, like anybody that subscribes to me, I turn around and sub right back to them. It doesn't matter if they have content or not. I don't care. I'll sub right back. And so I'm subscribed to a lot of channels out there, and it's hard to remember like all of them. And then it's like, especially if nobody does any content for a while, it's like it's like they, it's like they get hidden from me, and I have to go out and search them out to find out if they've done anything or been doing anything or anything like that. Lately, anyway, for the past 2 months, I've not been getting any notifications from anybody's channel.
Really?
Nope. Well, no, I'll take that back. Some of the really high number, the big boy YouTube guys out there, I've got a notification for them. But on a general basis, dude, I should be getting notifications from like at least 150 different channels. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not.
Yeah.
My phone should be blowing up with notifications, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I have something close to 300 in my list. And
Yeah, I mean, seriously. I mean, if you start looking through my subscription list and you start scrolling down, it'll take you about an hour to scroll through it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I have stuff in my notifications, but I'm not sure what the reasoning is behind it. What ones they choose to put up there and don't.
Well, the ones that I've noticed so far are like the ones that really get pushed up in front are the ones that are got the high subscriber, the big channels.
Yeah.
Hey, you people, what is up, dude? What's going on, you people? But yeah, those are the ones that I have been getting notified for. But like I said, I've got, I don't know, it's probably close to 200 of them. I know damn well that they do put content out, and I know damn well that I've got the bell, notification thing on, and I should be getting my phone should be blowing up almost every day with a bunch of stuff, but it doesn't. I get like maybe five notifications a day. That's about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe five. It's crazy. But those big channels, they need help too, but still there's a bunch of them out there that don't have any. I mean, I'm less than 500 as far as I know. You know what I mean? When it comes down to it, I'm not one of them big, I'm not one of them big YouTubers. I'm just doing my own thing. And
it says here you're 502.
Oh, no kidding. Well, that's that's gone up in the. Let's see here. When was the last time I checked? It was probably. Hell, that was probably about a week ago. The last time I checked. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see. I'm gonna try it again, Mike. I'm gonna try it again. Let's see here. It's buffering. I do not know what's going on, Mike. I have no freaking clue what's going on with your end. Yeah, congrats. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Mike, are you there? You there? Come on, talk to me. Still no audio. The hell, man. Telling you, man, something don't want you to talk. I don't know what's going on with that shit, man. When they put you in jail, did they just shut everything down? What was that? Yeah, I'm getting nothing, Mike. I'm getting no audio over here. Me or Brian. Brian, he can't hear anything either.
Yep, nothing.
That's messed up, dude. I don't know what's going on there, Mike. I don't know. That sucks ass. Yeah, and I mean, hell, now I'm 500. Does that mean my channel's got now a community page or a community thing? Is that what that means when you get 500?
No idea.
I don't know. Hey, NC Independent or NC Girl, do you guys know? Like when you get up to 500, does that open up your
You people says it's 1K.
Oh, that's at 1,000?
It's a pretty high bar.
Oh,
to get a
wait a minute.
community
You
page.
get the community page like on you. Okay, that's cool. Like at 500, or is it no? It's 1,000 at. Which is it, you people? Is it 1,000 or is it 500 to get the community page? Which one is it? Yep. Oh,
100.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's supposed to be 1,000. Yeah. Hey, you people, if you got time, man, you can always feel free to jump up. Anyway, I don't think I have it. Now I think about it, let me put it in there. If you do want to, or you have the opportunity to, I don't know if you're able to or not, or in the moment where you can, but you're welcome to pop up. But yeah, no worries there, you people. Yeah, man, I'm gonna be here for a minute. I got nothing else to do at the moment. I'm kind of like given an opportunity for people to be up. I was sitting there listening. Let's see here. Let me throw some of this on here. What's going on right here?
That's what I always heard in the westerns was Dagman. In Chicago, we're waving.
Channel 19.
You know what that is. That's right. What? Joe Biden is a friend of mine. He will throw me anytime.
I wish I could have heard all of that. That was funny. He said, Joe Biden is a friend of mine because he blows me all the time. That was funny.
Yeah, I didn't know what Hectordyne is, but you look up heterodyne and it'll tell you exactly what it is. I-44 the skater controls I think it was someone there You know, Wood's Kentucky, the camel. Now, there's nothing wrong with Hooters. Yeah, I believe it. Crackhead Beach. Weekend, what's going to be left of us? In full swing, where off the Delaware Bay, and I'm gone. Got to get my mind off those Hooters. Check, 44 Magnum, and I'm gone also. Take care. God bless.
Hey, Brand, do you are you familiar, or do you have any have you had any exposure to like CB radios or ham radios or anything like that?
Outside of movies, no.
Oh, really? I mean, like for instance, okay, would you are you like I was Independent was talking about earlier? I was like on the prepping scenario. Would you like for instance, if you were to put a label to it, would you call yourself like a prepper, or do you even think about on that lines?
No.
Really? Okay. Well, why is that? Why is that anyway?
Bad habits.
What habits is that? Like,
I've been in the habit of riding coattails.
right? Okay. How's that been working for you?
Not great.
Okay.
But yeah, that's been my failing life philosophy.
Oh, right on.
As far as to just ride coattails and fly with the breeze and see what comes of it. Not up to too much in the way of planning.
Right.
But I mean, the last couple of years have been a wake-up call. It's just haven't got my acting gear.
All right. So, like, to get your acting gear, what would be like your first step if you were to start? What would you do to start?
Hit the books. Try to get some theory down.
Some theory.
Yeah.
Like
basic survival stuff.
Oh. Okay. That's a good start. That's a good start. All right. Like, for instance, if you got a book on how to show you how to start a fire, a couple of different ways, to start a fire, that would be a good start. And then the next step would be actually going out and actually trying out what you saw. It's in the book.
Yep.
And, that's you know what I mean? That's just one example on that one aspect. Because a lot of stuff, I mean, even stuff that I've learned, like even on survival skills, like when it comes down to making traps, snare traps and stuff like that to catch wild game, a lot of that I learned from, survival books or like military survival skill type books and stuff like that. Like for instance, if like their plane went down and like enemy lines and all that, they had to sit there survive until they can get out, and like what they could do, this and that and all that. There's different things like there's a few different books that are like that too, but there's other ones that are like even like knowing what's edible, what kind of plants are edible. Like, I mean, shit, it's like not every fish in the water is edible. Hell yeah. I mean, shit, that's another thing too. Like mushrooms, for instance, it's like, I mean, there's a lot. There's mushrooms that are safe, but there's ones that are out there that look almost exactly like it that are poisonous that'll kill you. You know what I mean? It's like simple things like that. You know what I mean? You just can't just pick something off the ground and like, oh yeah, I'm gonna eat that. You know what I mean? And survive. And you don't want, if you don't know what you're looking at or what you're eating, you could be killing yourself right then and there. But there's, and then I don't know, like like let me ask. Okay, so you're in a sort of rural area, not really in a like a city or a town or a
Yeah,
neighborhood.
it's pretty developed area, really flat. All farmlands pretty much.
Okay,
Little bits of bush.
right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you didn't go out in the woods and like play in the dirt and all that stuff when you were a kid?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
But
yeah?
it wasn't. It was the local conservation area. It was called. There was a provincial park too. Provincial park. Spent a bunch of time there.
Did you didn't like try and set the place on fire or anything like that, did you?
No, I was kind of a straight-laced kid.
Damn. Anyway. Yeah. Mike, if you're out there, I'm still not getting a damn thing. No, you just buffered on me again. Huh. I don't know what's going on with him.
Yeah, we all had bikes, me and my two siblings, and that's how we'd spend summers usually.
Okay, so you got two siblings. Where are you on that? Are you the oldest?
I'm the middle.
Are you the middle child? Okay. And then, it's like how many brothers you got?
Yeah, I'm sort of a tag along. I've been a tag along with my my older brother, and then I have a younger sister.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hey,
so my brother has a farm. Yeah, he's got a little bit of he just started a herd of cattle, really small. He's got some chickens and ducks and quail and stuff.
Yeah, Andy, dude, I'll tell you this, man. Even the property, I haven't done it yet, and I don't plan on it. But it seems like every male in at least all my brother, my dad, and all his brothers have all burnt this property at least once. I mean, completely set everything on fire, and it wasn't like most of the time it wasn't on purpose. It was because they're stupid. I mean, seriously, it's like and a lot of this is this is like at the moment is mostly grassland, and there's a few trees here and there, but when my granddad, before he died, he timbered all of it, and nothing ever got retimbered. I mean, replanted, so it's all grassland now. So, like, my uncle was down here on one of the ponds and stuff, and he was like clearing out brush and all that stuff. So he come up with a bright idea. It's like, well, shoot, he'd lick his finger and stick it up in the air, and he's like, well, it's not really blowing wind right now, man. We can set fire to this right here around the pond, and and we can just take care of that, and then we'll have to like get out here with a bush hog or anything like that. So he's like, all right, he started doing that. All that stuff around the pond all started catching on fire real good, and then it started spreading across that grass, and this is like 40 acres of this, man. All right, just kind of spreading across that grass, and it kept on growing and growing and stuff. And then like you had my dad out there, my uncle, and I was out there for a little while out there with rakes, trying to stay in front of it, and oh my God. And that's just one story, man. That's happened to me. My dad's done it a couple of times. I think I've had a couple other uncles do it. It's almost like a rite of passage to kind of like just set everything on fire. And I mean, it didn't really. Actually, everything grew back twice as good after that. Anyway, it wasn't that bad, but still, yeah, 40 acres. pretty damn close to that anyway.
Yeah, 40 acres. That sounds pretty close to what my brother has.
We used to have more, but it's like it's all shrank over the years, and even now it's getting even less and less because my uncles that like all the stuff that my granddad had, it was split up between the kids, and now they've got all their pieces, and hell, one of my uncles is trying to convince all the rest of them to sell their pieces when he wants to sell his, so it's all sold like one big chunk, and he's like trying to like basically sell the idea to my other uncles that if they do this, they'll make more money if they do it this way instead of selling it, later all by itself. And it's kind of sucking because that'll be like, out of the family right now, I have this chunks right here that's left. I mean, that's like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 uncles and my dad. And all our property is kind of like, it's not fenced off, separating each other. So I mean, it looks like one big piece of property, but it's owned by 5 or 6 people. And but if it all gets sold as one big chunk, and it's like all that's gone, it's like this land is like it's been in our family for like I don't know, I'd say about 3, maybe 4 generations, something like that.
Yeah.
And it's just gotten a lot smaller, and it's just a lot smaller, and then there'll be nothing left pretty soon, which kind of sucks because I've got all my memories and stuff like that coming here when I was a kid, and even like I like living here now, you know what I mean, and just I don't want it to go away. I don't have the money to really keep, like my dad's piece. I'm sitting there at the moment. I don't have really a lot of money right at the moment, but if my dad was to like let me buy it from him or just deed it over to me, I'd figure out a way to keep all the taxes paid and all that other stuff, man, or whatever. Or figure out a way where I don't even have to pay the freaking taxes. I mean, honestly, it's all fucking bullshit. Anyway. It's like I own the property and stuff, man. My parents fucking, they spent money and bought it. It's like, why do we have to pay fucking rent on it every freaking year? And then plus on top of that, I don't have any dog in the hunt. My taxes for the property, that goes straight to the schools and shit. I'm not in school. I don't have kids in school. I don't need that service. Why do I need to keep on paying for it? And in a sense, paying for it every fucking year. I got no dog in that hunt. I've got no need for that service or that product. So why should I pay for it? You know what I mean? For the ones that are using that and have a need for it, they're the ones that should pay for it if they're going to be paying for it. I mean, that's just me. And I don't know. Mike, we're going to try one more time. I don't see you, but I see it looks like you're buffering still. Look at that. It don't want you to talk, Mike. I don't know what's going on with your damn internet over there. I have no idea.
Something's wrong.
But if he comes in, I hope he's yelling. It's like just. I would love to hear what he's got to say because evidently whatever he's got to say, they don't want him to hear. They don't want him to look and say it. Let him say it. All right, Mike, you there? You there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Fuck, I can't hear shit. They really don't want you to say shit, do they? They don't want you to say anything. Damn it, man. Damn it, that sucks. I think they put him in YouTube jail. They ended up putting him in YouTube jail, so he's like, he can't do anything with his channel right now. It kind of sucks.
Yeah. Schools, right? There's a lot of people getting fed up over here. So they got the kids home again.
Yeah, how is that Trudeau working out for you guys?
I don't know. He's a really annoying puppet.
Yeah. I mean, I've been talking to these guys I know up there, man, and they're telling me this and that about what's going on. So what's your take on the whole scenario? Do you even pay attention to any of that?
Just for my blood pressure's sake, I try to keep my attention elsewhere.
Right on. Let me ask you, what do you?
They're talking about well, the latest I heard from the Ontario public health stooge. Sounded like he was signaling that we're going the way of Austria, trying to make it not optional.
Yeah, have you seen what they've done in Austria recently?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Okay.
Not pretty.
Well, no. Medical genocide or Mike, this might work. This might work. Did you working? Is it working? Talk to me, Mike. Fuck. Damn it. Really not wanting to letting me get in there. But yeah. I've been watching that shit. I've been talking to people over in that area, not necessarily in Austria itself, but in that area. It's getting bad, man. And I don't, it's like, what y'all gonna do? This is your country right here. What y'all gonna do if they want to push that same stuff over there?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either, man. I'm not sure either, man.
Have some people we trust and just don't listen to the fools.
Who do you trust? Who do you trust?
My family, my immediate family.
Oh, right on. Let me ask you, what attracted you to my channel, for instance?
I was riding indies at coattails.
Oh.
Sort of like Rescue did.
Right on. Well, thank you,
Indy,
Andy.
the networker.
Oh yeah, dude, I see her all over the place, man. I think she does a good job everywhere I've seen her at, and I'm all over the place. I really am. I mean, I'm kind of everywhere and nowhere at the same time. So I there's a lot of content creators I keep up with. There's a lot of these people that do these live panel type chats or whatever, or even just live streams in general. I'm around a lot of times. I may or may not put anything in the chat. Until just recently, I'm able to do the live streaming. When it comes to even doing my own or getting on other people's panels. But I was in a lot of people's chat for a long time. Even if I wasn't, putting anything in there. So, but I've been keeping an eye on everybody, and because there's a lot of people out there actually. This is one thing that I have a problem with is like there's no more role models out there anymore, especially in the mainstream media and the mainstream whatever. It's nothing like that, and I'm looking out for those people that can be, I guess, not necessarily like a role model, but still, that a wholesome type of or even a man, like for instance a man, like somebody that's actually a man, not that's like poop crap, all this other crap. No, an actual man. And you cannot teach a boy to be a man unless you're a man. That's what gets me. It's like I got a sister of mine. She's married to another girl. And they're raising a boy together. And I don't. I'm like, okay, it's your life. You can do whatever the fuck you want. But in my opinion, I don't care if it hurts her feelings or not, but in my opinion, A woman cannot teach a man to be a man. Teach a boy to be a man. Put it that way. A woman can't. I don't care if you're still the butch of the family. You know, it's just me, and that's just how I see things. And
Makes
I
sense
really
to
don't.
me.
Well, I mean, that's the way it is. And that's another thing too. It's like a lot of these men, are leaving the family, and then there's a lot of these, or they're not really men, they're stupid cowards. But and then they're left with, like, a lot of these boys are grown up with just a woman, like, as the mother, or they're the father figure of the family. You know what I mean? Because of this new modern, whatever you want to call it. I mean, you know what I mean. It's just, I have my own opinions and stuff, and I'm not trying to hurt people's feelings, but it's just the way I see it. And sometimes I get a little bit blunt, very straightforward, but I don't give a flying fuck either. If it hurts your feelings, that's your problem to deal with, not mine. That's how I see it. I'm just not talking to you, Brian, in particular. I'm talking like just in people in general. Yeah, but that's the thing about people's getting offended. It's like they think that is the person that offended them, or whatever offends them, that's the one that has problems. No, it's the person that actually gets offended. You're the one that has to work on your own shit. It's not my fault that you got offended. You got offended. You got to work on that then. Oh, you people, what's up? Talk to me to see if I can get. Okay, oh, good. I was just making sure I got audio. Mike
Yeah.
has been trying to get up here like 4 times now, and then for some reason he hasn't been able to get this audio to work.
If
I don't
he's
know
trying
why.
off of a cell phone, it might be difficult. I haven't been able to connect to StreamYards off my phone since I got it, and I've tried everything, like accepting all cookies, clearing out all the everything, like for real, like every troubleshooting thing that I've tried. The only time that I can work off of StreamYards is when I'm doing my own lives, and even then, like, I can't see what people are sharing on screen. So if, like, me and you were up there and you shared a video, I wouldn't be able to see your video.
Oh yeah.
If I brought somebody new up, I'd have to drop off, come back up, stop cam mic, and then I'd have to return on my cam and mic. It's a pain in the ass with my phone to even like run a live off my phone. As far as like StreamYards is
Wait a minute.
concerned.
Let me ask you, like, that is that one of those prepaid deals, or is you got like a service or whatever?
No, I got Boost.
Oh, okay.
It's not a bad service. In fact, they just merged with another company, so they've actually upgraded their service area and everything too. So I mean, like, now I've got better service and I've got a better phone, which I don't understand it. Like, I could connect with my $50 piece of shit phone, no problem, but I get a better phone and I can't even connect at all. So I mean, I can connect on mine, but I can't connect on anybody else's.
Yeah, I'm on that Straight Talk type of prepaid deal, and the phone that I had before, the one I'm on now, it's like for some reason I could not get my browser, no matter what browser I used. I tried 5 different browsers to keep connected to my microphone or my camera. It kept on kicking the connection, and that would kick me off.
I know it's not my service because I can run my Chromebook off of my service and I can connect to StreamYard no problem off my Chromebook.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I know it's not my service, but I don't know. But Chromebook is only Chrome. Like, it's only a Chrome operating system. It's
Right.
not a Windows operating system or anything like that.
Right.
So you would figure I'd have the same issue. But no, I can pop right up. So I thinking that it's something with the phone, and I can't figure it out. It's got to be a setting somewhere.
Yeah, you got it turned off or turned on or whatever. Something
Right?
like that.
And I just can't find it.
Probably in some secret squirrel advanced setting somewhere,
Right. The very, very fine print somewhere. That
Yeah,
can't see.
you gotta push 2 buttons at the time, and then have your leg over your head for like 10 seconds, and that's how you get on this secret fucking, like, option list or something.
Right. That's how you remember, kind of like when we used to get reception in on the old TVs.
Yeah, with the rabbit
You would have to
ears.
cover yourself in tinfoil,
Yeah.
and then you would have to have your brother covered in tinfoil, and then you have to have a 50-foot little piece of wire. I mean, thin, little. It couldn't be thick. It had to be a little thin piece of wire running to each kid, and each kid is standing in a pose like
Right.
this.
Yep. Yeah, and you had to
So-
stay there just so you can watch the whole show, because otherwise it would go all fuzzy and stuff on you. It would go all, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Every time the kid moves, Aziz light, he gets back into place.
Right. Those were the good old days, man. You know.
I miss those days. And think about like some of the stuff that we could have got on camera back then if we had like
some
camera
of
phones
some
and
of the
shit.
stuff that it's on VHS, but
Yeah.
it's like some of the stuff that I did is on some video, but it's like lost on a VHS tape somewhere. So
Dude, no shit. I was digging in my backyard over here because of my pipes. And I'm digging, and I get about 2 feet in the ground, and I come across an old reel-to-reel tape, an old Betamax tape.
Oh, no shit.
Buried in the ground. I'm like, holy shit, bro.
That's
I haven't
funny.
seen stuff like this in forever.
Well, okay, dude, I saw a meme, and it actually made me laugh. Actually, man, you remember the old was it the old movie gallery, movie rental places and stuff?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I mean, well, now they're extinct and all that stuff. I saw a meme of this guy that was doing an archaeological dig, and he found one of those movie gallery like cards that you would, when you would rent movies and stuff, as part of their archaeological dig, and say, "Look, we found a fossil." And I was like, dude. It's like so right on, you know what I mean? Because I mean, they phasing stuff out. It's like I still have a crate full of records. I've got 2 turntables also. I've got a mixer and all that shit. I don't have anywhere to set it up, but I've got it stored away in my storage and shit. I mean, I've got a bunch of stuff like cassette tapes of some old music. I even got old mixtapes, from back in the day. I've got, like I said, I've actually got. I don't have any stuff on reel-to-reel, but I've got an actual reel-to-reel tape recorder. I just don't have any tapes to play on it. But
Right.
Let's see here. I've got what is it? Oh crap, man. But I was thinking. Oh, the VHS. I've got VHS. I still got an old top loader type VHS. Tape recorder, and
Right.
the old top loader kind, and that still works. I just don't use it all that much. Now I don't have anything on the Beta, but I used to have the old top loader Beta, the old Betamax. I used to have one at one time, but I just haven't even randomly even come across any Beta tapes. Those things that must be completely wiped out off the face of the planet, because I haven't even come across on accident. I haven't even come across Beta in 30 years.
Well, that's why I was surprised to find one buried in my backyard.
Yeah,
Like,
no kidding.
it was like hidden too. Like it was a reel-to-reel tape and a Betamax tape.
Dude, I wonder
top
what's
of
on
each other
that.
in the ground. It's trashed. The tape is completely. It's done. Like
Right.
it wasn't encased in anything. It was
Oh,
like
yeah.
somebody like dug a fucking hole, threw it in there, and buried it.
That makes me even wonder what is even more. I'm like, I wonder what was on the tape. Get the
Right.
CSI to come out there and do some fucking investigation.
Oh no, I took apart the cartridge, the Betamax cartridge, and that the tape on the inside was just disintegrated.
Right,
It was done.
right.
and the reel-to-reel tape must have disintegrated a long time ago, because there was no reel-to-reel tape, but the reel-to-reels were sitting on top of it. So I'm like,
Yeah.
there had to have been something on it for it to be there.
Right.
So I don't know, man. I mean, we are talking about desert landscape out here where nothing survives. So
Oh yeah. I mean,
especially if it's not protected.
dude, it wouldn't last 5 minutes, and much like a few years versus what they would do. It would probably last a lot longer where you're at versus where I'm at. You know what I mean? Because I got all that high humidity. I think a lot.
I
of
don't
stuff-
know, because the moisture of the ground over there might actually preserve the tape better than it would over here. Because it'd suck all the moisture out of the tape over here. There is no moisture, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But your
yeah.
ground is saturated with moisture, so it
Yeah.
might actually help protect the tape more than destroy it.
I don't know. That's an experiment.
That
Mhm.
is. We should go find some Betamax tapes, and I'll bury them here and you bury them there, and we'll see how it looks in like a year.
Yeah. That'd be an interesting. Hey, we can do that as like part of our content creating. Make a whole video about it. It's like this part 1, the burying of the tape. Part 2, digging up the tape.
Right.
1
No,
year
that'd be pretty
later.
good.
Yeah.
Be a very good long-term project.
Yeah,
Check
well, I
in on
mean-
it every month. So here's the hole where we buried the tapes. We're not going
Right.
to undig them. We're just going to leave them.
Yeah,
But there's
just-
the hole.
There
Update.
it is.
Still covered.
There you go. Just keeping everybody covered. Everybody's on top of everything. Everybody's on, is up to date. You know what I mean?
That'd be hilarious.
Why not, man? Nobody's doing anything like that anyway. I'm always
Dude,
looking for stuff that nobody else is doing. I'm always
Have
looking
you
for shit like that.
Have you seen my latest video that I just put out? It's like a minute long on TikTok, like over TikTok.
I don't know. I don't know if it's like how recent, like today or tomorrow or yesterday.
Yeah,
I mean?
today.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I haven't.
today.
No, I haven't. Not today.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I didn't get no
signed-
notifications this morning, so I have to go through and look at everything. I haven't even
Oh, I
looked at
did it.
anything.
You were probably live when I did it, when I posted it, but
Oh,
I
okay.
signed up for TikTok, and my intro has like a rock song to it. It was copyright free music that I used, right? And I posted my intro just to get a video on there, and like within an hour or so, I got a notification that my song was muted. I'm like, really? They didn't even like show the video. They blocked it off from everybody to see on TikTok. I'm like, all right, I got you, because I've seen some TikTok videos, and I took a portion of a TikTok video, the audio from it, and it's this dude cursing like nonstop, and I stuck that to my video and I posted it. So far, it's up to 1,000 views, and I labeled it really TikTok. Like,
Right.
You'll mute my fucking music. You'll play Drake and all this other shit to all your other stupid shit, but you'll mute my music, but you'll let this go. I
Yeah.
got you.
Dude, I really worry. I mean, see, okay, I don't have TikTok. I don't really. The only time I even have any kind of exposure to TikTok is from the little TikTok videos that pop up on YouTube. It's the only
Well,
ones that I've actually have any exposure to TikTok at all. All right, and even then, I'm just noticing a trends here and there. It's I don't know. I'm not crazy
Well-
about some of the trends. Put it that way, personally.
Well, no, I've been hearing from a couple auditors. They're like, yeah, man, post your video on TikTok, man. You'll get like 13,000 views within a couple of hours. And it happened to Phil Martinez.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, he came on and said that they banned his whole account because of the content that was on there.
Huh.
So pretty much TikTok pretty much just wants stupid videos on their stuff. They want
Yep.
just brain dead material on their stuff. And that's why I made my video that I made today with my intro. It's like, okay, so I can put my cop watching intro on there and have something really fucking stupid, and TikTok has no problem with it.
Hey,
They
but
just
that-
want to keep the people young and dumb, dude. That's all
Well,
they
on
wanna
that
do.
end of it, you can still get your shit out there, though. I mean, you know what I mean? Like you were talking about, just put that,
Right?
like something stupid, but it's like getting your channel out there. I mean, I don't know if it's like the type of clientele that you want,
Dude, I'm telling you,
patronizing your whole channel and stuff. I mean, that's the thing too. It's like I'm sitting there thinking about that too. It's like if I even thought about it, which I don't, going into like all these other platforms and stuff, and like, dude, I'm not sure if I'd be reaching the people I want to be reaching. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you, but isn't that the point though? Like, is to reach the people that wouldn't be reached, or at least like give them a glimpse. So
I
far,
hear you, but
yeah.
I'm also looking at like, okay, well then that next thing you know, I might be attracting some attention that I don't want. You know what I
What do you
mean?
mean?
Trolls. I mean, you know,
Shit, man.
whatever.
You're gonna have to deal with trolls at some
Well,
point in
no,
time.
I
Hell, I
understand.
was
I'm
hell, I
fully
was
aware.
only on here for like 2 months, and I got
I'm-
hit with the trolls really hard on
I'm
here after 2
fully
months.
aware of it, but there's ways I can, if I can mitigate it. You know what I mean?
Right? No,
I'm
I
just
hear you, and
saying.
I've been trying that myself, and I've actually had like no problems here within the last couple of months, like none. I've had no troll problem, and the people that normally are trolls to other people come in and have a civil conversation in my
Yeah,
lives for the most part.
yeah.
So, but I mean, I've signed up for Twitch, I've signed up for BitChute, I've signed up for Odyssey, I've signed up for DLive, I've signed up for
Well, okay, now, okay, let me
Minds.
ask you, like for like DLive, for instance. Now, I've tried to operate with that stuff. I can't figure that crap out.
I'm still having problems operating DLive, and you know what? As much as I stream to it, I still have no followers. So I'm not sure how that shit gets out and how people get discovered on there. You know what I'm saying? It's just another platform for me to stream on. And after a while, I mean, I've given it a couple of months here and I still have only 4 followers on there. So I'm thinking about dumping off that one, but you got to experiment, man. Like, have you tried Odyssey?
No, I haven't tried anything.
Oh, yeah, Odyssey is great, bro. If you sign up for Odyssey, Odyssey will automatically download all of your videos from YouTube into their library. So if anything happens to your YouTube, all of your videos are safe.
Right.
And Odyssey is a much freer form than YouTube. Much freer form. You
Yeah,
don't
but how
have to
does
worry about stupid shit on Odyssey.
but how does people get to see your stuff on Odyssey? How does that work?
Same way. You would tag it, it would get sent through their algorithms and stuff. You know, there's a bunch of people on Odyssey, so if you connect with the cop watchers here on YouTube that have Odyssey, you end up catching a following. You know what I'm saying? And then they also have other forms and other you know, tubers or whatever you want to call them, you know, people like us that have panels and whatnot, you know, and then they end up getting interested. I mean, it's all just about spreading your stuff, man. You know, some people
Yeah.
are going to be interested,
Yeah.
some people aren't. But I mean,
Yeah.
the best way that I can figure that we can get the word out there is to spread on every single platform that we can. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to reach everybody off of YouTube. You're not going to reach everybody off of Twitch, you know, just single-handedly, or Odyssey single-handedly, because those people that watch those platforms are loyal to those platforms. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's always good to at least sign up for the platform, put some content on there, and you can refer them back to the YouTube, so you're not concentrated on that. That's just another place for you to throw content. You know what I'm saying? If anybody wants to get a hold of you, you can put something in your About Me that says, hey, come on over here. You know what I'm saying? I'm always live over here. You know, comment over here, because I don't see the comments over here.
So,
You know what I'm
okay, that
saying?
reminds me. You were saying once you get, like on YouTube, for instance, once you get 500, or was it 1,000, that I can start the community thing, where I can start doing the community page thing. When does that start again?
Last I knew, it was 1,000.
Okay. I just wanted to double check. I wasn't sure if I got this.
No,
got
yeah.
the right-
Last I knew, it was 1,000, because the community page is the next level up before you become monetized if you don't make the hours by that time. But it's also, you also need 1,000. You also need 1,000 subscribers minimum to become monetized. So I think it's a requirement.
I'm not going to count on the monetization stuff. I'm going to try my other avenues. I'm going to try other avenues.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I mean, even if it's like me, like I said, just like making my stuff that I make and showcasing it here, and then, you know, just putting like my email out or whatever, and then people can contact me if they're interested. You know, I'm not necessarily selling it, you know, here. I'm just showcasing it, showing it off. You know, that kind of thing.
I was gonna do a few commercials for my stuff as far as like my roach clips and my jewelry and stuff
Right.
like that.
Right.
And I figured I can make it part of my merch. I just don't know how that fucking works yet.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm trying to avoid the idea of using it for like a sales thing, just kind of like donations and and just putting the thing out there where I have an email or something like that where they can contact me. It's like it's totally not like I'm sitting here like, hey, for $19.95, you can get 3 of these, you know what I mean, or whatever. It's like 3 payments of this or whatever. It's not like I'm sitting here doing
nothing
that.
like that. But I mean, like roach clips
just
are
saying.
$10, man. If you're able to put it down, like how some of the channels that are already monetized have their merch at the bottom. It's kind of what I want to do. I just want to post like roach clips that I make, and
yeah, exactly. Cut out the middleman, in a sense.
Yeah,
because that's what they're doing.
Do it. I don't want to have the payments go through YouTube. Fuck that. I got a PayPal. Pay me through PayPal. I'll send you a clip.
I have not figured out. I haven't really looked at it that seriously into it, but I need to. I've had more than a handful of people tell me I need to like make up some kind of a PayPal, just so I have. Because I mean, I'm not looking like begging for money, but there's people out there that are willing to donate to my cause or whatever you want to call it, and if I had a PayPal, they could do that. And I'm like, well, I mean.
Believe it or not, Anarchy, I've had my PayPal forever and a day, and I haven't gotten one single donation on there. Believe it or not, I've gotten a couple of donations from Pal, a subscriber off of Gilbert Bystander. He's given me a couple donations on my GoFundMe, but he's just that type of guy. He's a really good guy. He's got no problem throwing out. I mean, hell, he throws out Gilbert Bystander at least $50-$60 a night on his lives in Gilbert. So, and it's for like random shit, like $5 for a fatality, which is like somebody that's too drunk to get up, or they're passed out laying down on the ground or something. That's a fatality. Or $2 for giving out one of his business cards, or something like that. I mean, they make a game out of it, you know, but I have a PayPal. It's linked in my thing, but you'll rarely ever hear me talk about it unless like the subject comes up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll never hear me go, hey man, if you want to help donate to me, I need this, I need a new phone, come on guys, help me out. No, you'll never hear me say that. In fact, when my phone was smashed and I had absolutely no phone, like no way for anybody to contact me, you never heard me go, hey guys, can you help me out with a little bit of cash? I'm short. You never heard me say that.
Right.
Well,
I mean, that's the thing is like I'm not looking to like beg money from people and all that stuff. I got too much pride for that.
No, but if you're making stuff and you're selling it, that's not begging.
That's
a completely different story.
That's a whole other story.
That's offering a product that you have made.
Well, I'm like, okay, in return for your donation, I can give you this if you'd like. You know what I mean? Kind of like.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean, because that's how I skirt the sell.
Right.
On the street laws with my roach clip. Hey man, how much is that? $10 donation.
Right.
All proceeds go to the poor white boy fund.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you know the fucking line. You know what I'm talking about.
Damn right. I know exactly what you're talking about, my man.
But I'm trying to think. I got to get myself set up where I can do that same kind of setup, but just using YouTube in a sense. Kind of, using the tools that are provided, you know what I mean? And trying to
sign up for Esty.
I actually am. I've just never used it.
Oh, start using it, man, because I sold a lot of clips off of Esty.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, okay, I got to get set up where like, I can accept some kind of payment where I can get paid. I don't have anything set up with that. You know what I mean?
PayPal, and then man.
That's the thing. It's like I don't have anything like that set up, and then on top of that, like shipping my stuff out, I got to get myself set up where I can ship my stuff out, right? And and some of my stuff, depending on what it is, I mean, it's a lot of shipping the amount for shipping cost and stuff like that just to get it out there. Like for instance, if I was to do it, it's like. Depending on what I'm getting paid, I got to get paid for a little bit more just for shipping cost and all that stuff, just because some of it's big or heavy.
Well,
I mean,
right,
being
but I
metal
mean,
for one.
most people are understanding about that, and that's what you
Yeah.
put in the description.
Yeah.
You know, as far as the shipping is concerned, it costs this much. So what I did is I took a maximum of 5 roach clips, right, just in case, because there's people out here that have ordered 20 roach clips off of me.
Right.
I've taken 5 roach clips, I stick them in a bubble envelope, and I, tape it up. And I don't tape it up. What I do is I take it over to the post office and I go, hey, can you tell me how much the postage on this would be to different areas? And, if it's not a big line, I'll do that, and they'll tell you the different postage. So what I'll do is I'll start from California, and then I'll pick a midway point, and then I'll pick New York. So like
Right.
the furthest point I could go. And, they'll give you the different price ranges. So that way you could at least put the shipping on there to include in the price.
Right.
You don't necessarily let them know that it's included in the price either. You just make the price of the item so
Yeah.
much that includes your work, your time, and the postage.
Right. Right. See, that's the
So-
thing. I'm still like a fucking big ass newbie when it comes down to that stuff. I haven't fully moved into that digital realm. I'm still analog.
Right. No, I hear you, and that's me too, man. I mean, doing all this shit, I've done it all on foot. My wife's like, "Why don't you just call?" I'm like, "Because I don't have the exact weight, and I like to talk to people in person."
Right.
That way I can go, yeah, I talked to such and such the other day. And
See, that's
they said
another
that it
thing
would
too. I was
cost
sitting there
this much.
thinking maybe I should probably get a damn PO box also for doing, just doing.
I was thinking the same thing, and I was going to list it, because that way I'm not shipping stuff off from my home address.
Right. Exactly.
So, and
Or
normally,
receiving anything to my home address. You know what I mean?
well, and I've been sending off packages with no return address to
Right.
certain places because I don't trust it. Like certain orders that I've taken, I just don't trust where the order went to. So I didn't put a return address
Right.
because they ordered them through you people. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like they didn't
Yeah,
order
yeah.
them. They didn't order them through my normal name off of Facebook because I had a normal name off of Facebook, and I shut it down because Facebook kept deleting my shit because they're their guidelines.
Yeah.
You can't sell roach clips on their fucking shit. You can't sell any smoking paraphernalia.
Well, people.
I was
yeah.
like, it's not a roach clip. It's a note holder. They didn't
Or
like that answer.
I used to know these girls that would clip them in their hair. And
Right.
like, little things to hang in their hair.
Uh-huh. That's how they got away with it. That's how they hid it. They were hair clips.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, hold on. I got one of those right here. You ready? So you like that flower? Nice pretty
Right.
flower.
Right. Yep.
But then I realized that the flower was too much. It's just too big. But I kept it. It's my daughter's. I put it in her hair every once in a while. That was an experiment. Next one, I think I'm gonna just stick with the pieces of rawhide
Yeah.
and the feathers and the beads, like the old style hair clips.
Yeah. I
I
used
think I'm gonna
to.
stick with something like that.
I've got different colored thread and stuff like that. At one time I was doing like hair wraps. You know how people that do the hair wraps and stuff like that. I used to do that with a different colored thread, and then I was also making kind of like what you're doing, but it was like the hair clips. They were basically a roach clip, but it was all done. I just took like a piece of nylon rope and I took all that different colored thread and wrapped it like a hair wrap. And then
Right.
put some beads on it and stuff like that. And that was just something I would sell too. It's another idea too, if you can, I'll throw in your way, on that end of it.
Right.
Something else. I used to do a lot of stuff, man. I mean,
Here I can.
I used to like take copper wire, which I haven't done in a while. And I used to take copper wire and wrap it around stuff. Like at one time I was wrapping it around lighters. Just to like, to have like, people like to have something on their lighter to like, oh, that's my lighter. You know what I mean? And I'd take copper wire and wrap it, make it look all nice with curly cues and little all this other cool stuff, and then just make a bunch of those for different for just a regular Bic lighter,
Right.
and or like take silver wire and then wrap like crystals for like necklace pendants or earrings and stuff. I used to do that a lot when I was on the road.
I'm having an issue with the wire thing. I'm still trying to learn the wire thing, like wrapping it like really nice and making it look like a tree and shit. I'm having a fucking problem with that shit. I'm still working on that. I mean, I do some really good jewelry. So here's just a couple of my necklaces. I don't know how well they're gonna show up here, but we'll attempt. That's always the problem with necklaces. So, and it might be, I always go a little bit too far with my necklaces, but probably too much light. But, it's nice little beads and everything.
Yeah.
Long chain.
You got that.
Dream
It's got
catcher.
that southwestern feel to me. You know what I mean?
Right.
A lot of that silver and turquoise and stuff. That's what it reminds me.
Right. Yeah, that's the theme that I was going with on that one.
Because I mean, when I was living in New Mexico in Santa Fe, that's all you saw was a lot of that.
A lot of that
silver
stuff,
and turquoise.
Well, and then I took the same concept, but then I put some like clear beads on that one.
Oh yeah, right on.
So that's not too bad. That's pretty.
Now
nice
let me ask you,
necklace.
like, all right, now if you were to sell these things, I mean, how would you sell them, or could you take them to a shop or whatever and put them on consignment or anything like that?
I have done that once out here. There was a shop called there's a shop out here called Just Blaze.
Yeah.
And it's a smoke shop that also deals in like local artistry.
Right.
So if like you're a local artist or whatever, you could try and bring your stuff in there and sell it through them.
Yeah.
So what I did was I was taking my clips in there at first when I first started doing clips. And the guy took a whole bunch of my clips and, he ended up selling them all. So we came up with the deal at first of $250 a clip. But I also did not know how much he was selling my clips for. And I ended up coming in with like 30 more clips. And I handed them over to him. And I waited about a month. And I came back. And he had completely sold out within a week and a half. So I was like, all right, well, obviously, you know that they can sell now. Because you've sold like 15 of my other clips. You've sold 30 of these ones in a week and a half. I was like, how about we jump this up to like $5 a clip? You know what I'm saying? And he goes, I don't know, man. We'll try it out one more time. See how it goes. And then if it goes that way, we'll hit $5 a clip. Well, little did he know that after I gave him those 30 clips, I came in on a day that I knew he wasn't going to be in there. And I checked out how much he was selling my clips for. He was selling one of my normal stick clips for like $10.
Whoa.
And he was selling my and I'll show you a picture here in a minute. I'm pulling it up now just to give you an example here.
See, I was in my mind I was thinking, well, he probably got $5 out of it or something like that.
Oh, well, and that's what I would think, right? $5. Hold on. I'll try and pull one up here.
But $10, that's like doubling, making his money back doubled, and then on top of that is basically you got crumbs, dude, compared to that, in my opinion.
So example is this one here. And I know it's cut off because of the way it is on the screen. Can you put me up full screen?
Yeah.
There you go. So that clip right there was not very big. I took a skunk button, and I put it on there and everything, glued it all together with a wilted flower. I thought it was just funny because, skunky weed. Right. And he sold that for $10, no problem. Okay, and let me give you another example here really quick. And then I also make a standing roach clip. So that way, if like you're gaming or whatever, you don't have to worry about putting down your joint. You can just set it down and you're good.
Right.
Let's see if I can find that here. And he ended up selling that clip for $15. And that kind of pissed me off. I'm like, so
Wait a minute, am I not? Hold on.
I haven't put it up yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm still looking for it because I got a lot of pictures. I made a lot of stuff, man. And I tried to take pictures of everything I made
Okay,
because
'cause I was
everything
like,
I made is pretty much unique. I mean, it's same styles almost, but different beads every time. Like I've never
right.
made one that looked like the other.
Where are you finding all your beads and stuff at? Where are you finding that stuff at?
I go to like Hobby Lobby, Walmart,
Okay.
any
No,
like craft
yeah, yeah,
stores
yeah.
that you can
Okay.
make jewelry or whatever,
I was just wondering. Yeah, because I mean, they
yeah,
got those stores here, so I was like,
right. So
I've been
this
to a lot
one,
of those, looked into them.
right? So this one's a standing clip. That round
Okay.
circle at the bottom is the base, and this is actually standing up. And you
So is
can
that
have you go ahead.
what kind of wire is that you're using?
I'm using I think it's like it's 18 gauge. It's for wrapping fences.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
it's a pliable but very thick wire.
Okay.
And the problem is you got to find wire that'll fit in beads because a lot of the beads have really small holes and it
Yep.
takes a long time to bore them out with the little freaking sanders, and you can't stick those things in like a drill because your beads will shatter in your hand.
Yep. That's true. I know. Especially if
So,
they're glass beads, man.
yeah, I
I've
work
seen
with
some really
glass.
nice glass beads, but man, you gotta. Those holes are the way they are. They're as far as that's what they're gonna be.
Yeah. I mean, you can open them up a little bit, but those glass beads are a pain in the ass, and you cannot drill those things. Not even with a diamond bit can you grab. I mean, they have
I wouldn't.
reamers.
I wouldn't
They
even.
have reamers, right? And
Yeah.
what I did is I broke the handle off the reamer and I stuck it inside the drill. So I basically made the reamer a drill kit, a
Right.
drill bit. And as I was drilling in it, yeah, it heats it up too fast and it still shatters it. So
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to find something that can hold the bead inside water while I do it so I can get that down. Like I'm trying to research that on how to ream out the holes a little bit more because there is like some stuff that I'd like to use, but I can't fit it on the wire, and the wire that it will fit on is just too flimsy. Like you barely touch it and it bends, and I don't want that. I don't want that for people. The
Right.
stuff that I come up with now, you can bend it a little bit. It's got that pliability. So, I want it to have that, but I don't want it to like completely bend in your hand with you just barely grabbing it.
Right. Right.
So, and
Yeah.
with that thin wire, what I normally do is I'll stick it inside a piece of paracord and I'll seal it inside a piece of paracord, and then I'll attach a roach clip, and then I'll attach some like wood beads or something to that. So that way it
Okay.
is pliable, but I don't have to worry about it really breaking because it's not going to go that far. It's inside the paracord. Plus, it's paracord, man. You gotta love paracord.
Yeah, it works for a lot of stuff. I know that.
Right? I
I
mean,
use it for a lot of stuff because I do a lot of that wrapping stuff. What was it? Like, that. What is it? Like this stuff right here. I mean, like I did, that kind of stuff. I was just doing this to like put a little loop on something like on, I don't know, like on a knife or something, or like a zipper or something. I do that kind of thing, you know. But where did you go, you people? Holy crap, he took off.
Dan took off on
Oh
us.
no, he didn't. There he is. There he is. Oh yeah.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I know it's sideways, but this here is a paracord guy. I
Oh
made
yeah.
him.
Ah crap. What am I doing? I'm doing something. I'm pushing the wrong buttons. My bad. I'm pushing the wrong buttons. There it is. There it is. That's what I'm looking
All
for.
good. There you go. So this was my first attempt at him, right? Because I wanted him to be able to stand. These legs here are no longer there. I will show you the finished product, and the finished product came out badass. If you notice, if you look at his face, he's got teeth.
Right.
We'll do this one. And that's the finished product. I took away the Lego legs and I just left the Lego feet. So all of this is all paracord. There is no wire inside this guy at all.
Really?
And
No. Okay.
he's standing on his own. He is not leaning up against anything. He is standing on his own. In fact, I got him with a picture. This is how I proposed to my wife a second time.
That's
Because
cool.
you know she had her doubts about about what I could do with paracord, and I actually made some pretty good money with some of the stuff. I've made snakehead leashes out of paracord. I've made harnesses for dogs out of paracord. I mean, I've done a lot of crazy stuff with paracord, but where'd you go? There it is. Boop.
Oh yeah.
He is actually
Look at you.
kneeling, holding the ring.
Look
That
at you,
ring-
you fucking
ring-
cheese, you
Yep.
cheesy little dude. Golly.
Yep. And that ring box is off of his leg. He is holding it up off of his leg, like offering it to her. No wire, no nothing. He's a cool little guy. And what I did was for his teeth, I ended up taking those really small seed beads and putting a few of them together and sticking them in his mouth, and his eyeball is a bead.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's a good idea. I think it looks good that way. That's perfect.
Right? Yeah.
I'm surprised there's no wire in that. That's what I'm surprised about. 'Cause, I
Mm-mm.
mean, honestly, man, you know, that'd be perfect, man. Because I mean, that style right there, you can put a thick ass wire in there that's, you know, not real stiff, but you can pliably bend everything just where you want it and all that stuff.
Yeah, but see, that's just it. With as tight as I've made the knots on that, you can
Didn't
make
even
him
need it.
stand up, and you can make him do whatever you want. Here's another one. Here, I'll give you a side view of this guy.
Right.
So, and that's all paracord. The only thing that's plastic or anything is his hands and his feet and his mask. But that mask comes off. It was just like a mask for a Bionicle, and I made a couple of knots, and I made it so that way it would fit on top.
Right.
And he can stand, he can move, he can bend at the knee, bend at the elbows. I ended up, that one was for my son, and then my stepson, and the Cyclops was for my son. I made them for my kids for Christmas.
Oh, that's cool, man. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. Because I like the idea of you incorporating those toys parts too.
It was the only way. It was the only way I could get him to stand. I could not make feet out of paracord to save my life. And trust me, I sat here for like 3 weeks trying to perfect feet, and I could not do it. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I got Bionicle feet. I'm gonna use those. So I don't know, man. I'm kind of crazy. I like to incorporate a lot of stuff into my, like taking Lego and stuff like that. And hell, I've made necklaces out of Lego and stuff. I don't know if I got a picture of that one, but I made a necklace out of Lego. A necklace and earring set out of Lego.
Right? Yeah. I mean, that's definitely something somebody would like that. I know that.
Oh, there's a person that sells Lego jewelry for like I think the cheapest piece I found was like $150, and it's just seriously just Lego jewelry. I'm like, are
Really?
you fucking kidding me, bro? That's what got me into the idea when I was doing
Well,
it.
see,
And I'm like,
that's the thing. You talk about the SD thing, man. I started browsing around, because I was looking at like knives, for instance, because I was making a bunch of knives at the time.
there you go.
So I was trying to get some ideas, maybe some inspiration. Oh, yeah, that's pretty neat. Yeah, that's Lego stuff.
Yeah, that's all Lego
Yeah, yeah,
except for
yeah,
a
yeah,
couple of the
yeah.
beads on each end, but the rest of it's
Right.
all Lego. And
Yeah, yeah.
I had a couple of small fire earrings to go with it in case a girl wanted it. So, it was like that's actually a pretty kick-ass necklace. And the fire actually the two side fires are free. So as you're moving, like the fire would be moving.
Huh. Right
Yeah.
on. But yeah, hell, I forgot what I was gonna fucking talk about now. I forgot it now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Damn. No, it's like that old timers like stoner fucking got high and I missed it type of scenario.
I hear you.
Um all right. What was I know we got one other person on the panel here, man. So it's like, you gotta keep up, man. I'll rewind. Tell me what I was talking about. What again? Were you listening?
I think he fell asleep.
No. Getting distracted with the chat.
Oh yeah, right on.
Been following that.
I'm watching that too on a somewhat. I'm not paying attention as much as I usually am, but everybody's got their conversation going, so everybody's kind of keeping their stuff going. I haven't seen any questions. Oh yeah, right on.
Nice.
There was the top view of that, so I could prove that he was standing on his own. You would figure he'd be falling forward because that trident, but no, it's got a nice balance, man, especially for no wire.
Now, how long did it take you to do that anyway?
To come up with him, it came out to be I think it was like a week and a half I was working on him, trying to perfect him. And what it is it's a monkey's fist on the top as the head, and I ran a couple of the strings down through the body to the legs, okay? And then I pretty much mummy wrapped the body, and I did a snake what do they call that? The snake knot, the really easy knot for the arms. So basically I connected the arms together, tied those together, and then I ran the mummy knot all the way up through the body, and then I connected the legs the same way, but the way that I connected the legs was by the head. So you take the strings from the head, run it all the way down, you run your snake knot all the way down on both sides for legs, pull it really, really tight, and then cinch it off. And then you can put on your feet.
Okay. See, that's something I've only tried a couple of times is that monkey fist. I'd like to actually do more of that and get better at it, man. Because I wouldn't mind having a couple more of those. I've got that some of those as keychains and stuff like that, and I want to get better at it.
So you work with paracord and you know about jigs, right?
Yeah. I haven't made one of those jigs. I've been looking at them because it's like the one with the four little like dowels and stuff to like you put your ball or whatever inside that and you kind of work through stuff around the dowels and all pull it together. I've seen the damn jig. I have yet to make one for myself.
Have you actually seen how much those things cost?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like even like making bracelets and stuff like that. You've seen the jigs to make those, dude. I can make that so much cheaper.
Hey,
I'm serious, and it's so easy to make. I started looking at it, I was like, man, that's nothing.
I can tell you, I can make a jig, and it will be like the best jig that you've ever had, and I can make it for $3.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, I started thinking about
it. This is how I make it for $3. You ready? That's how I make it for $3.
Oh yeah,
I
no shit.
shit you not. I made it out of Legos. Those arms are all adjustable. That tilt that it's on tilts up to be flat, or it tilts towards you whenever you need it. And there's enough room for you to run the paracord up underneath the ball. And these triangle looking things with the pegs, you can move it up and down. You can adjust it around. That only cost me $3 in parts.
That's cool.
clever.
I haven't even thought about that until you saw that. I mean, that's pretty cool.
And it's Lego. You gotta love Lego.
Yeah. What is
You
that? A
really
cue
do.
ball?
Yeah, that's a cue ball. That's a full size
Okay,
cue ball.
shit.
I
That would be
made
awesome to have a monkey fist on that sucker.
I made a monkey fist around that as a self protection device. Would you
Yeah.
like to see it? I took a picture
Yeah.
of it.
I would love to make one of those. Like,
And-
actually, what I'd like to make is the one that's
and-
got two balls, one on each end, and use it for like one of the, what do they call them? The bolo or whatever it's called, where you just like you can throw it and like wrap around somebody's legs or something.
I've
I wanna
tried
make something like
working on that, and I have not been able to perfect the double ball. But
Oh, I wanna
did
try that.
perfect. I did perfect the single ball, and let me tell you what, that thing sold for $30.
Oh yeah, right on. I bet.
You were
I'd
able to
have
wrap it
never
around
been
your
able to
wrist
make-
so that way it wouldn't come off your wrist, and you can knock the shit out of somebody. I've got a hole in my door from when I tested it.
Yeah. I hear you.
What up, y'all?
What's going on
What's
with you?
up?
How you?
Doing all right. How y'all doing?
Hanging in there,
Having a
man. I
grand
woke up
old
breathing
time.
again.
Right. Dude, I had someone try to hit me with one of those monkey poles, once. But lucky enough, I saw that he had it, and I didn't know what it was at the time, but I was like, that looks like you could hit somebody with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We were
don't
arguing.
get hit with that motherfucker, man. That
I
hurts,
didn't
bro.
want to.
That was an official weight and official size cue ball in that thing.
Yeah, that'll fuck you up. If I see someone swinging that at me, I'm just gonna shoot you. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't want to get hit by that. I don't want to get hit.
Kind of like that Indiana Jones moment where he's sitting there swinging the sword, and Indiana Jones pulled the damn gun out. I was like, boom, there you go.
Right?
It's like if someone pulls out some hardcore shit on me, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'd rather not, end up with brain damage.
I
Thanks,
hear you.
independent. I like a little Lego engineering myself.
Have you seen those videos, you people, of the guy who does the Lego engineer to like test it with like metal and stuff like that?
Yeah. I
That's
like
a
watching the ones with the motors where they test it with different stuff and see how fast they can get the RPMs to run
Different gear
before the thing
ratios and
integrates.
Yeah.
That's badass.
I've seen one guy. He was making he made a vice all out of Legos, and he was seeing what he can crush with his with the vice. It was all motorized too, so it was one of those things. And then there's one guy, I don't know if it's the same guy or not, but I like the ones where he puts all the different cogs and stuff like that on it, and do all the like different ratio stuff where you can have a really fast motor on one end of it and slow it down and speed right back up with a different what do you call them? Shit, I'm having a brain fart. Well, that's I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool. It's just the amount of torque and the force and stuff like that Legos actually can produce. Just using simple physics, I guess.
Right. I'm sorry, I'm talking to independent. He asked me what I'm using to mirror myself.
Independent is a female.
Sorry, independent.
It's hard to
It's so hard to keep up with everybody.
Yeah.
Well, just by a name sometimes, especially the way gender's been nowadays. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to tell who the hell is who.
So
You
how
can
are
see
you
a
doing
name
that?
and
Is it just like a filter or something? You people?
Yeah, it's called Snap Camera, if you're running off of a computer, you can download it onto the PC, and it runs off of Snapchat filters, and you just look up random filters.
Right.
Hey, do a dance or something. You got an army. Hey.
My favorite is the light show. You ready? Oh, it's got to be dark. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I like how the lights all go in the in.
Oh, there it is. That's pretty good.
It's like Christmas.
If you got some good music going to it, you can get a beat going with it.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is one of my favorite ones. Turn the lights back on. But you know, I got that. I've got my anonymous, so that way I don't have to worry about jumping on certain panels and being seen.
Right.
Not that I do that, or I could just do this. You know, it's just I can make myself disappear. Hold on.
That's what you need, Wingnut, so you can so you don't have to wear a mask.
Oh.
Yeah, I hear you.
Right. But I guess you know it depends too on like what's going on, how many things I've got going on. One of my favorite ones is called
I'm doing everything on a cell phone. So I mean, you know, oh, I like that one. That's the one I like. I've seen you do this one. I like that one.
Yeah, this one's called Rabbit Hole. I love this one, especially when I'm like in the mood for just like playing music and not really having anybody up. Just want to play music.
Right. That's cool. I like that. I used to have a smiley face that was like that.
Then I stick to the Halo every once in a while.
It had 3 different smiley faces on each side, and it was like all just rotating. I thought it was cool. I used to have, that was like a thing I had for a little while, man. I don't know whatever it did with it. It's on one of my SIM cards somewhere.
I like that. That's like.
Oh yeah.
You guys remember what was that game show on Nickelodeon? It was when I was a kid. You know, I'm younger, so but it was like Legend of the Hidden Temple or something.
Hell yeah!
You remember that
Hidden Temple?
Yeah.
I was always one of the serpents.
Bro, it reminds me of that, and then Crash Bandicoot. Booga booga.
Right? Actually, this is supposed to represent the magic mirror from Snow White. Right?
Oh well.
Yeah.
I was never
yeah.
Disney.
Yep. Mirror.
Well, my wife was, and I decided to go looking for it, and I found it.
I only saw Disney at other friends' houses. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it's the anime stuff or that what do you call it?
Yeah, it's
like anime. That's pretty cool.
That's not bad.
Were you about to say hentai or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Not hentai.
That's in the other room.
This is YouTube. That's my OnlyFans.
No, that's at Rule 34. It's at Rule 34. That's what it is. Yeah.
My OnlyFans is where I do the anime hentai, okay?
Sorry, bro.
It's all good. No, nobody's supposed to know about that here. It's supposed to be a secret.
I hear you. That's that. That's that extra income you got going on. Right?
Hey, I got to make my money somehow.
That's right.
Get it how you live, bro. Get it how you live. Hey, I can't be a judge. I can, but you know what I'm saying.
You know, I do the anime hentai, and then I also, with full Japanese blur vision, so you can't see anything. and then I also squash grapes with my feet. You wouldn't believe how many people will tip you for squashing grapes with your feet.
I hear you.
YouTuber Kate Yup, that Asian girl that
dude.
Like...
Oh man, it's like we were talking over on last night over on Tribe's fucking channel. They started talking about like there are people out there farting in jars and selling it on the internet.
I was going to do a story on that. I seriously was. I was going to do a story on that. I'm like, dude, are you fucking kidding me?
No, dude. No, dude. I mean, and then on top of that, we were starting to wonder. It's like, what if it? Okay, you know how some, you know, you just really can't trust a fart. What if it turned it into a shart? Would that be more expensive?
No, because you don't send that off. You can't send that off. You got to send off a clean jar.
Yeah,
I was
you
talking.
just
I was
tell 'em
talking
you're
to my.
gonna-
Well, I was
you
talking
just
to my
tell 'em
wife.
there's fart in there.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I said. I was like, what's stopping her from like spraying fart spray in there and then
Yep.
like closing the thing and sending it off?
Right. But no, I mean, like, for instance, like on that end of it, can you imagine like the assembly line if that was actually what people were doing is actually farting in it? Can you imagine that assembly line? You know, it's like, hey, ching chong or whatever, you know, it's like you got
Ching
200
chong.
more, you got 200 more fucking bottles to go before break. Come on.
Come on, bro. Eat those beans. Drink that protein
Right?
powder. We need you.
And then it's
Yeah.
labeled that it's fucking Halle Berry's farts or something.
Yeah, you never know, dude. Seriously. Seriously, you never know, man. Dude, and you know how much I'm serious. No, it's not necessarily that people are actually selling this, making money. Okay, fine, you can make money or whatever. It's the people that buy it. That's who I
Who the
really worry
fuck is
about.
buying it?
You know what
Who
I
the
mean?
fuck is spending their hard-earned money to smell a girl's fart one time?
Exactly, dude. And then
Right?
I was like, there was a couple of girls in the chat that were sitting there talking about going even further with it, you know, with like a queef or something. You know what I mean? Dude, the amount of money. There's some
Bro, just
people
squirt
actually
into
would
it.
pay
Squirt
for it.
into the cup and send it.
Oh no.
Crazy.
No. That's what I was saying. Like, you'd be surprised what people are making money for.
I
Like,
know, dude.
for real. Like, it's amazing what people can get for stuff and how much they can get for shit. But you know what? I think that if like you or me farted in a bottle, we wouldn't be able to get much for it. I think it's just because of who it was and what she looked like.
I can fart in it and still say it's Halle Berry.
You people, that's the exact reason why people buy it. It's because of the person selling it. That's it. That's the only reason.
I can make up my own authentication slip or something. You know what I mean?
I'm a firm believer in myself that if I had no morals and values, I could make a lot of money in this world.
Dude.
But I have morals and values, and those are more
But I was
important.
sitting there
to me
thinking
than
about it. I was
fucking
like,
that
you know,
paycheck.
I wonder if that first person that tried that was just like for a joke, and they were like, "Oh shit, this actually sold."
Right.
You know what I mean? Oh well,
But bro,
you know,
with all the porn fetishes and shit that are out there, it doesn't surprise me.
yeah.
It's been alive for a long time. Some people are just freaky and kinky and like weird ass shit, you know.
Right.
I know. I used to throw fetish parties back in the day.
Woo! Look at you go.
Bro, I went to a swinger party once, and it was with a girl that I wasn't dating, but we just acted like we were a couple so we could get in. And I tell you what, bro, I don't want to go back. I was like, nah, bro, no, that's too like close to being more than just a straight guy. If you get what I'm saying, there's, you know, I just couldn't do it. I was like, no.
Yes, you have to be very open if you're going to be going to swingers parties.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, you can't be a jealous dude that wants to fight every time. You know?
No, that wasn't the problem because I wasn't even with the female. It's just I'm not gonna get in and do some crazy perverted shit with you and two other guys to another female.
Yeah.
I don't get off like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not cool. I
I
don't
hear
want things touching and you know.
Yeah, swords cannot be touching or crossing
No,
streets or
I want to get my nut. You feel me? And I can't focus on what I'm doing if there's other people doing things. You feel me? But I used to love going to raves and getting fucked up on like Molly or ecstasy with the girlfriend I was at the time. And she was really good looking. So she'd just go around and recruit the whole night. And then we bring back a whole carload of women, you know, back to her house or wherever we went for the night. And those are some good times though. The women up in the cages that are, 20 feet high dancing in cages and shit. Like it was
good times.
Good times. Yeah. I wish I was young. I wish I was in my like 20s, like early 20s again.
I can't. I don't know if I've got the stamina like I did back then. I mean, I smoke too much nowadays anyway. But yeah, because I mean, I used to go for a long time. I was actually, man. I mean, I was one of those guys. I mean, like the clubs back in the day, you know, going dancing and shit like that. You know, back when break dancing and all that stuff was kind of still going, and even like a lot of other stuff. I got into a lot of that back when I was younger. I mean, there's a lot of the people actually. We actually had these little clubs, like dance clubs or whatever, you know, and like different areas of the town.
Get the fuck out of here. You guys had dance gangs?
Yeah, man.
You're like, you
Yeah.
can't hang with this gang?
All right, man. You come
You
into my
can't
club. That's
spin on your
this is our side of the fucking club over. This is our side of our corner of the fucking dance hall. You know what I mean? Or some shit. It's like, you know, it's like we come walking in that motherfucker. People move out of the way. You know what I'm saying? No. No. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It was.
Look
it
out,
was,
that motherfucker can dance.
Yeah. Shit, boy, man. I was like, man. I mean, I was like fluid, man. Back in the day, I was serious, man. I was like, I do all that snap and pop type stuff. I was pretty good at that shit, man. I still,
If
I
I
probably,
do that
I still
now
got,
and I
I still
fall
got
on the
the, I still
ground,
got the
tripping.
rhythm and shit. I'm just not. I can't last as good as much as I used to. You know what I'm saying now?
I got the rhythm, but my body doesn't.
Right.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm about to turn 31 here in a couple months, and I'm starting to realize even at 31, I'm like, there's things that it's not there's things I can't do and that are hard. It's just I see the difference in my body and how it reacts to things just 10 years later, and I'm like, damn. Like now I know like what my dad and my grandparents and my mama went through, and I'm like, man, they worked their ass off their whole life. They didn't even bitch about those type of things. I'm like, they don't make people the same anymore. We're so damn
Nope.
coddled and sensitive. It's
Right.
sad.
Hell, I tried not saying anything, and my bosses forced me to say something, and now I've been sitting here out of work for fucking 2.5 weeks because I had fucked up my back, and they're like, the doctors told them that I need to be on light duty. They don't have any light duty, so they don't know what to do with me, but I'm not getting paid, and all types of bullshit. I've been dealing with this for like a month.
Go to the Department of Labor, file a complaint. That's basically all you can do.
And that's going to go absolutely nowhere because the company is Amazon.
Wow. Okay, never mind. You should have said started off with that.
I'm probably better off making a video about my experience than going and filing a complaint.
100%.
I think that would get more attention than my complaint.
Right.
Definitely would. Look at that lady that got what was it? The lady, something about Amazon where she complained about like, or okay. It was during the something that happened. It was either dealing with snow or tornadic weather, and she could not get to work because everything was just trees everywhere. You know, there was emergency vehicles blocking, every way that she get to work. So she called in to work because, as you know, Amazon, it's a hotline that you call into work.
No.
So she called in, and they were like, "No, you can get to work," and they fired her. And she went to a news agency, and they picked up her story, and they were like, "Oh, we're sorry. We didn't know that this was going on. We didn't know that 20 people had died in your area, and there was trees everywhere." And
that's ridiculous. They know everything.
Yeah,
they know everything that happens, dude. I'm telling you. And you don't have to call in on a line. So the way Amazon, well, you can, but you don't have to. If you wanted to take off of work and you had the time, then you can just do it through a computer or through your phone and just take off the time. She probably didn't have the time, is what happened. And she called in to say, hey, this was going on. And then they're like, well, if you don't make it to work, you're fired. And she got fired.
She had her drive is like an hour away from work, and she had to go like 30 minutes from her house just to get any type of service to even make a phone call.
Oh, shit.
So, and they what Amazon did was basically retract and be like, oh, we're so sorry, basically, please don't sue us,
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I'm letting it play, because at this point they're playing the game of either they're going to make it impossible for me and they're going to make me quit, because they're still taking my time away from me. Like they give you so much time. They give you paid time, they give you unpaid time, and they give you vacation time. And you know, they only give you so much of it. So if you fall underneath 0 hours of unpaid time, which is what's getting taken from me, I get fired. Which they can't do right now because technically I'm out on an injury, which they're not handling.
That's
So
another thing she addressed was that if she misses a certain amount of days of work, or like they have a system that's fucking crazy, that you know,
Mhm.
that's hard for anybody to follow because we're all humans. We have fucking responsibility.
yeah,
We, you know, fuck. That's why I didn't get
Amazon's a
job.
hard company to work for the warehouses. I talked to a gentleman in HR who apparently has never worked for the warehouses because I made a joke about the rate, because whatever you do, you have a rate. So like my job, I work in returns. Now, my rate is 16. Now, 16 doesn't sound like a lot within an hour, right? Like you should be able to do 16 in an hour. Not if you're, you know, bringing in stuff that is like torn up boxes and you have to like somewhat repair the box and you have to make sure that it's the item, and then you got to redo this and do that, and then you're still fucking with your computer. It takes some time. So 16, you know, doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot of work within all that time because you don't know what you're getting. It's all random stuff. You get something that weighs like less than a pound, but then you can get something that comes down the line and it weighs 75 pounds and it takes a different way of processing it, you know?
But you're
So,
still expected to push out the same amount as you were.
right, you're still expected to push out 16 an hour. If you don't do that, like if you make 9 an hour, they'll come over and talk to you. And if it happens like more like after a couple of days and you're not making your rate, they'll write you up. And then they'll write you up again and then you're fired.
Eventually, they'll replace everything with fucking robots anyway. It's like
so-
they go
Of
24
course.
hours a day, no vacation time.
Right, but let me give you a concept. So that's returns. Now, if you're picking items, like picking items to go out that people have ordered,
Yeah.
some, you know, depending on the warehouses. So one warehouse I worked at was apparel. So basically, you're just picking out shirts and stuff like that. Nothing big, right? But you're running a 2-mile warehouse, and you're expected to pull like 95 items an hour, which is kind of hard to do when you walk a mile across the warehouse to pick one item and then you have to walk all the way back, all the way across the fucking warehouse again to pick your next item. It takes like 10 minutes literally to walk the whole warehouse. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're eating up 10 minutes of my time, but you want me to pull 95 items. You got people like literally running through those aisles with their carts to try and make their fucking rate.
Shit. Fucking roller skates.
They don't allow it. Nope. OSHA won't allow it. You can't have roller skates. You can't even have those. You can't even have those shoes, the wheelies. You can't
Yeah.
have those shoes with the one wheel in it, so you can like cruise. No,
Yeah.
no, OSHA, they won't let
Damn.
you.
Damn. Fucking
Yep.
up all
Can't
the fucking up the whole
music.
program.
Yep, you can't listen to music. Can't have your phone with you.
Wow.
So you're in a warehouse where all you hear is warehouse noises, and that's it. That's all you hear all night long, and you're left to your thoughts all night long. Because believe it or not, with as many people that work there and as many people are picking, there is not a lot of interaction within the pickers. And when you do actually come across the picker and you want to talk because it breaks up the monotony of the night, you get timed on that. So anytime that you're like not picking stuff, you're getting timed. And if you go past 5 minutes, they come and they find you and they talk to you. Why were you not picking for like 5 minutes? You know, Amazon's strict and it's fucking rough if you're in the warehouses. If you're, you know, if you've got
living in a nightmare.
Right? If you've got like some sort of degree or something that can pop you up the rungs, then I would suggest going to work for Amazon because I hear it's actually not that bad. And once you pop out of the warehouses and get into like HR or something, you know, if you're working in an office, you can sit down. There are no chairs in the warehouse. Like if you're in a station that you're not fucking leaving from for like 3 hours at a time, there are no chairs in there. You're standing the entire time. But you go over to HR or you go over to the manager's area and there they are sitting down, chilling, bullshitting, playing on their fucking computers. It's like, dude, that's not motivation for me to fucking sit here and bust out 95 units an hour, man. You know what I'm saying? That's not motivation for me. Sorry. Especially when you've worked there for like 3.5 years and you've gotten nowhere. So
There you go. Yeah. What's your motivation? What's the motivation? What is the motivation?
right now, my motivation is just to piss you all off. That's my motivation.
I'm gonna make you fire me. No.
Oh, but see, that was my first time working there. I've worked there a couple of times. And my first time working there, I worked there for about 3.5 years and I got nowhere. As hard as I worked, I mean, I could break rate. I was smashing rate to the point where they kept raising rate. And then they kept asking everybody else, well, how come you can't do what he's doing? Because I was pulling like 160 to 200 units an hour.
Fucking machine.
And fucking, they're like, how are you doing it? You guys got cameras, figure it the fuck out. Right? And then when they really pissed me off, I made like 20 units an hour. What are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm picking. Well, you're only making 20 units an hour. You guys piss me off. Fuck you. I'm not running around this warehouse like a chicken with my head cut off. Like, I was an asshole to him, bro. And it just ended up to where I was like, finally, I was like, because I wanted to move. I wanted to move to a packing position, and they wouldn't move me because of how good I was on picking. So I was like, all right, I got you. I quit.
Yeah.
And I quit. I ended up fucking waiting so many days before you get your job back. I went and got my job back in the packing position, and then they fired me because I popped dirty for marijuana. And that was 2 months before it went rec. And I'm like, are you sure, man? Because I'm telling you, it's going to go fucking wreck and they're going to change their fucking mind. Like, just have me do another test. Why are you going to fire me? Oh, it's Amazon policy. Got you.
Now they don't give a fuck. Yeah, so.
Now they don't give a fuck. I went back.
We're in Georgia, where I live, where it's illegal. They don't care. You can go to Amazon and pop dirty.
No, because they had to change their policies because of all the states that went rec. So now I went back and I purposely smoked like a motherfucker right before I went and took that drug test. I was putting that motherfucker to the test.
Yeah. Y'all don't care? All right, let me see how much you care. You know what I'm saying?
Right? I'm going to make sure you don't care. And if you say that you don't care and I still don't get the job, I'm going to call you out as a liar.
Yeah, check this out. Look, this is what I got at the moment.
Nice.
Sweet tarts.
Yeah. It's all right, but I live in a place where fucking, you get caught with a fucking pound, you're doing 15 years, type of deal. So
shit, that was just for anything out here. Like, you couldn't even have like a bowl out here on you. You'd get 15 years. It was an automatic felony.
What state do you live in?
Arizona.
Damn, but they say but Arizona's straight now. So, but see, I live
Arizona. Yeah, Arizona's straight now, but it was no, I'm sorry. It was supposed to be that strict. But there was officer discretion. So you could have up to an ounce on you and walk away with a ticket. If you
kiss his ass and fuck his dick.
Right. Or he could just charge you with the felony and that was it. So it was officer discretion.
I'm so tired of hearing fucking officer discretion because it's like, why is there discretion in there's certain situations when you're pulled over or arrested or you ring search, whatever the situation may be, where there should be discretion. Okay? Because if you pull someone over and they're calm, and I'm not trying to act like a police officer, I'm just trying to play it out. If you as an officer pull someone over, they got drugs on them, but they're cool and cordial, respectful with you, and they're just like, yeah, man, I got fucking bag of weed right here. You see it. You know what I'm saying? And that discretion should play in your advantage. You know what I mean? But then I also think about it, well, it's my right to be an asshole to you. There's no law that says I can't be a dick to you. your discretion should still be in play because that's part of your policy. And if I'm not fucking breaking a law after you pull me over, then I should still get fit somewhere in there in your discretion.
True, but if you're an asshole to them, you're dealing with their ego, and then their discretion goes out the window.
100%. That's the whole
Yeah.
point I was getting to is if you are in a situation where you know you fucked up, be nice.
Right?
Be
Well,
nice.
I'm
If you ain't
I'm
got
nice to
anything
a
on you and you're not breaking any
No.
law, be an asshole.
right.
You know?
I'm nice to a point always. It's when they
Mhm.
start being a dick is when I start being a dick. You know?
You should
I
always
can-
be. You should always be polite until it's time to not be polite.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Like say you go say somebody fucked up on your bill, right? On your on a bill you owe, and you have to go down to the business and deal with a manager. If you walk in that motherfucker with your chest puffed out and you're like, you're gonna change this right now, you ain't gonna get nowhere.
For the most part, unless they just
You-
want you out of there. You
Yeah,
got to know
yeah,
when
yeah.
to do that. You got to do it when they're fully busy, when they've got all the customers there. And you go, you know what? When I was in here last time, I saw a rat.
Right? Yeah, yeah. I see
gotta
you
pull
guys
shit like
moving. I
that.
see you guys moving units of powder out your back door. The fuck are you doing?
That's fucked up.
Just say some heinous, wild shit. Yeah, yeah. I hear that.
Hey, man, I mean, sometimes that works more than anything else.
Yeah. Well, see, where I live in a small town, so I know everybody that works everywhere. I know everything about them. And there's been times that they're not doing what they're supposed to do. I'm like, look, I know that your uncle sells fucking meth. You know what I mean? Like, I know all these things about you, and you're sitting here bringing up personal shit about me. Like, why don't you just cut the bullshit, do your job, and we'll both be happy? You know what
Right?
I'm saying? Like, it's as simple.
What just
Like,
happened to your
everybody's got
stuff?
family members that do dumb shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right? Wingnut, what just happened to your stuff?
What do you mean?
There was like some static. It was like my glitch effect in my videos, man. Like your screen started shaking. I hear static. Like I was expecting to see Godzilla like
my
come in the
headset
picture.
real quick.
Yep.
I just unplugged my headset.
Assigned FBI agent.
your thing is tapped.
Yeah, could be. But I mean, is everything okay right now, though? I mean, like I said,
no,
I
it's good.
just
It's
I just unplugged the headset so I can hear you without the headset because I was going to walk into the kitchen real quick and still listen.
Yep.
Maybe that was
I recognize the sound. That's what it sounded like.
It was
Brian,
just weird.
where's Brian? You gonna talk, bro?
I'm better at listening. Y'all seem to be able to fill the space.
Bro,
well,
you're here, so come
right?
on. Yeah, we want to hear your opinion. You're not alienated. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I think he's trying to figure out who we are. I don't think I've ever seen you.
Yeah, I'm
before.
pretty sure this
I
is
think
the
this is the first time we've met.
Yep.
Where did you see me first, you people?
I've seen you through a couple of other channels. Back when like they were trying to do some 1A game or something like that. I think is when I first started seeing you around.
I used to be big in a 1A community until I realized that a lot of the shit is just drama, people scripting shit and fake drama and shit. And I was like, I don't want to be involved in that. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? I'm here for content and community. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Yeah.
And
No, I
got
hear you.
I just disappeared.
I hear you.
Yeah, I know you from Ron's.
From where?
Dangerous Freedom.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, man. Rest in peace, homie.
What's up, dude?
No, you could bring up any 1A person in the community and I would know who they are.
Nice.
I mean, I got personal connections and shit with a lot of people in a community, but I don't really talk to anybody anymore because it's just fucking hectic and negativity 24/7.
Right. No,
So
I've no, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead, brother.
I've noticed a lot of that myself. I mean, I'm pretty new to the platform. You know, I've only been on for like a half a year. You know, so I've noticed that myself. Like it's like a lot of drama and stuff. And I'm here for the same, man. I'm out here to try and at least, you know, spread some sort of education and have some sort of good community instead of people like always at each other's necks and shit over little shit, man. Like
Exactly.
I mean, why are we fighting with each other, bro? We should be fighting the main target. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to be fighting this fucking government. We need to be telling this government what to fucking do, not focusing on stupid bullshit. You know? And regardless
yeah.
what yeah. So I don't know, man. Like that's just my view, bro. Like I think it's gonna take us all. It's gonna take us all, whoever you are. I don't care what you believe. I don't care the color of your skin. I don't care you believe it's a flat earth, round earth, triangle earth, fucking donut earth. I don't give a flying fuck what your beliefs are. But you know, you gotta fucking agree that this government needs to be fucking turned around. I mean, that's gotta be a common fucking belief within everybody. For the most part, except for the rich, you know, the ones that actually control it. So they
See,
don't
what's
want that
funny,
shit
though-
changed.
No, of course they don't. What are you saying, Brian? I want to hear your point of view, bro.
Yeah, I get the sense that that's a pretty good unifier.
Yeah. And you would think so. But, you know, then you look at what's going on in the news and society itself and how people are reacting around you. And it's like the amount of racism or, you know, hate or whatever towards whatever person for this reason, that reason takes precedence over what's going on in our government and the shit that needs to change. And you know, out of all these people that vote, and I hear every single year shit needs to change, it's just kind of funny to me how the same people stay in there.
Yeah, no kidding.
But you
Or
want change.
if there is new blood, they get run out with some sort of scandal. You know what I'm saying? Like this person, he's a really good candidate. You've never fucking seen him before, but he wants really great things. Holy shit, he's got some sort of fucking tax evasion bullshit, or you know, he touched somebody, or you know what I'm saying? Like
You can blame the Mossad for that.
yeah.
No, it seems like it's a pattern. You know what I mean? I see that same thing.
And I'm not saying that stuff doesn't exist. I'm not saying that either. What I'm saying is it's just, you know, it's convenient how the new people that want to come in that you've never heard of, that are not affiliated with anybody in government, period, somehow get fucking pushed out and the same people stay in.
Well, you know what George Carlin said, right? There's a big club, and guess what? We aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not in it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's just, I mean, if you own a house and a car, you're top 10% richest people in this in the world. If you just have a house and a car.
Right.
So that just shows you the disproportionate the disproportion of wealth amongst people. That means there's more poor people, obviously, than there are rich people. And I brought up a thing, and I felt kind of bad on Dangerous Freedom's last stream. I was talking about Elon Musk shit and going on a rant. And I felt bad because, you know, what happened. And I was talking about how Elon Musk was talking about how here in the next, say, 10 or so years, everything's going to be automated. Every job that doesn't take a lot of, you know, and I hate to say work because everything's work, whether it's a job, but the majority of everyday people's lives are going to be changed for the fact that a robot is going to take their job. And what are we going to do when we displace, you know, 1.5, 2 billion people around the world and they don't have a way to live anymore?
They've already come up with a big solution for that, for their problem they created. They've already got it. It's called universal basic income.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Elon Musk
their solution for the problem they created.
I don't agree with it, but I do agree with the fact that if
There you
that
go.
does happen, then we can't just leave those people
Right.
stranded.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I mean?
really don't believe that that's viable
Right.
at all. I don't think it's compatible with human nature, and I don't think it can be made. I don't think human nature can be sufficiently warped to make it work in anything that isn't a nightmare.
Right.
Domesticated.
Yeah. Well, you want to know how you get rid of like 98% of all our problems? You get rid of fucking technology.
Well, I would say start with the Federal Reserve and the IRS. That would get rid of a lot of it.
Yeah, but then you're gonna get assassinated like JFK. So you know. So.
Yeah, I've been looking over the fence at the Amish. Grass looks pretty green over there.
The Amish aren't too bad. I've got a couple of Amish people that live by me over here for the summertime. They have a winter. I'm sorry, for the winter time. They have a winter house out here, and they're out from Pennsylvania. So out there, they come out here and they stay out here. They label themselves as Amish, but I call them Mennonite because they still use technology and light and
Don't
stuff
let
like
them
that.
fool you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Amish and then there's Mennonite. Like
I know. I know the difference. Yeah.
Bro, the Mennonites they sell drugs just like normal people. So they like the meth. Mennonites like the dope. I can validate that.
Have you guys ever watched that Amish Mafia?
No.
Oh, there's a show that's called Amish Mafia. It's fucking hilarious, bro.
Where they flip meth all day and they fucking yeah.
No, they don't cook meth all day, but it's like they have like this godfather of the Amish that the Amish people come and they're like asking favors of this guy and he'll go and handle shit. I shit you not, bro. It's an awesome show.
Listen, is anyone here familiar with Tennessee?
A little bit, yeah.
I'm not.
Okay, well, there's a place in Tennessee called Linden, and it's got about, I'm going to say 1,500 people, and they got a Amish community there, and there's about 300 Amish people. And one day it's like 102 degrees, right?
Right.
And I had just bought like multiple gold necklaces. I was fucking doing good at that time in my life, and I was, making like a week. I was making, $3,000-$4,000, and this is back in, like 2013, 2013 or 14. You know what I mean? So I was making decent money, and I dressed. I thought it was going to be cooler that day, right? That was going to be like in the 90s. So I was just going to, and then I come outside and it's 100 degrees, and the heat index is like 107. So I just took my fucking shirt off, and I see all these Amish women walking by, and I'm walking by them, and they're all gawking at me and shit. And this fucking like leader, this fucking guy that's like 60 years old comes out of nowhere, and he's fucking like giving them orders and telling them shit. And they all got in a single file fucking line and looked forward and just kept fucking marching. And I was just like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, whoa. And I'm like, looking around, did anybody else see this? And everyone else is like, it's normal.
Yeah,
and
that's the Amish way, man. But the Amish way is the man runs the house. You know what I'm saying? The wife cooks, the wife.
Hell yeah, I feel for that
the
guy.
wife has the babies, like strict, like real, like strict Christians and stuff, man. Like they live the book.
That guy calling the shots, I respect him because he's looking all at them. He's like, man, these girls are all 18, 20, 21 years old, whatever. And he's looking at them like he's going to have fucking, 50 more babies.
Well, he's also looking at them because a lot of them are reaching the age where they get a year to go and live out in the real world.
Break Amish.
Yeah. So they
Was it
they have
Rumspringa or something like that?
I forget the name of it, but they have
It's
a
called
year.
Breaking Amish.
Yeah, that's the name of the show, right?
No, I know, but there's like I think the name of the whole crosses with Rum Spring or some shit like that. Back
Yeah, I
when they do
Yeah,
that.
it's Rum or Springer.
Yeah, that sounds
you're right.
that sounds it. But they have a year to go and decide whether they want to actually stay Amish or if they want to actually move out of the Amish community. But if they move out of the Amish community, they're pretty much shunned. So it's like a you can go and you can do your own fucking thing, but if you go and do your own thing, don't expect to come back. You know what I'm saying? Type shit. But yeah. Kind of messed up little community there, at least that way.
I'd say I want to reproduce. Like I want my last name and my blood to go across the world. Like I want to have.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
By the time I die, I want to have like 50 kids or some shit.
Donate to sperm banks.
Bro, I straight up want to have like a little fucking, militia. You know what I'm saying? A baby militia.
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
Oh,
Like,
like,
it sounds like a good idea, but
Like the
I've got
Gracies.
3 of them, and I'm about ready to tear all my hair out. I love my
Yeah,
hair.
buddy.
That's what all the women are for. And then I just come in and lay the law down.
That's the kind of thing that what's his name? That Gracie guy did.
I tell them what it is. I kiss every single baby on the forehead. And I tell them I love them, and then I leave.
Did you just hear what this guy just said? Oh my god. Thank you. I needed that. If my wife would have been in here, she would have been on the fucking floor, bro. If you had a wife at that point and she was in there, she would have slapped you upside the fucking head. Let me tell you what.
I'm gonna just say I'm gonna tell them all. I love the kids. No, I love the kids.
I'm not saying that you wouldn't love the kids. I'm saying it don't work that way.
No shit, it don't work that way. But I know you guys enjoyed that though.
Hell yeah. Had me rocking. Thought somebody came out. I hate this little room. I need to figure out how to like soundproof the outside from the inside without taking all my shelving away. I hear every little thing outside.
Bro, I could keep going in on that. I love like taking situations and bringing like comedy to it. Fucking just going the complete opposite direction of what everybody thinks it's gonna go. Oh, I love doing that shit, bro.
I did not realize what time it was.
Damn, bro.
What?
I didn't know Superman smoked.
Hell yeah.
That S on his chest is for smoking.
That's for stoner.
It stands for Sensimilla. You know what I'm saying? Hey, no seeds, baby. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Let me check my Citizens app and see what's going on. Where the fuck is my phone? I haven't had my phone this entire time.
Wingnut, where you at, bro?
Wingnut, you fall asleep?
No, I was in the kitchen. I was getting me coffee. I'm filling up my coffee.
Bro, you need a woman to do that for you, dog.
What do I need a damn woman to do that for me for?
Because
Well,
then you can
I got 2 fucking good legs, man. I don't need a damn woman to do that for me. It's the other leg I need a woman for.
She could have been fucking cooking you food. She could like She could be super useful. You know how many people they hear this is gonna piss them off? I don't care. I look at a relationship as 50-50. You got to bring something to the table,
Oh man,
just like I do.
that's the reason why I took my headphones off, so I can sit there and I can still hear you guys, and I can be in my kitchen because it's not that far
Right.
away.
Yep.
I mean, I was finishing up dinner. I made nachos for dinner, man, and I had 2 big plates of nachos, man, and I'm sitting here drinking my coffee. Um,
Yeah.
you know, I could be. I wish I had some damn cigars. I'm out of cigars, but shit happens.
Yeah. Hey, how long would it take if I overnight ship you cigars? 'Cause I got. How long would that take?
What now?
I'll overnight ship. I can't overnight ship you cigars. That's illegal.
All right,
Can't do
I'm
that shit.
back on my headphones now. Here we go.
I got some really good cigars.
No, I've been smoking. What is it? Those Jewel Sweet. They're made by Havana Tempa. That's what I've been smoking. I don't know. It's kind of hard to find. They're actually getting kind of hard to find around here.
Bro, everything's getting. It seems like anything that like, especially tobacco and the price of Jesus. Where
Well,
I'm at, like pack of cigarettes has gone from like $4.50 to like $7.50 almost here. That's not even including tax.
right.
I live in a small town where it's like there's no way in hell that, and a lot of stuff has to do is we pay a little more price on gas here because it being mountainous, they charge a tax for them to bring fuel here. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, so it is what it is.
Yeah, almost everything comes through the Panhandle over here, man. It's like it's all getting shipped in through. Well, a lot of stuff that comes into Florida is getting shipped in by barges and stuff.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
even the
you
fuel.
people set his house on fire. Yeah, dude.
What
Hold
happened?
Is that Batman?
up.
Hey, that's
Yes,
Batman. Look, it's Batman.
I'm checking my back computer for any crime going on in the city.
Oh hell yeah.
Bro,
I
I'm
should have been out cop watching like a long time ago.
Don't shoot me, bro.
Batman doesn't shoot people.
He just throws like
Well, he
Batman
has something.
shaped
He's got,
fucking
yeah, he's,
the
yeah.
bat shaped fucking like Chinese stars and shit. The bat stars.
Yeah, I don't want to get hit with that shit.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll show you. Look. All right, because I got to take this off. Do it.
I don't want any problems with Batman, bro. Shit.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. He fucking set up, man.
And this is real. This isn't fake. This is real. If I let it go, it'll stick into my computer, and that's not happening. So that's real. If you think I'm,
Roger.
You get
Oh,
20
yes,
or
it
30
does.
of those. Get 20
Oh,
or
no,
30
no,
of
no.
those looking coming at you. There you go.
no, it goes onto my utility belt. I've got 5 of them right there. That's
Right.
my utility belt right
Shit.
there.
Nice.
What, you
I
think
got
I'm playing?
No shoddy operation here, buddy.
Yeah,
No
let's go.
shoddy operation here. I got the Batmobile and all. What was that?
yeah.
Nice
There it
little
is, yeah.
knuckle knife. I love
Yep.
the knuckle knives.
Yeah, those are not too bad. Actually, yeah. It's like
The holes are too big though.
Oh, on
The
that
holes
one,
need
they
to be
are
a little bit smaller.
But see, I got a little punch up, but hold on. I'll show you guys all the shit. Look
Hey, that's a nice knuckles. That'll definitely knock the fucking teeth out of somebody.
yeah, that'll definitely do it. That's what I'm talking about.
This is my favorite.
Yeah, there you go. Right on.
Nice. Yeah, this is the one that I normally carry around on me.
That
Yeah.
this is a bug. That's a bug knife that I just showed you. So
This is a Vietnam issued U.S. Army knife that was given to me.
got a couple of those, but they're family stuff, so I keep them up. You know what I mean?
No, I always keep this one on me. This one's my protector right here.
This right
And that's
here.
the reason why they gave it to me. Is to keep
See
me
what's got
protected.
on it? Okay, hold on. You see what it's got on it? It's got a
Right.
No, sort of. Oh yeah.
okay. And then there's that's on the hand that, but this. Hold on, I'll
Nice.
put it more light. Now my room's dark, but
Yeah.
So Mike Taylor in the chat.
Yeah.
I see a quote.
paracord on it.
Nice.
What'd you say,
Okay.
Brian?
I see Mike Taylor in the chat. Who is
Yeah.
he quoting?
I'm not sure who he's quoting right offhand, but
I wish it showed guns, but that's not allowed. That's a no-no. I got the cheap Smith & Wesson SRT.
that might be a Mike Taylor fucking quote.
Yeah, I want to get a nice Assassin's Creed wrist knife, man. I have not been able to find anybody that makes the real Assassin's Creed knife blade. So if you know anybody that makes one, let me know. I've been looking for one as a Christmas present to myself.
The what now? What'd you say again? That you want a Christmas present?
do you know of Assassin's Creed?
Yeah.
I want the wrist blade, the hidden wrist blade.
Yeah.
I want one or maybe a set. Set's asking too much, maybe, but just one.
Yeah.
I just want one.
I mean, you know, if you really wanted to be all set, you need the wrist blade on one end and the crossbow on the other.
I don't want the crossbow. I don't want people to know I got it. That's the whole point of having it. You want to get into a fight with me? That's cool. Walk up on me, buddy. Shink. Ah,
yeah,
done.
exactly.
I don't know what he's. I have no knife. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, man, if I did that, I would like a blade about as long as my forearm, from like my wrist down to my elbow, about that long, or a little bit shorter, just a little bit. But that's how long the blade has to be if I was
Right.
going to do that.
You
You know
guys
what I
see
mean?
this?
What's that?
Indy in the chat.
Yeah.
It's hitting the fan in Washington.
Yeah.
Disappearing people.
It's something about internment. They just introduced a bill into their Congress there that it.
What? I was going to say, go ahead.
No, you're good, bro.
No, I was going to say also, like, did you see that story on Citibank and all that stuff? They're forcing all employees to get the crap in the arm, or they're going to face termination.
They're doing that. Listen, they're doing that in every company around everywhere
Yeah.
almost, bro.
Yeah.
Listen, my dad, who's like a good employee high up in a place where he worked, they're trying to get everybody to get it. They're going around asking people, "Would you take it? Yes or no?"
Right.
And that's not okay. And like, okay, fuck, dude, I don't know what we can do other than the obvious. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I have hopeful wishes, man. That's all that is hopeful wishes for all this stuff to be changed on our benefit without firing a shot. I just
Did
don't
you see what the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court's looking like they're leaning in favor of the mandates.
Yeah.
Well, and I've been telling my wife that I fully see a lockdown coming down here.
And we can't trust the Supreme Court.
Definitely.
And I can't, because it's supposedly majority conservative. Those aren't conservatives. You're supposed to be for the Constitution. You're supposed to be. You are, your biggest thing in your life is constitutional law. and you're sitting
Right.
there having people hearing about scientific things that
Well,
has
not only
nothing to
that,
do with it. You're supposed to base all. You're supposed to rule off the Constitution only.
well,
That's
not
why
only
you're there.
that, there's some of these cases that should have gone in front of them. They just totally refused to even take the case, you
Right.
know, or see, or even have any of it heard. You know
Like
what I
it
mean?
was, yeah. Like it didn't matter, and you're there to see. You're there to stop the federal government from stepping over their boundaries. That's your job.
Yeah,
Right.
they don't give a shit. They get
That's
paid
your
anyway, no
only
matter
reason.
what. These
Yeah, they're
motherfuckers,
supposed to be
how much work
nerds.
do they really do?
Nothing. You know.
Well, you know, what do you expect from people that get a $25,000 budget to decorate their office?
Right?
Bro, you know how much
Oh, you
25
don't know
grand could
about
change
that?
my life?
Shit.
You couldn't
Nancy Pelosi was
25K
talking
change
about
everybody's
that.
life right now? Everybody in this on the panel and in the chat, could 25K change your life?
Fuck yeah, it
Fucking
could.
A.
I'd be able to fix
Fuck
my
yeah,
house, and I wouldn't have to dig a fucking hole in my yard every once in a while to fix
the
my
thing,
plumbing.
I can turn around. I can turn around and I'd turn around and fucking buy this piece of property for my dad. At least I wouldn't have to worry about that.
Right.
You know?
Pretty crazy.
Where I tell people we're fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, and there's only one way out of this, and that's you got to get out numbers. The only thing they respect is you get out in the street, a shit ton of numbers, and you fucking show up where they live.
Right.
That's the only thing I've seen this work.
Yep.
Exercising your First Amendment right.
But most people are too much in their little world to do anything. Like
They're
they don't.
afraid to lose what they have.
Yep.
Yeah. All
Sorry
this
to interrupt you. You know.
comfortable
good.
fucking, you know, all fat and happy type of lifestyle. Here, watch the damn American Gladiators, man, and here's some Burger King while you're doing that. You'll be good.
Well, and that was the point with TikTok that I was making earlier, man. I mean, me and Phil have seen it that, you know, they're taking down certain content off of TikTok as far as like cop watch material and stuff like that. They'll mute it out. They won't play it. But you know, I can put, you know, something really stupid to my cop watch video and they'll play it no fucking problem. And it's like, we don't get it. Like, why are you going to dumb down America? But I get why they're dumbing down America. You know what I'm saying? You keep people stupid, they're easier to control.
Dude, me and Nikki were sitting there talking about it because, like, if you notice, like a lot of these, so-called prepper or auditor or whatever, all these type of peoples and stuff like that. A lot of the comments are getting infiltrated by these bots. A lot of the chats are getting infiltrated by these bots and stuff. And then
Right.
and a lot of videos are being disappearing and this and that channels being taken down. All right. And also trolls, they end up getting gravitating over more and more and more and more. All right. I was sitting there thinking, I was just like, me and Nikki were talking, we're like, why don't we just do an experiment? Because I've got a backup channel. I was sitting there thinking, but there's no content on it whatsoever. Maybe I should just fill it with a bunch of these like content creators that do like live streaming of puppies or something like that, and see if I get the same results when it comes down to the trolls, the bots, all that other stuff. You know what I mean? And like, I bet you, you know, all that foo-foo type stuff, it doesn't get none of it. It's all attracted to us for some reason, or to the ones that are actually, you know, going against the grain, I guess you would call it.
Dude, right now there's a channel called The Experiment Show. And it runs, I think the most lives I've seen it run right now is about 9 lives straight, right?
Yeah.
12-hour runs.
Yeah.
And all it is this guy running over random toys and shit with his car tire.
Right.
Over and over and over for 12 hours.
Yeah.
I'll go down the list and he'll have like 700 in this one. He'll have 1,500 in this one. He'll have 400 in this one. He'll have 900 in this one. And I'm like, and it's all the same shit. It's all the same fucking live, but he's got 9 of them fucking running at the same time. And he's asking people to help him get up to 500,000. You know, it's like, holy shit, bro. Like, you know, and what kills me is you have that amount of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, add up all of those people that are watching all of those lives, and you have that amount of people watching that stupid bullshit when
Yeah.
they could be learning something and learning, you know what I'm saying? Like they could
Yep.
actually be like listening to one of our videos or learning how to, handle themselves out in the real fucking world, not in La La Land.
It's all
Right.
about dopamine. It's
Yeah.
about a dopamine response. It's about instant gratification. That's the only
Yeah.
thing that these new
Well, and
generations know.
Well, and that's slowly but surely with technology. That's what we've been taught. Pay attention to the screen.
Or like,
Look down.
you know
down
what,
here. Don't look around here. Look down here.
yeah, you know what
Everything's all
bugs me
good
is
right
that
here.
that trend that I've seen going around. It's like opening a box. Oh, look, we got a new box in today. Let's open the box and see what's in the box. Open the box. Oh, let's go to see what's in the box. I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck? And people are actually they're getting paid big money to do this sometimes. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, what it is they're Amazon mystery boxes. So if you go to eBay, you can buy a mystery box from Amazon anywhere from $20 to like $5,000.
Right.
And you can buy these boxes, and what they do is they say they bought like a $500 mystery box, right? And it'll come in and it'll be full of just random bullshit. Not even anything worth $500 fucking dollars. You know? And it's like, what's the point? But people get tipped out on that type of stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
People
It's like
pay
they'll make
people
a
to
whole
fucking do
video
that
of
shit.
just them fucking getting this box and opening it up and looking through it. That's the whole fucking video. And I mean, I've been seeing a trend on many different other channels that are doing the same thing. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
My favorite is the guy that bought the box that contained a demon in it, and he opened it up. That was my favorite one.
Yeah, have you seen these motherfuckers?
What was it? A big fucking turd in it or something? What was the?
No. He actually bought a box where somebody had sealed a demon inside of it or an
Right.
entity inside of it, and it was covered in wax. He cut the wax, and what the freaky thing was is he had it sitting on a table. He would take his EMF detector, and every time he got close to the box, the EMT detector went off, right? And then he opens the box with the EMT detector sitting right next to it, and as soon as he opens the box, it shuts off. Right? And
Okay.
there's a crystal in there. He says it's got a nasty smell. And he's sitting there and he's checking out the box. And he's got one of those silver YouTube plaques hanging on the wall in the background of this while he's going on. And the YouTube plaque flies off the wall by itself. And he's like, all right, fuck this, I'm gone.
Oh, no shit. Damn. No,
I'm
I
like,
hadn't
what?
seen that.
What are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Even if you don't
did
believe
he
in
do
it.
that EMF thing or whatever it is? Like, did he check the box after he opened it? Did he check it?
He, like I said, he had the EMP detector
Yeah.
sitting right next to the box, so it was going off. And when he opened it up, it shut off. And then
Man.
he took the detector and moved it all around it, and it wasn't going off anymore. And he's like, dude, that's weird. And there
Yeah.
was like a big crystal inside of it. And I'm like, well, if this shit is true, because I have my own thoughts on that. If this shit is true, you done fucked up, brother. Like,
Yeah.
and he did it in his own house. So
Yeah,
he let
no.
it go in the house.
Yeah, no. Dude, but that still makes me wonder, how in the hell did they catch in that damn cardboard box?
There's ways. So
There's
there's
gotta- like a
ways
damn
there's ways of
cardboard
stealing a demon inside a box. And there's actual demon traps or ghost traps that can be made and will contain an entity if you are having hauntings. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
My belief, but
Yeah.
you know, nobody else's. But there are ways, and the Jewish have a way. It's called a Divik box,
Right.
and they
Yeah,
put a
but
bunch
what are
of
those
items
made
in
out of?
there.
Those are made out of wood or
Anything.
Oh yeah.
Anything, just a wood box, just something that can contain it. Some ghost traps that people use are like gourds. You know what I'm
Right.
talking about?
Yeah.
So it's a gourd with nothing in it. They just stick it in there. They say stuff. It's supposed to suck the ghost in, and you close it, and you know that's just
Kinda like a
layman's
genie in a
terms
bottle
of
type of
how
thing.
right, kind of genie in a bottle. Instead of letting it out, you're pulling it in.
Right.
Type thing. So yeah, it's kind of like hard to like go into it because it's like very long and drawn out. But layman's terms, that's pretty much what it is. You put a spell on a gourd, you stick it down, and you hope that it catches your ghost. You're kind of like the Ghostbusters with the ghost trap. You're throwing it out there and you're hoping that it runs over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah. But some people believe it, some people don't. But I've witnessed stuff happen. I've had stuff happen around me, and I can't explain what it is. I'm not gonna say it's a ghost. I'm not gonna put a label on it, but I've had some pretty messed up stuff happen to me. Doesn't happen to everybody, but neither does seeing an alien. I've yet to see an alien ship. I'm waiting to see my first UFO. I've been out to fucking Nevada plenty of times, and I sit out.
I'm
in
gonna
the
tell you
middle of
something.
Stark
I
Desert,
have seen
so-
some stuff. I can tell you what it wasn't, but I couldn't tell you what it
I
was.
can tell you what it wasn't.
Yeah, I've been there too. I've been there. Yeah.
He's like, I can
Or
tell
you
you
see
what it
something
wasn't.
you're just
Exactly. I could tell you, it was not a plane. It was not a satellite. It was not a helicopter. It was not like some random military spacecraft or I don't know. It was not any of that. I couldn't
Two
tell you what it
people shot in
was though.
Maryville, Phoenix.
It was really strange. It moved very erratically, very weird. It was something interesting.
Right.
And that was actually, I remember I was in Diablo Canyon in New Mexico, and we were having a rave out there, out in the middle of the fucking desert next to the river in the canyon. You know what I mean? And I mean, we had to set up our stage out there with a generator, with fucking DJs, a big trampoline, and people all over the place. It was pretty cool. I remember I was sitting on the top of my van up on the rooftop, sitting there rolling a cigarette, and I'm looking up at the sky, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And my buddy was sitting next to me, and we're sitting there staring at this thing. And this thing was moving like really kind of fast across the damn sky. And then it does like a right angle turn, like straight up. And I'm like, what the fuck was that?
Right. Yeah, I've gotten pretty sucked into History Channel's Skinwalker
Right.
Ranch, but then also TV. Like, I'm not out there on the ranch experiencing all this weird shit, so I can't say whether it's TV tricks or if it's actually happening.
Yeah.
Because, ever since, like, I used to, like, watch shows like that and really get sucked in, but ever since I got into making videos and stuff and see,
Right.
like, the effects that I can come up with and
Right.
create, it's like, I don't trust TV anymore.
You shouldn't. No, you really shouldn't.
But that's the problem.
That's what
problem,
actually
is
that's what
people
actually kind
want
of
to
worries
believe
me.
that it's true.
Right. That's what actually kind of worries me. I hear these people say, oh, the video don't lie. Video don't lie. I'm like, motherfucker, don't say that. You're jinxing it. You're jinxing it. You're jinxing it.
I've said it too. I've said it. The video don't fucking lie.
Right.
And then you're here like, wait, well, yeah, it kind of can because you can make it lie.
Right. 1I2Y just dumped out for some reason. I don't know what the fuck. Come on, Brian. Get in on this. What are you doing?
Just getting more tired by the minute.
All right. Yeah. Right on. Right on. Can't keep up with the big dogs, huh?
Nope.
Nope.
My
That's all right.
Coffee ran out long ago.
Oh,
well,
dude,
that's
I got
why
another.
Keep a strong
Yeah.
supply of Pepsi.
I got there you go. I got like a whole nother half a pot sitting there waiting on me, and plus I got some soda sitting here in front of that. So I'm good for now anyway. But
Nice.
yeah, I don't know, man. And like I said, even like tonight, man, y'all, hey, you people, I just came out here really just kind of like I don't know, there was nobody else doing anything else, man, and I was like trying to relieve a little bit of that stress from bullshit I'm having to deal with that buddy of mine over here. This is the third day. His wife has left him. This is the third day into it. So he's like, oh, like, man, it's like hard. He doesn't want to be left alone. So I've been dealing with that for the past 3 days. And
Gotcha.
yeah. Anyway, it's just it's one of them things. And so I was like needing like a release. It's the reason why I even came on in the first place, man. It's like the fucking just release.
Yeah, I wasn't even gonna go live. I was just gonna go out cop watching tonight. So
yeah, I hear you.
But
hey,
I
are you
decided to come up.
are you using a scanner of any kind? No.
No, I just just recently I've downloaded Broadcastify onto my phone, but normally I just go around where I know the cops mainly are. Like I know the hot spots where they sit.
Yeah.
And where they try and pick people off, or I stick around the bars, or I stick around the high drug traffic areas.
Yeah, like around in like Panama, man, like a lot of
Stuff
these
like that,
bars.
27th Avenue, which is like,
Yeah, a lot of these bars and stuff, man. A lot of times the
Yeah.
cops are sitting like the parking lots next door to it, waiting for people to leave. You know what I mean?
oh yeah. Well, and I love going to the bars, man, especially like Scottsdale. Dude, during the summertime, there's like girls like basically wearing absolutely nothing, going to the bars and getting all pissed off at you because you're recording them, but you know they decided to wear nothing out in public. That was their choice. So I mean, I've got a lot of good views over there in Scottsdale during the summertime, over there in the bar industry. But I mean, you just got to know the spots in your city. You know, if you know the spots where you know there's high crime, there's usually always cops, or you usually always see the helicopter hanging around. Those are my little honey holes that I go and I go spot every once in a while. Now, there are nights that I go out and I get absolute nothing, like absolute nothing. So I have decided, you know, all right, I'm going to start trying to use a scanner, but you know, I really can't understand what the hell they're saying on the scanner, the way that it comes out over the scanner. It's just,
Well,
can't
see,
really
that's another thing
understand
too. A lot of the codes and stuff like that. I think a lot of that you can actually find out on the computer. And depending on your like your county or whatever, they might have different codes. You can look up the well, they used to be 10 codes and stuff like that.
No, I know that. I just don't. I can't. Yeah, I know the 10 codes. I just don't understand what they're saying. Like it's garbled.
Oh.
So they'll say an address, but I won't catch the number. I'll catch like somewhat of the street and I can make it out, but I can't hear the number. So it's like the way it is, it's just garbled for me. I can't understand what they're saying. The Citizen app, on the other hand, I mean, if it gets reported to the Citizen app, you know, is pretty nice because the Citizen app runs off of a certain scanner and it runs off of the public itself. So certain calls will make it on there, but certain calls won't.
Right.
But it's pretty nice, you know, when you're just driving around and you go and you're looking at it and, hey, this popped up near you. All right.
Because I know a couple of these other otters are using scanners and stuff. I'm not sure if they're actually using an actual scanner radio or they got an app. I'm not sure.
No, they use Broadcastify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's you get a lot of that. That's live broadcast and stuff, live radio stuff. Yeah.
That's live police scanners throughout. So I mean, you're picking it up. You're not going to get everything, but you're picking up live, and it's got like a 30-second to a minute delay.
Right.
So as they're calling it out, and if you're standing next to the cop, you know, and you got your Broadcastify, you'll hear it over the cop radio, and about 30 seconds to a minute later, you'll hear it on Broadcastify.
What's up, Shady? I see you in there in the chat. What's up?
So, but yeah, man, let me jump off here. Let me get ready. I want to at least try to get out there. This is about the good time. It's Saturday night, and I wanted to surprise Gilbert Bystander and swing by and say hi. So
right on. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hang out for a little while longer. Maybe it depends on if I might wander around and see if there's anything going on live. If there's anything going on live, I might pop off and end up on somebody else's.
I was thinking about trying a live panel, but like I said, it's just a pain in the ass for me to run it off my phone. So I'm just thinking I might just go live whenever I need to go live. And
that's a good idea. That's the main reason why I wanted to get the StreamYard all kind of set up. So if I was in a situation and I needed to go live, I wanted to have the option. Because I was really pissed off when YouTube did that, you know, thing where you had to have 1,000 just to do it off your mobile device. I was like, because I was streaming a lot at that time.
Now it's only 50. Now you only need 50 subscribers to go live. You can go live right now if you wanted to, straight off of YouTube. They changed it.
When?
Yeah, they changed it back to like 50 to 100 subscribers or something, like a month or two back, because everybody was freaking out about it. It's at the same time that Like if I was a mod in your channel, I could click on some like anybody in the chat, and I
Yeah.
could go to their channel. They put a go
Right.
to channel
Yeah.
option in there, so you don't need go to channel.
Well, it used
anymore.
to have that at the beginning, and they took it
Right,
off.
and they took it off, but they brought it back on.
Yeah,
I
but
came
that-
across it randomly, and nobody even knew that it was there. I'm like, yeah, it's there. Check it out.
But
And
that's only for mods, though.
right, so it's only for mods for your channel. So if like I was a mod, I could click on anybody's name and go to channel. If I
Right.
wasn't, I couldn't.
Right.
So it's for mods only. So that way
Right.
people can go to channels, grab links, come back and drop the links.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a great thing to have because now if you notice, like all those fake accounts that were floating around, like PDF and LE and all these other ones that were floating around that were all fake, have dropped off the face of the earth. They haven't been seen in a while. So I think the only one that's got like the changing account anymore is No Justice, but he's always had the changing name account. I mean, as long as I've known him, he's changed his name like a million times since I've known him. So I mean, that guy
Yeah.
has fun with his name, but
But don't you lose content when you change your name?
no.
I think because every one time I think I lost a bunch of videos, man, because I changed my name one time the whole time I've had a YouTube account. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, I mean, I just make a whole new account. But I changed.
Well-
There's one account that I changed my name on. I think I lost a bunch of videos when I changed it over. It was like it started fresh.
Let me rephrase myself. I don't know. I've
Oh.
never done it. I can tell you that if you take all your content, put it private, and then bring it back out, you've lost all your watch hours. I
Oh
can tell
yeah,
you that much. I've done that.
I haven't done that yet either. I haven't done that. But
No,
yeah, okay.
I did that to try and get a story out to the national news, and I didn't want what I was doing to be a bias,
Okay.
against their opinion. And I just put the story out there to them. I made a couple of videos of just of this guy's videos. You know Robert Burdell. You know that
I know
story.
the name. Yeah.
Okay, if you know the story though, right?
No, enlighten me.
Okay. Robert Burdell is a 76-year-old Navy veteran in Alaska, living off-grid. Him and his buddy were driving down the road, ran out of gas. His buddy went down to go get gas to fill up the car to get it down to the gas station. And while his buddy was gone, the cops had pulled up because they were parked in somebody's driveway. And, Robert Burdell explained everything to him, and shit went down. And the cops said that he was resisting arrest and assaulted an officer. So that gave them the right to make this guy's one side of his face literally black and blue, and beat the ever living shit out of him, tased him multiple fucking times, and fucked him up pretty good. And they're trying to charge him with assaulting an officer and shit, all over him just sitting in a car that was run out of gas.
There we go.
So,
All right, mate.
What's going
How
on?
you
Steve?
doing, American buddies? How you doing, American buddies?
good. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm
You
from
get
Eng-
you sawdog. You like damn fucking you fucking muppet. What are you doing, Shady?
I did again. I did a depression. Depression. How do we fix it? Then it turned it at the end of it. We got UK Medicon. Then you got my American friend Sandra. Next minute at the end, turned into a dating channel yet again. But we did get a lot of stuff out about depression and how there's ways of helping each other out, which I thought was, I got an average of 20 people. I think I got 29 people, and then average 10 people. But I think a lot of good came out of it because everybody knows I suffer depression, I self-harm. So I thought I did quite well out of it. I don't know if I did, but hopefully I did. Anyway, forget about that. How you doing, Winging Up, you crazy gun guy?
I'm all right. All right, and you people are all right now. What happened? What ended up happening on that?
So Robert Burdell ended up making a video that he was going to commit suicide by cop. And the reason why he was going to do this was because he couldn't get the case heard. He had a bunch of evidence against the police. I mean, a bunch. He put it out there. He also said that somebody in the government said that it wouldn't be seen because of something like he was still alive, so it's not a relevant case or something. So he said if he did this, then maybe it would become a relevant case. And that's how we all found out about it.
Yeah.
So I had made a couple of videos. PDF, in the meantime, was getting a hold of him to make sure that he didn't do this. And PDF, you know, is the man for saving this guy's life because he stopped him from doing this.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So I took all my content, I put it into private, I took his videos, I sent it off to every single fucking piece of national media I could fucking think of. I mean, every fucking buddy. I must have sent out like 50, 60 emails. Not a single fucking response, and you haven't heard it on the fucking news.
No, you won't do. You won't do.
So I go and I pull all my content back up onto the fucking YouTube, and I lost all my watch hours. And I was like that close to being at monetized level, and I lost all my fucking watch hours because of it.
Wow.
See,
Not saying that I'm mad at what happened with my watch hours. What I'm saying is
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
that's what happened. That's how I lost all my watch hours, and it just pisses me off that as hard as I tried to get the word out there, and it's not like it's a lack of fucking evidence. I mean, anybody that looks at the paperwork he's got knows that he's got a fucking case, and
yeah.
it should be news, especially when his whole fucking face was black and blue. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
Now, is there body cam footage or any of that?
Apparently, that was erased. Or is missing.
Oh, of course.
Of course.
Of course it was.
Along with,
Oh.
he's got paperwork though that shows that they are colluding to get him. Like,
Okay.
I
Yeah,
shit you not, he's got the evidence. Like, talk to PDF, bro. He's seen it all.
In England,
All right.
in England, you can ask for the police footage, and they'll give it you because they have to by law. But somehow that footage is corrupted in a wrong format that you can't actually get to see. And the
Right.
only bits you do get to see is what they want to see. But
Yeah.
we sent you that footage. We've sent it to you, but it's in a different format. There's a guy in Derby called Kleinbodge, Derbyshire, where I live, and he does that. He does this freedom fighting, if you like, and he will review people's footages, and he's like a lawyer, if you like. And he goes, it's funny how you get all that information back from the webcams, which you're entitled to get. But it's funny how there could be 4 webcams, but the important one, that file is always corrupted
Right.
in a format that your computer can't understand.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
And out here, what they'll do is they'll redact, so they'll take out the audio in certain parts, so you can't hear what the officer was saying at that point. Or what they'll do is they'll just blur the entire video and
Yep,
send it
I've
to you
seen that
blurred.
too. Yeah.
I don't
That's
think we do that
that's
in
so they
Britain.
can say that they gave you the fucking footage and all that shit, dude. And that's the thing. It's like, oh man, if you don't get it at all, it's all corrupted and all that other stuff. So you can't really count on it. But you know, I don't know. It's a shame that we would have to keep ourselves fully armed and fully fucking video surveilled just to protect ourselves from cops. You know what I mean? You know,
Yep.
it sucks. You know what I mean?
Yep. But I mean, it's not just cops that we need to do that with anymore. It's pretty much everybody that we need to do that. You know, that's
Yeah.
an aggressor towards whoever. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? You
right.
pretty much have to have it recorded anymore, or you don't have a fucking leg to stand on anymore.
That's what bothers
Which
me.
is what I find funny.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
that's what gets me. It's like, you know, when I look at it and I hear that, it's almost like a damn jinx in my mind. It's like, oh, the cameras don't lie, and that's like, man, that's famous last words. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Have you not seen
Yeah.
Star Wars?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but Wingnut, you know about the English auditing. And you always notice, they always say, I'm filming for my own protection.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
you can't do shit about it. And that's so true.
Well,
You're
yeah.
filming for your own protection.
Well, yeah.
you'll hear a lot of auditors here in America say that same thing too, especially if it's like Mesa. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like Mesa
because they're
PD
always
is
going for
pretty
like
ruthless
officer
out here.
safety shit. Well, yeah, I'm doing this for my
Yeah,
safety.
this
you
is
know
for
what I
my
mean?
safety. Now, I'm gonna make sure that you're not doing anything, but they'll still fucking grip you the fuck up. Doesn't matter if you're recording. Mesa
You know,
don't care.
Yeah, that's where
and now,
James Friedman's out there, isn't he? Out in Mesa now.
Is he out in Mesa right now?
I think so. Or I've seen a few of the videos. I think it's James and what's his and Bow, I think, is out there too, isn't he, or something like that, out in that
Get the
direction.
fuck out of here. Bow is out here. I know
If
that
I'm not
James was,
mistaken, I think
I know
both
James
Bow
was
and
in
James.
Tucson.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I might be wrong, but I mean, I want to say they're out there because I remember,
I
I don't
guess
know if
I'm
they've
not.
been out. Mesa's not that far away from Tucson, is it?
I guess I'm not privileged enough to know that information anymore.
I don't
hey,
fucking know, dude.
hey, Wingnut, you know, I'm gonna ask because I'm Britain. You
What?
know what? You cheers me up when you show that gun you've got. So, look, I always ask him. I do because I'm from Britain.
It's like porn. It's like porn.
It's porn to me. I remember back in the day, I fired a 44 Magnum Dan & Weston 10-inch barrel. Dan & Weston, where you could interchange the barrels. I fired one of them, 357 Magnum, and I look at that beauty. That's porn to me because I can't have it. I can't have it. What a beautiful.
I got different scales.
By
too,
law, you can't have it.
Oh, illegally I can have one, but then again, it's illegal. But yeah,
That's what I said.
It's only illegal
but I
until
can't
you get
fire
caught,
it.
right?
That's like saying if you don't have a license, you can't drive a car.
Oh,
Yeah,
I can
until you
drive
get
one, all
caught.
right.
You could get
Until I
caught.
get caught. What a look! And Wingnut always does the same thing. He always takes the magazine out, shows the bullets. What a beautiful girl!
Well, you gotta
is.
you gotta
It
show
is.
the
You
in
gotta-
and out. I mean, that's the whole thing of porn. You gotta see it go in and out.
Oh
And
yeah.
the clicking, and it's the clicking. It's the click. You know where you click it, where
click
it clicks
it,
out
that-
and it clicks back in.
That's the climax.
That look,
That's the
that
climax.
sound, you know what I'm saying?
It's
Yep.
pretty good.
The money shot is when you
Good.
shoot it. Just don't shoot it in there.
Yeah,
You
no.
American,
It's
You
too fucking
Americans.
loud, man. It's a loud gun, dude. It really is.
you Americans is so lucky. You Americans are so lucky. You got that. Is it the Second Amendment or First?
I was
Amendment?
just talking to a guy in Scotland.
You're
man,
welcome
when
to
it comes
come.
Yeah, no shit. But I'm
Well,
saying I
get
was sitting
shot
there.
at. Oh, you look like a Mexican. Boom. I'm English. Boom. You're a Mexican.
He was coming
You look
back
like a
for us.
Mexican.
He was Mexican.
Boom.
That's messed
I'm
up.
British. I trespassed by mistake. Boom. No
Oh,
mistakes
shit.
over here.
Yeah, that's no joke because I don't know if you heard Anarchy, but so far here in Arizona, we're 8 days in and we've had 7 police shootings.
I know it's
And
crazy. in
two
America.
more people were shot. I don't know if police were involved in that shooting, but 2 more people were shot 2 hours ago in Maryville. There goes the ghetto
Yeah,
bird
but-
if you can't hear it. Flies right over my house every night. Multiple times.
What's that one again? What'd you say?
The ghetto bird, the police helicopter.
Really?
It flies over my
Oh, yeah.
house to go and refuel.
Okay, yeah. I get police cars because I live near a police station, and this is like the worst area in my city, and I live near the police station. So when everything's called, and I never get my camera ready. When I'm sitting here comfortable, relaxed with my spine injury, I'm sitting back, and I hear the police cars going, but I'm thinking I should be outside videoing this shit. I'm just dead unlucky. I'm really unlucky. That's why my auditing channel is shit because I missed so many opportunities. I did a brilliant video where I met somebody with a dog. Irish people. So I've got somebody from a different part of the UK, Irish people, beautiful dog, American Bull Terrier, beautiful dog. Got that video. They was happy with me filming. I walked home accidentally because it was night time, stood in some dog shit. And then I videoed that. I got home and my phone went, we didn't do nothing, and it corrupted the video. So I couldn't retrieve that video. I'm so unlucky. It's happened so many times with my stupid phone. I don't know, but it is what it is.
Right. Damn cell signal and the internet and all went just jump. I guess they don't like gun porn.
Yeah, you gotta watch that with YouTube. They don't like the showing and brandishing of guns and stuff on here. They'll stop the stream. I've noticed that. They'll stop your stream for like the weirdest shit, man. It's fucked up. How messed
it was
up
like it's like my whole everything, the cell signal, the internet.
Oh, everything took a shit? Oh
yeah, it all took a shit. I ended up having to just restart the phone altogether.
Wow.
That happened last time, didn't it, Wingnut, when I said show your gun and stuff?
I don't know, man. It's done it to me. It's actually I'd say in the past month I've had it happen more than I've ever had it. But I've had it drop like 5 times in a row, and I was just on somebody's panel. I wasn't even there. I mean, the conversation was good, you know what I mean? But I mean, it was just, I don't know. It was like everything would drop. My cell signal, everything goes to 0. And then I'm like, okay, well, I have to turn the phone off and then do like a restart of the whole phone and then let it click back in and then come back in. Everything's okay.
It could be a phone problem that the phone heats up and you have to restart it. So it's nothing to do with owning the gun then.
It may be that, because it is kind of warm on the back side of the phone, I think.
It'll be something like that. It's nothing to do with owning a gun. Of course it's not. Is it the First Amendment that everybody can bear arms and stuff? I don't know. I'm English. You've got an American thing where you've got a First Amendment and a Second Amendment. The Fifth Amendment is I don't have to say shit in court. That's the Fifth Amendment. I don't have to say shit. But in case it incriminates, that's the Fifth Amendment. But then you've got so many amendments before and after. So I don't know, because I'm not American. But I know one of them is the right to bear arms. And why not? You've got a right to do it. Fuck me, I wish I had that right over here. I love guns. I love firemen. The nearest I got was New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve was banging out the fireworks. And I could smell gunpowder in the air. Oh yeah, man. Wish I had a gun. And I could do that every day. I could have fireworks day every day. Firing a gun. Honest to God. Oh, that's another one. I've got to get that video on. It's probably shit. But obviously when you got a channel, you have to put content on. But that's the one that I did get before my phone fucked me over. It's an old phone, Samsung 5. I'll work it out eventually. I'll smash it to bits with a hammer. Once I get a replacement phone, no, I won't get rid of that. My mate gave me the phone. I'll never break. As a phone, it's brilliant. As soon as you go, do something for me, like film something, you just go, no, I don't want to do it. And it always does it at the wrong moment. Oh, I'm bored now. But it cuts itself off. I turned it back on. You think you got a battery error, then you put it back in and go, I've got 60%.
Good night, 1A.
What have you got?
Sorry, man. I was telling 1A good night.
Yeah, I forgot I can see the channel as well because I do dual screens. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, isn't it?
Right.
Thank God I don't. But yeah, I'd love to live in America. Even if I didn't own a gun. If I lived in America, I'd be Wingnut's best friend because he's got loads of guns. And he'd go, oh, Shady, come to the shooting site with me. And Wingnut would go, come to the shooting site with me. And I'd be happy just in shooting fucking guns. And then maybe if I'm lucky, go, here, I don't trust you because you're British. There's one bullet in the gun, point it to the target, and then, yeah, I'd love that. Obviously, you won't touch them 2-3 bullets, just in case.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
What is it? A walking stick, I hope.
No, it's made out of
That's okay.
paracord.
That's
like
my
that.
Oh,
that's one of my demos for my snakehead leash.
That's pretty
So you
cool.
can make it look like a snakehead.
Right. Yeah.
Bad.
did you do that with the like a navy thing where you have to learn knots and like braiding
Yeah,
knots or ropes?
yeah. This is
Yeah,
a
yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
this is a square knot. This is a 4-strand
Yeah, yeah.
square knot, and it
Yeah, I
leads
know how to do
leads up into a mummy wrap, and then
Yeah.
you can twist the mummy wrap out so that way it looks like a snake head.
Yeah.
I made a whole leash like this for somebody for their dog. They loved it, and they can wrap it up, and it scares the shit out of people because it looks like a fucking snake sitting in the corner.
Yeah, but I know how to do that knot, the square knot, but you know the end bit. I
Yeah.
don't know how to do that. Never learned that.
Usually when you end it, so this is a 4-strand, right? And when you end it,
Yeah,
basically if it was to end right here at the end of the square, you just light the ends till they melt a little bit, and then you press it down with your lighter so it
Yeah.
melts to it, and then that's it. It stays forever until you rip it off and you take it apart. But there's probably like 25 feet in this right
Oh
here.
yeah. No, I'm on about that. You know the head bit. You know where you did the head bit. That's
Right.
obviously more complex.
Oh,
It's not.
that-
That's not a 4-knot. That's
Huh?
not a 4-knot. That's not a 4-knot. That head bit is a hell of a lot more complicated. Never learned that. Never learned
This
that.
this is just the snake knot, the one
Yeah.
that wraps over and everything like that. And it's got it's got a piece of paracord running down the center so I could tie the snake knot. That's all that is. That little nub, that's a piece of paracord folded over and run down the middle. So that way I could wrap the paracord around something and it wasn't a pain in the ass. So I had something in the center of it. That's what I
Yeah.
used. I used a piece of paracord that runs all the way down. That's why there's multiple strands here. There's actually 5 strands there. So
Yeah. So the center strand, that's where you make the snake net out of, and you do that.
no, the center strand stays. You don't do anything.
Yeah.
And then you take another strand and you make your snake knots over the center
Yeah.
strand. And then that head, you just wrap it back and forth, up and down a couple of times to get your width. And then you run it down and you finish your leash.
Wow.
So it's just running the knots up and down to create the mummy. And then once you're done creating your shape, you run it back down to the bottom and run it into the leash. So that way it all looks like a handle and nothing falls apart.
And you don't see when I used to do it. Well, what I was taught, but it was like I was a kid. You'd get 2 strands of cord, double looped. So you get 2 loops at the top, and it could be a key ring. So that's how you do it. Then you do the braiding, and at the end, you get you've got it, but you get the braiding like you've got, but at the top is like 2 little loops together. What do you do with it? And then in the Navy, they used to do another thing that went over it, and it used to look like a barbell. They could make a key look a barbell, and that was an extra knot on one end, and on the other end, they used to paint it with white paint, so it was white, because obviously it's a naval thing.
Right.
Yeah, I learned that, but I didn't learn how to do the fancy bits. So your snake knot, I didn't think extra cords in the middle. That's what does the fancy bits.
Yeah, that's all that was just one cord folded over, so you had the 2 strands, right? And then I took another strand, just a single strand, and I created the knots. Okay? And then I brought that down, and then that strand ran into the strand that ran into the middle, and that's how I created the square knot on it.
Yeah.
So there's two different strands. One's going through the center, one's wrapping the snake head, and then the snake head comes down and meets the ones in the center, and you create your square knot.
That's cool. That is.
That's how it all ties
That is-
together. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is fucking cool, man.
yeah.
That's
I like
like
I like how
Wing Nut.
tight how tight it keeps it shaped. That's pretty cool how you got that going on.
Oh, it's,
You know?
How,
it's a challenge. You know, to get that square knot that tight,
Yeah.
that is like, it's commitment. I mean, I can do the basic
Oh,
square
it
knot.
takes
but
it takes a
to get it-
while. Put it this way. I mean, I've done
You-
it myself. I've done a lot of them different myself.
I've got calluses on the sides of my pinkies and
Right.
and the sides of my forefingers, because the way that I do it is when I tie my knots, I'll end up wrapping it around my fingers and my hands like 10 times, or enough to where it's not going to go
Mm.
anywhere, and I yank really, really, really hard, and then I'll do it to the other side. If it's just one strand that I'm working off of, I'll put my foot on the ground and I'll wrap it in one hand and I'll pull it really tight, so that way it keeps it. Because I've noticed that paracord, it loosens up over time,
Yep.
and
Oh, yeah,
I try
parachute's
to
good,
make
isn't
it as
Hey.
tight as possible.
Have you tried
Yeah,
this? Now
paracord.
I know how to some kind of shrink that paracord a little bit too.
It's called a
You-
heat gun.
Yeah, or you put it in boiling or hot boiling water. Like you
Really?
try boiling water. That'll work.
I didn't.
I mean,
didn't-
you get it up to a boil and then kind of just run it in. You don't have to like keep it in the water, but just enough to heat that damn paracord up with that water. It works good that way too.
yeah, I just
instead
take
of
a
burning,
heat
my-
gun and I run it over it.
right?
So
My I don't know what it is. Obviously, I'm going to say charisma, but I don't know about my mental health or whatever. I ask strange questions. I don't know why people think I'm intelligent, but you people, you've got
Justin.
passion about doing it. You've got this passion, right? Do you think that's a stress release? That you got stress in life, and you doing this with such a passion, does that help you out with
Oh, yeah.
stress in your real life? If you know what I
Oh
mean.
yeah. Oh yeah, man. It always helps with a little stress relief to just sit down, focus. I mean, do you know how long it took me to come up with one of these to get the snake knots to turn into a square knot? I mean, that
At
was a
least
pain
2
in the
weeks.
ass. I'm
saying at least 2 weeks. At least
That
2
was-
weeks.
that was a 2-week process on how to make it seamlessly go into it.
That looks
You know what I'm
brilliant, mate.
saying? Because you can tell that the head goes right into it.
Mm,
It's just seamless.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
beautiful.
so I mean, it took 2 weeks to get it to go that seamless, and it took a lot of. I mean, I've been working with paracord for a while now, and I can do some crazy ass shit with it. Let me tell you what, I've made some pretty cool stuff with it.
But does it, like if you got stress in your life, and this is like a hobby, you focus on your hobby.
Yeah.
And then the stress in your life doesn't exist while you're
Yeah.
doing it. Then obviously
Yeah.
when you finished it, it's like a release.
It depends. It depends. It's a release, but it's not, because while you're working on it and you want it a certain way and it's not pulling out that way, it frustrates the fuck out of me. But once I get it
Yeah.
and I perfect it and I know the way that I can do it now and I don't have to deal with that, it's like I can whip a leash together in like a couple of hours.
Do you make money out? Oh, sorry. I smoke and I'm asthmatic.
I hear
Let
you.
me calm down a minute. Oh, sorry. What was I going to say? Do you make? Well, yeah, go on then. Do you make
Do I-
money out of it, or do you make money out of doing this, or is it just for you to distress? Like de-stress yourself. You do it for you, or do you make money out of it? Or do you
YouTube
just
or the
give it away as-
paracord?
No, the paracord.
The paracord.
Allworthy.
The paracord I
Yeah.
started. The paracord I started as a business because I liked wrapping knife handles and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And then
I was like, well, I want to take it a little bit further. I want to go a little bit further. I've never seen this done with paracord, and I don't know if you saw, but
Hey,
I was
Justin, can you
showing.
show that face again? You know, I don't know
I
who
was
this guy is. Is this guy named Justin Hall? Keeps on popping in. I don't know who he is. Anybody know?
I don't know his name.
I don't know. Okay.
Justin
I
Hall.
don't know.
No, not ringing a bell.
I'm not sure. He
So
won't
you
show
can-
his face. He won't show
you
his
can-
face or anything, you know, or
Channel
anything.
Ed Joy.
back room.
That
Yeah.
reminds me of a guy that was popping up on SGs, and I don't think SG let him in.
Oh, SG.
Well,
he's
I
a
mean, you
British
could
geezer.
you could
If SG
always
didn't let him in.
go
if
ahead.
SG in Britain didn't let him in, if SG didn't let him in, don't let him in. Because SG
Yeah.
is like,
I was
Yeah,
gonna
good
say
geezer.
you could always make yourself the solo, bring him up, and see what he says.
Yeah.
If he doesn't say
that's-
anything, you can always drop him back down.
As a, yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, that is the possibility.
That's what I do.
there's a
But-
thing where show your face and then I'll let you in.
If I know you and I
Actually-
know your voice, then I don't ask for a face. I'll go
Right.
solo. I'll bring you up and I'll listen for you. If I know
Yeah.
your voice, then you know. But
No,
it's hard
no,
to
you
do that
know-
with people I don't know. But he could be running off of a name his real name or
Yeah.
something.
Well, in the UK, because there's trolls, when you're in the, in the, I call it a green room or the VIP room, when
Right.
you're waiting,
Yeah.
show your face. Everybody says, show your face or I'm not going to let you on the panel.
Yeah, I don't show
Right.
my
Forget about
face, but I'll,
voices.
I'll at least get my camera right here where I'm like, hey, what's up? You know,
Mm.
that kind of stuff. I'll
Well,
at least do that.
everybody knows your
It's not-
thing,
it's
but
like- I'm not. Yeah, that's like
I've-
another thing. I got that as a trademark in a sense.
I
Yeah.
I got
Yeah,
that
but
I
we know-
got that beat though because I ended up coming up underneath a different email address so it would go to a different channel, and I used my picture and my name. So I posted a picture off of the thing,
Mhm.
the my filter, and
Right.
they let me up, not even checking the channel
Right.
Mm.
because I put a picture of me with my name up there.
Yeah.
And then of course I took the picture off and I put a different picture on, but it wasn't a porn bomb. It just said porn bomb. I was like, you gotta be careful about that, man. People use pictures, bro.
Yeah.
So I found something new about you people and whatever. I'm going to call you Dave because I like calling people Dave. So you people or Dave.
Dave's not here, man.
So you people, this paracord thing, you got knives and you made a handle out of it. You used to do it out of leather. You're doing that, and that's interesting.
I make roach clips. You know what I'm saying? I take paracord and I put roach clips on them and I put beads on them and stuff like that. But I also take wire and I make roach clips out of wire and I make jewelry. I've got a couple of
Yeah.
necklaces up here that I've made. And I mean, I dabble with my hands. If I can make it, I'll try and make it if I'm interested. You know?
Yeah, Shady. So,
So-
what kind of hobbies you got over there? What do you end up doing, man?
I sit down on my chair and go on YouTube all day.
And you got pretty proficient at rolling cigarettes, you know, and then rolling in
I am a
fags.
chain
Huh?
smoker.
Rolling
I can
them
roll
fags.
these. I can roll these fags. I know you say. I can roll these gays. I can roll these gays all day long.
It's funny too, man. The first time I heard somebody call it a fag, I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You're gonna smoke a fag?" You know?
Yeah,
Yeah, I hear
I
you.
love when Americans come with the British people, and we're like, "What do you mean a fag?" And we get to learn each other's innuendos or insults or whatever. It's
I
brilliant.
can't remember who it was. I think it might have been British Barnacle. I was sitting there talking to one day, and I was sitting there talking about, you know, it's like, hell, you know, years ago I used to get into the football, and you know, and I got a soft spot for Manchester United for some reason, And he said, man, you know what? I'm going to give you big ups for, calling it for what it is, football instead of soccer or something like that. But I'm going to have to take that all back because you said you liked Manchester United. I was like, motherfucker.
Yeah.
One
Basically,
step forward, 2 steps back.
Imagine you're American football and you've got one team that's the richest team in all of America. Imagine the players they can hire.
Right.
That's why they're the best. That's why they're
You-
best because it's rich, and that's Man United soccer team.
They've been
or football team
sucking. When
over
I
here.
was watching them years ago, they were sucking ass, dude. I
Oh,
was like,
shit.
what is
Man U-
wrong?
Man United over. I don't like sport. I like participating, but I don't like watching it. But Man United probably is the richest football team or soccer team in the UK. That's why they win a lot of stuff. So they're so filthy rich, if you like, with the t-shirt they sell at outrageous prices and this, that, the other. And then for them to lose, I think it's amazing. But you'll get everybody. You'll get everybody that don't live in Manchester. Man United live in Manchester. You'll get people from all over the UK going, I support Man United. Why? Because they always win. What about your own city? What about where you're from? Support where you're from first. I'm from Derby. We've got a team called Derby County. I don't like football. I'll always
I don't
support
either.
where
I
I'm
don't either,
from.
man. I got into it, man, because there was a buddy of mine that's from the Dominican Republic. He got really into it because he's where he lives, where he's from. It's big down there too. So I mean, it was playing all this international games and stuff. So I started watching a lot of that at one time when I was hanging out with him. But I don't really like watching sports on TV, man. If I'm gonna watch it, any kind of sport, if I'm gonna watch it, I'd rather be at the sport watching it. I want to be there.
Sorry, if I watch football, it's on El Mundo. You can't get no better than.
Hold on. Yeah, but you're talking. When I say football,
yeah.
When I say football, you say soccer. So
Well, no, I mean,
American
no, I know
football-
what you're talking about. When if I'm saying I can, I know what I know what football is. I know what you're talking about.
If it's over here in our
it's the same
backyard,
thing.
it's soccer. But
Yeah,
well,
if I'm talking to
about-
another American, that's probably what they'll understand it as like an American, it'd be soccer.
But if
Because
we're
they won't
talking
call it
about overseas, we understand that it's football.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's weird. It's like we call rounders, which is a girls' sport over here, where you got a little bat, somebody hits you with a ball, and that's called rounders. It's a girls' sport. You call it baseball. Who knew? But over here, it's a girls' sport.
I thought you
Honest to
called
God,
that
it is.
cricket.
No,
cricket's a different. Yeah, it's
Cricket's
different.
a different
That's a man's.
ball of wax over there.
No,
Yeah,
in
it's
cricket,
got
in cricket,
noticeably different rules. And
Oh,
the cricket, they throw a ball that if it hits you in the head, it can probably knock you unconscious and put you in a coma.
Wow.
It's a leather hard ball. It's so hard. It's harder than a baseball, guaranteed.
Oh,
It's
softball.
rock hard, solid. No, that's good at softball. It's like a tennis ball to us. A cricket ball is really hard. It's like really hard. The one thing you need is that bat. That bat is to protect you against the cricket ball. And you're like, fuck me, don't hit me with that fucking ball.
I
Honest
love
to
those
God.
bats.
Are they cool? But when a cricket ball hits you, it is a solid, like leather ball. Inside it's like leather. It's like, and the hand stitch it. No, it's like really, and it's not a softball. It's hard leather.
I'm looking this up.
It's dangerous. It's a weapon. It's a weapon in itself. One of these cricket balls.
Now I want to
is
make a
weapon
cracker out of it.
Now, if
I want
you
to
get
take that and stick it inside a monkey's fist paracord ball now. Sounds
Hey.
harder than a cue ball.
it's a
no,
9-inch
cue balls might be,
circumference.
they might be a little bit harder.
Oh, you didn't get to see that. Hold on, I'll show you. I
Oh,
don't
you
think
got
you know what I
you got
mean by a. I don't know. I don't think you know what I mean by a cracker. So let me show you what I mean.
Oh, yeah. What's the cracker?
Hold on.
Over here, a cracker is somebody that.
That's a
snacks
white
crap.
person's. Why are you being racist? No, I'm
Oh.
just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just
Over
kidding.
here, a cracker is a crackhead, but it is what it is.
I mean, come on. You're talking to a guy's name whose name is you people. Oh, here, I'll show you that one.
Oh yeah, I like that.
So
I
this
just
was
worked that one out.
this was one of my crackers that I made, which was a leash. So I took a cue ball, stuck it in the top of it, and I ran it all the way down, and I made a leash out of it for somebody for their dog, and that way they had protection while they were walking down the street. So they could take that cue ball leash and they can smack somebody upside the head, and they can get away, from the person that's attacking them. If their dog doesn't do the trick, the leash will.
Yeah, but when I was young, I used to have a German Shepherd. He used to have a choke chain, which was like an ornament,
Right.
because he was well trained. But when we used to go on runs, I used to take the lead off him, and I used to actually wrap the lead round my wrist so I didn't lose it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I would have had the lead or that leash separate around my arm, and obviously, whenever you attack a dog, that would have been handy
Right.
for me. You know what I mean? I'd have
Well,
bought one of them.
that
guaranteed.
leash was not getting pulled out of your hands. Trust me. If that leash got pulled out of your hands, something is wrong. That leash was not getting pulled out of anybody's hands. And I tried it on a pretty hefty dog too, because of the size of the ball that's on the end of it. It won't let the leash slip out of your hands. So it's a pretty nice leash, man, especially for self-defense. And it had a pretty nice length. So even if it wasn't attached to the dog, you had pretty good reach with it.
Hey, Shady.
I mean, yeah,
you people. Hey, you guys.
Yeah.
Check out the damn private chat, yo.
I just looked.
Holy
Ever
shit.
saying big up Shady, big up Shady.
That escalated quickly.
Big up Shady, big up Shady. That's what I'm saying, big up Shady. I'm not
Is
flirting.
What?
Is that
What?
the AI like going Skynet on us?
This is
Right?
the guy, or this is the one that keeps I wouldn't let in, or I haven't let in yet, or whatever. It keeps on bouncing in and bouncing back out, bouncing back in, bouncing back out.
Just like me, because it hasn't wanted to kill me yet.
No, that lead. You people, Dave, or you people, I'm going to call you Dave. That lead, I wish I had that, because obviously when you touch your dog, you let it off the lead, but I used to wrap it round. It was a chain. I used to wrap it round, so I didn't lose it. But people used to think, God, why you got that there? And used to think that was to protect me from the dog. But it was so. It was for me to know where it was. You know what I mean? I didn't want to lose the lead, but I wrapped it around it and then grabbed it. But to have that with a ball at the end of it, where I could actually use it as a weapon, because obviously it's a chain with a leather strap at the end of it. Leather strap's going to do fuck all apart from
That's the point behind that. It's a self-protection as well as a leash.
Yeah,
that's what I liked making with paracord. I loved making self-protection weapons. You know what I'm saying? Like anything that you could carry around on you for self-protection, I could pretty much make it with paracord.
Yeah, but it looks so harmless.
Oh yeah, until you start swinging around that ball.
Until you start swinging it around and smack somebody in the head with that ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
What did you do in prisons? Did you get a sock?
Yep. That's how we used to make washing powder.
We're not going to talk about my prison. That I don't answer any questions about my prison stay and what I used to do.
That's how you make washing powder. You start with a bar of soap, and then after you get done, you have nothing but powder left. You can use that to wash your clothes.
I used to carve the fucking soap into like little guns and shit, and like push them out underneath the door into the hallway and scare the fucking COs and shit with them. Like, what the fuck is this? It was fun.
Yeah.
And I did a joke the other day saying you need soap and a rope if you're going to go to prison.
Kill
And
people
nobody
and
fucking
chat.
done anything.
Is that guy,
I love
Justin
that.
Hall?
Yep.
Or
Hey, it's
just
funny how you
then
won't put
Hall.
kill you people.
No,
Come on,
there's a-
put it in there so I can get a screenshot of it and I can put it in one of my videos.
no. You look at the name, just in Hall. There's
Mhm.
got to be some sort of there's something with that name, just in Hall.
Yeah.
You know the name Justin. Oh, he's not good at sex because he's Justin. You know, yeah. It's definitely a play on words. Justin, I don't get it, but there's definitely something wrong with it.
It's not
Just
very
in
good. It's not
Hall.
like you've been rolled.
Or Bend. You know that guy called Bend? Then Dover. Bendover. Have you
Hey, I
heard?
know Ben
Yeah.
Dover. Ben
I know
Dover lives in Colorado. I know Ben Dover.
I know just in time.
Yeah, exactly. just in time, I pulled myself out or something.
Yeah, yeah.
I also know Johnny B. Good.
Yeah. Right.
It's got to be something like that. Just to know.
I'll
It's
give
gotta be
this
something
little
similar.
Hall guy here, this guy that wants to kill everybody, or he says he wants to kill everybody. Yeah, that's fine. I'll give him a 300-second timeout in a little naughty corner over there, and I'm gonna see how he handles that and see if he can just like think about what you've done, little boy.
Think about what you've done. You sit
That's
in the
right.
corner.
You sit over there in the corner and think about what you've done.
Wingnut, I've never seen what he said. I'm just saying he got deleted, so he's been like really, really nasty and stuff.
Nah, I gave him a 300 thing. I gave him
The
him a
message
300.
the message will get deleted and he gets put in a 300-second timeout. So
Yeah.
he gets put in timeout. He
Yeah.
can't chat for 300 seconds. But then
That's
after
Can I
300
say
seconds,
something?
he'll come
That's
back.
the beginning, though. That's the first step.
Yeah.
Wingnut.
And then
can I
then what happens is all the mods hit him at the same time and he gets 300 seconds per mod.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Wingnut, can I say something? I can't. Oh, what was his name again? Justin, you bloody bastard, you. Justin, you bloody bastard, you.
That'll
You
learn
bloody
him.
bastard,
That'll
you.
learn him. That'll learn him, Shady. He'll learn his lesson there, boy.
You told him.
You told him, buddy. I'm telling
You
you.
bloody bastard,
You
you.
bloody bastard. That just like he's not gonna do that anymore now.
You better fucking not, you bloody bastard, you.
Shit. Yep.
Oh, you almost forgot. I've got alcohol.
But I mean, actually, he said kill Shady first, so I think he was like, I don't know, man. He was going after Shady first, so he said that in the
Can I
private
correct
chat.
this?
Maybe.
Can I correct this
I don't
then?
know.
Can I correct this then? Can I correct this? You bloody bastard, you bloody bastard, you.
What does bloody mean? I've always heard it used as like a curse word. Does it have like an actual like meaning? Like, is it like fuck or shit or something like that?
It means you're very, very naughty.
You're very, very naughty. You guys are so polite over there. You guys are so nice.
You're very fucking naughty.
Bloody. I think it goes back to. Oh, fuck me. I'm thinking history.
How many Americans do you guys take off guard over there with your politeness when they're trying to be dicks?
Have you seen the videos of? I can't remember. I used to live there until the Queen kicked me out. Oh, Buckingham Palace. No, you know the Grenadier Guards. They are actually an army, and you think they're ornaments. They actually are a military, and they when they're not in Afghanistan or wherever, they go back to the Queen, and they're the Queen's Guards, the Grenadier Guards. But yeah, they get, you know, if they laugh or anything like that, they get deducted pay. Wages are deducted. That's why they can't smile. That's why it's a challenge. But because it's terrorists and high-ends, before they never had ammunition, they have, in their gun, there's no ammunition there, but they have a magazine on the side full of bullets. People don't know that because people think, oh, British people don't have guns. We do. We just don't. We don't like to brag about it.
Only
But
the
yeah.
cops in the military.
No, cops do have guns over there.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
another
Only the cops in the
misconception.
military's got the guns. And it's like you guys don't.
No. In England, the cops have guns over it.
Yeah.
You know,
And the men- but-
I don't want to interrupt you here, but I think I have a clip. I think I found Justin. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Oh,
Metal jacket.
oh.
I
Hello,
think I found
NC
him.
Girl.
Is that not Gomer Pyle?
I can't see anything. I
No.
hear it.
Matches us.
Yeah, I've only got the audio playing.
We'll both be in a world of shit.
I don't know. I went to his YouTube and he's got no contact, no subscribers.
Oh shit.
That's why I said I think I found him.
Yep, he's over there hiding behind that. There you go.
Ready?
He's hiding in
Ready?
the bushes.
Are you animals doing in my head? Why is Private Pyle out of his bunk after lights out? Why is Private Pyle holding that weapon? Why aren't you stomping Private Pyle's guts out?
Sir, it is the private's duty to inform the senior drill instructor that Private Pyle has a full magazine that is locked and loaded, sir.
I just found bleach. I just found bleach in my bag, and I thought it was alcohol.
Listen to me, Private Pyle. And you listen.
Oh no!
I want that weapon. And
Okay,
I want
approach
it now.
Justin really slow.
You will place that rifle on the deck at your feet and step back away from it.
All right. I had my fun.
Was that the same movie where they go, "This is my rifle, this is my gun, this is my rifle, this is my gun."
Yeah, that's Full
this is my
Metal
rifle."
Jacket.
Yeah,
I was trying to find the other. Oh, here it is. I think.
Is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
There it is. That's the clip I was looking for.
This is for fighting. This is for fun. I like the part where he goes, "This is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for fighting. This is for fun."
Right.
My gun is
Yeah.
for fun. Yeah, of course it is. Until you get loads of little illegitimate kids, then it's a problem. Can I say something? Can I say a big up to NC Girl in the chat?
Yay, NC Girl. He's back.
NC Girl was on my live before I came on your live, and she was in the audience. I thought, I know I've seen that name before, but I didn't know it was from you, Wingnut. Respect, NC Girl.
Oh, right on. Right on, yeah.
Cool, Grand. Thank you. Thank you for that information, man. I appreciate that.
And when I'm on live, when I'm on the live stream again, NC Girl, when you're on my live again, I'll make you a moderator, sweetheart. Just so neighbor can bully you and stuff like that. It's only gonna make everybody. I had a live the other week. I had a live about 3 days ago, and everyone's like deleting people. I went, fuck it, I'll moderate everybody. Sort yourself out. Then I continue with the panel.
Yeah.
I've still got to delete people afterwards. You know, take this moderating this way. But
I don't
thought fucking
understand that. I don't understand the whole mods like deleting a bunch of people and stuff like that. I really don't. That's why I try to like pretty much mod everybody that I've seen like more than once. You know what I'm saying? If I know who you are, you're freaking modded. Or even
That's
if
what
like
I
it's a
tried
person
to
that is not an auditor but has come into my live at least twice and has gotten into conversation, I'll moderate them just so that way people don't get kicked out or blocked or whatever, and I haven't had
Yeah,
any
but you,
issues with that.
but
Right?
as you grow, you get other people that's not been on your live streams, and they're not moderated, and then the ones that are moderated don't like them, and they time them out and time them out.
No,
And
I've got no, I've got
so I
strict
just
rules.
moderated
I've got
everyone.
strict rules with my lives. Nobody blocks anybody off of my lives. I'll be watching my chat. I'm really like there with my chat. I always like stay with my chat. And if I see anybody getting blocked or taken down, I ask why. There's only 2 reasons why you should be blocked from my chat. And that's if you're threatening people's lives or you are impersonating somebody that we know. Those are the only times that you'll get blocked from my lives. Any other time, you get 300-second timeouts.
Me,
Well, 300-second timeouts at first, and then, like I told Anarchy, you have all of your mods hit him at the same time and give him 300 seconds per mod, and he's pretty much
Right.
done for the night. So,
I didn't even
Yeah.
know that. I didn't even know that. Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
Each mod can hit the same person. They go to the same thing that was already hit for that person to be
And then
timed
yep,
out.
time 'em out.
Everyone hits them. It's 300 seconds for
Yep.
each person.
You'll see each mod that
Uh-huh.
hit it. You'll see it listed underneath. 306 for this one, for that one, for this one, for that one.
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
but you sit as the owner of the channel, but the actual victim, if you like, don't see nothing. They just feel
No.
ignored.
Yeah.
You know,
No, because
yeah.
usually it's announced that person was timed out, and
Oh,
if
yeah,
they
timeout,
come
yeah.
back in talking their shit, then I announce, hey, it's time to do the mass timeout. He needs a really big timeout, and
Yeah.
that's when
Yeah,
my mods know to hit that person all at the same time, and he's
Right.
done for the rest of the
Yeah.
night.
Yeah, but as the victim, if you like, the victim doesn't see they've been timed out. They
The
just
victim
appear to
the
be
victim the victim that gets timed out is either in there talking a bunch of shit and starting trouble, which does not
No,
happen
let-
on my lives.
No,
And
you're talking about the one that.
let's say I'm a victim, so I'm timed out through. I can still make comments, and I think I'm making comments, but
Nope.
nobody can hear. Nobody can see my comments.
no,
Nope.
but
Exactly.
if you were in the live and you were making comments like you people's a jerk off, he's a fucking asshole, this,
Yeah.
that, and the
Yeah.
other, I'm gonna fucking kill him. That's when you get banned. But you keep like making messages like towards somebody like they're an asshole, don't believe them, this, that, or the other. You're gonna
Yeah.
get timed out because that's not what I'm about. I'm about unity, man. I don't care who you are. If you're in this fucking game, I need you on my fucking back. I don't care what you believe. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's only like a couple of things that I will not tolerate, and that's being a pedo. That's being a flat out fucking liar. If you've been proven nonstop to be a liar, I don't want you on my channel, and I don't need you on my, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need people
Right.
like that.
Right.
I need people
No.
that are serious. You know what I'm saying?
No,
and,
no.
and not to
No,
start drama.
What I'm saying is, let's say I was timed out for 300 seconds.
Uh-huh.
I could still type. I could still type stuff, good or bad. I'd be thinking I'm typing. I'm thinking I'm still typing, and I see my types, but nobody else can see it.
Right, but
I'm
that's
saying.
where I
That's
told you. We tell you when you're timed out. Like Anarchy did. I'm gonna put this guy in timeout.
Well,
He's
that's
going in
another
the
thing
corner
too.
for
I mean, like,
300 seconds.
yeah, and then if he was to
Yeah.
make a comment right after I did that, even if I hadn't said anything, his comment will come back. You've been timed out for da 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 da. They won't say who
Yeah.
did it or whatever, but he would know he's been timed out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
You know,
because
so-
you said it.
Yeah.
In
Once
the
he
UK,
put, yeah.
Yeah,
In
there's
the
a
UK, they just
auto-generated
type-
message.
in
Yeah.
the UK, you don't get told you're timed out.
Oh
You
yeah.
just feel that you're ignored. You just feel you're ignored. But you got a feeling, why have I been timed out when I've said nothing wrong?
Yeah.
Apart
But
from
like I
hello?
said, that to me is it's at the moment that's like the first step, man. I mean, and I
Even
can
on the
go balls
receiving
out.
end,
I can treat him like a bot if I really wanted to.
I don't know. I've never been timed out, so I couldn't tell you. Am I modded? I don't think I'm modded. Hold on. I want to see this. I wanna
You
test this
probably.
out.
I don't know if you are actually.
No, I'm not. All right, here. I'm just gonna. There.
Matter of fact,
Time
I'll
that
throw
out.
that in.
Time that out.
Where you at?
I've done for my first time because she loves shit. NC said I was banned for my third time because she thinks Big Up Shady is an absolutely amazing geezer from the UK. Sorry, it just flicked up and come. Yeah.
Okay, I just timed you
It's
out.
basically saying.
Did NC girl get
Okay.
timed out?
No, I just timed out.
No,
You
I
people.
think you did NC girl because her.
Oh, did I?
I
No,
think you
No,
did.
no,
no,
I,
she,
I
No.
think it's
no,
just
she
Quincy.
retracted.
No, she retracted.
No, yeah, she
No, I
deleted her
timed
message.
you people out. I timed you people out.
Okay, hold
No,
on.
what NC was going to do, she was going to say, Big Up Shady is absolutely amazing. And then she went, I can't say that on an American channel.
Yeah, it
You
says.
know, so she retracted the statement. Obviously, I'm
I'll
not
share it.
autistic.
I'll share it.
Because
It
I'm
says
brilliant.
that it says at the bottom that I'm timed out. I'll share my screen here real quick so you can see it.
Well, you timed yourself out.
I
Respect
yeah,
that.
I timed him
no.
out just for an experiment.
All right, go ahead and
Okay.
it should be in the basement. Go ahead and bring me up real quick.
Oh, UK message. No, it just says message. You people, it just says message deleted. Doesn't say anything about timed out.
No, what I'm going to show you what it tells us here when you type in and you're timed out.
Oh yeah,
There.
but you're a moderator.
At the
aren't you?
bottom of the red, right here, it says you've been placed in timeout by the owner of this video or a moderator. Edit and try again. So it won't tell you
I've
how
never seen
long
that.
you've been timed out for, but the minimum timeout is 300 seconds. So
I don't even know. Can you change that? Can you change that?
I don't know. Hold
to
on.
a different time setting? I don't know if you can.
I hit change. Hold on. Let's see if I can.
Are you sure that's what you see as a moderator?
Well, he's not a mod. He's not a mod.
I can't even hit the.
Oh,
I can't even hit
okay
the
then.
enter. I can't even hit the enter to make it go in. So
Yeah, you people's not a mod. So like, I just
No.
timed him out, and then like that's what he would be shown. Like if he tried to type in after I've timed him out.
right, it would
It'll-
show you the
it'll-
message once, but then you keep trying to type, it won't show it to you anymore. But it's not even. It's not even letting me. It's not even letting me hit enter to enter in the hey. You know what I'm saying? Like it's got me on timeout to where I can't even type in there and hit enter and see my stuff pop up at all. So we know when we're on timeout here. I don't know
Yeah.
about there and how
You see,
YouTube runs
so-
on.
Evidently, I don't know. It's like that initial message. I mean, either a lot of people miss that or something because, like you said, you can do it. Like once that message is up there and it's gone. You know, it doesn't come back up. You know what I mean?
Unless you're a moderator,
I mean,
you can view the deleted message if you're a moderator.
Yep.
Yeah, but Wingnut, I put my name down, and you went, "Hey, Big Up Shady," and I get that in a lot of channels. I go, "Yeah, Big Up Shady," and you know, I suffer depression. Whatever happened on BuzzTech's channel, but yeah, but when I go yo, and I'm going at such and such, how you doing? Loads of shady love books to you. I'm doing that. I always get a response, and on one channel, nothing. I got nothing, so I felt that I was timed out. So then I found the link, and I went, "Fuck it, I'm going to go on StreamYard." And I went, "Why have you blocked me?" And he went, "I haven't done that." I said, "It's funny how I've done this and that and the other, and nobody heard me." And he went, "I didn't know. It must be something to do with the mods."
Right.
You know what I mean?
I mean, and actually, I'll tell you this. I mean, the people I've got mods over here, I know they are mods at maybe 10 different other channels. You know what I
Right.
mean? And I see what they do over on these other channels. I mean, these are good girls that I've got here. NC Girl and Independent Mini. These are good girls, man. I trust, you know, that they're going to do the right thing and they're not going to screw everything up and all that.
Oh,
you know what I mean? So
when I go live, NC was on my live about depression. I saw her in the background. I didn't know who she was, but NC I've seen on a few channels on the UK. Definitely, when you're on my live, you're
Yeah.
going to be a moderator. I will delete the others. Well, not all of them, but yeah, I like you say. You know,
Right.
no, I'm not going to. You know, I can get so many mods, can't I? And it's going to
You
be
can
one
actually
of them.
put. You can make
a,
everybody a mod if you wanted to. You can make everybody one.
Yeah, I've
if you
done
wanted
that.
to.
I did that because it's all arguing with each other, timing
Yeah.
each other out. So I thought, fuck it, I'll mod everybody. I thought, fuck it, I'm on my panel. I want to concentrate on my panel, talk to these people, and I always say, it's my channel. Don't argue. Don't slag anybody off in the panel.
Right.
I've invited people on, and they're my guests. Please, and I can't do two things at once. And then you get the argument because sometimes people join your panel, yeah, or you join your live stream. You could be like us four can be talking. Then in the live stream, just arguments, arguing and just banning each other, and just because they can. I just thought I'd fucking mod everybody. I need to go through that list and like delete people and only get the real mods that I need, but I just fucking don't give a shit because all I wanted to do was talk to the people on the panel.
Right.
And then it's just like one of those things. I can't do when I'm pissed out my face, which is very rare.
Oh, come on now. Shit.
But
I got bullocks.
Oh, look, that's why he's got his app on, so he looks like a devil. You devilish bastard.
Yeah. I wish I can do that shit with my cell phone, dude. That'd be cool.
You know, I have been looking forever and a day for an app that works like that. Like if I could like use Snapchat to record with, and I can't do it. Do you know how much fun I would have doing a cop watch, making their fucking heads into different fucking shit? That would be fucking awesome.
I saw somebody that did like a thumbnail and they replaced the cops' faces with pig faces. I was like, that would be awesome if you had the whole video running like that, you know.
Did you know that there is cop watching coloring books as well as cop coloring books? Adult coloring books. I shit you not. And I came across this one cop coloring book that had different phrases in it and shit, like being mean against the fucking people that they're arresting and shit. It's like, wow, man, are you fucking kidding me? I didn't think they existed. I just did it for the fuck of it. But then I found a cop watching coloring book where they had 3 officers in SWAT gear and they put Porky Pig heads on them, and it says in a banner at the bottom to herd and process. I've used that for a thumbnail a couple of times.
I got a new saying. You know how you know Live Free, don't you, Wingnut? Live Free.
Yeah.
And he had that video where he had the argument where he went in the police station, and it's all sorted, and there was the bully guy, and he went, "Get back in your pigsty." Do you remember that? And the cop chased him, and he got arrested for it, but he got released. But I've had no, you know, a police van. I did a video where I had a GoPro. I had one of these where it's not very good sound, good picture, but not very good sound. I think I have to connect a separate microphone to it to get the volume, or you know. But I made the comment, that's a mobile pigsty, which could be a police car, and I think I invented that. That's a mobile pigsty, a police car. Mobile.
Is that a shady trademark? That's trademark.
So, yeah. I've trademarked it.
Yeah,
on your channel.
Big up shady trademark. Yeah.
And the other trademark is it wasn't me.
It wasn't me. I wasn't there. It wasn't me. I wasn't there.
Yeah,
I can't prove a thing, and that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Right.
And you name the other one, allegedly.
Yeah.
Why did you say allegedly? It's like a disclaimer. Well, allegedly, I could have done this, I could have done that. Allegedly. Always cover your back. Always always cover your back with allegedly.
There was this
Or
one
did
time
I?
in band camp, allegedly.
Yeah, that's probably where I got it from. And I had a flute. Well,
Yeah.
was I
Allegedly.
blown? Was I blown into the flute, or was I blown to a boy's flute? Who knows? The American pilot.
Allegedly, you know. Yeah, I hear you.
I say all the time. And people think I'm shady because I'm just covering myself. I've been shady all my fucking life, so why not?
Don't feel bad. People are pretty sketchy of me too. I used to work as a tow truck driver, right? And I was having a really bad day. And I had one tow left and I just wanted to get it done. So I didn't talk to the lady at all. Like, because if I'm in a bad mood, I don't care. I'm taking it out on you, even if I don't know you, right? Because you're just there. So I'm doing the job right, and I'm getting it done as quick as I can, but I'm not saying a word. And of course, she's got to ride with me. So she rides with me, and the entire ride, I'm just focused on the road, not saying a damn word, not looking at her, not nothing, man, right? Not really with like a pissed off look on my face. I'm just trying to get the fucking job done, right? And the next day, I walk into the shop, and I hear, "Hey, creepy, what's going on, man? The fuck are you talking about?" And then here comes another guy. "Creepy, what's going on, buddy?" And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I walk up to my boss and he goes, "Creepy, you made it in. All right, let's go. Let's get your shit in the truck." I'm like, the fuck is this creepy bullshit? "Oh, you had a customer call up from yesterday saying that you were just really creepy." And I'm like, what else? "That's it. Just that you're really creepy." I'm like, for real? Dead serious. They called in just to say I was creepy.
I can live with that.
I thought you was going to, that TV show, was it Lizard, whatever? Like that Lizard TV show where they repossess people's cars and stuff.
Self-rescue.
I thought you was going to say, I was a tow truck. That Lizard, I can't remember what it's called now, where you got that big guy where, if you didn't pay your bill or you towed your trucks away.
I
like roadside rescue.
I kind of did something like that, but it wasn't repo. It was called PPR, which is a private property removal. So if like you pulled up behind a store and that store had parking for that store, right? But you parked there and you walked off, that store could call me and I could come and take your fucking car.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like repo.
It's called Lizard.
But I wasn't repoing the payment. I repoed the car because they parked it someplace that they shouldn't. They made a lot of repo TV shows. There's a repo airplane show. Did you know that?
Oh yeah, dude. The one that have you seen the one that do the big yachts and stuff? That would be a good repo job. Like one of those big fucking multi-million-dollar yachts.
Yeah.
The one I'm thinking, is it Lizard Tow some or other?
Lizard Lick Towing. Lizard Lick Towing. I know what you're talking about. Lizard Lick Towing.
And you got the big guy. His wife is like a kickboxer or something like that.
Right.
That was I thought that was dead funny, but the confidence those people had, and they went into like repo stuff.
I hate to break your heart, but that show was scripted.
Oh, definitely.
He was a tow truck operator at one point in time, but after he went in with the show pretty much took it over, and it was a scripted show at that point in time. I mean, they kind of showed what happens in repo, but a lot of the stuff that you saw was all staged and scripted. Unfortunately,
dude, there's a guy on YouTube.
It's kind of like South Beach Tow. If you've ever seen South Beach Tow, that's all been scripted. You know what I'm saying? Like there's
a couple of guys on YouTube that actually do that repo shit for live stuff, and some of them actually do live streaming or whatever, or live recording of them.
I watch a guy that goes and picks up like those mini houses type things.
Yeah,
like he goes and repos like fucking like big fucking houses.
Yeah.
He don't give a
how'd you repo a fucking house?
Yeah.
That's going to take you a couple of days to set it up. How'd you repo a house?
It's
and
like
take
it's
it
like a
somewhere in a compound.
it's like a
Yeah.
pre-manufactured. It's a pre-manufactured home. It's kind of like a mobile home. It sits up on blocks and everything. So
Oh yeah.
he's
They just-
got the mobile jack to jack it up to slip his truck up underneath
Yeah.
on the trailer, and then he drops it down and takes
Yeah.
off with it. He does sheds. He does all types of really big like stuff like that. But
dude, man,
it's
it's
pretty
like
amazing to
imagine
watch
like
him work.
the owners don't want to
And this-
leave and they fucking lock themselves in there and just fucking just take off with a minute.
No, you can't do that because that's technically kidnapping, and you can get
Yeah,
charged
yeah,
with that.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
you're in America. You're in America. Who gives a shit?
No,
What are they gonna do?
yeah.
Apparently the
Money
cops do
fly.
out here.
Yeah, the cops they fucking care for some reason. Yeah, no, it's like, dude, I saw one where they were trying to do like one of those shed buildings or whatever, and the people keep on getting in front of them and stuff, trying to block them from taking it, man, and all this other stuff. It's crazy.
yeah.
But I'm saying though, man, I've seen guys that go up trying to get these nice cars and stuff, man, and people come out and I'm ready to kill somebody to take my damn car, that kind of thing.
Right.
Shit. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you
Pay
gotta
the
have
fucking
a
bill.
lot of balls to do it, man. Like even PPRs, bro, you get the same
Yeah.
reaction. Just because
Right.
it's not, just because it's not a repo doesn't mean it doesn't act like a repo. You're stealing somebody's car. They weren't
Yeah.
expecting it. And if
Yep.
they catch you in the act of doing it, I've had plenty of people come up on me, and I've almost
Well, a lot
gotten
of
into a
times,
couple of
especially if they're
altercations.
expecting a repo, man, that stuff's hidden away or off to the side on the property. You're technically trespassing, blah blah blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
I
yeah,
don't know
but
exactly
see,
how all that leniency
the way
depends.
that
I guess different stuff when it comes down to
the way
repo
repo
guys.
the way mostly repo people work is they'll watch you. So they'll
Yeah.
find out they got your information on where the car should be, what kind of car it is, and whatnot. Now
Yeah.
they'll watch the house and they'll watch where you go. And then once they figure out where you've got that car stashed, they're going to try and figure out where to get it where it's stashed.
Mm.
Yeah.
But if it's on a gated property that is locked, they cannot get to it because it's private property. Okay.
Right.
So what they'll do is they'll watch you. They'll watch you for days, man. They'll have somebody staked out on you and they'll watch your routine. And when you go to the grocery store and go into that grocery store, your car's gone. You'll come
Yeah.
back out with your groceries and it's gone. Like they don't play. They'll wait till you go out onto public property and they'll take the car.
Yeah.
But usually if people are expecting a repo, they don't let that car out of their sight.
No,
You know what
it's
I'm
like
saying?
stashed
Like-
away in a barn somewhere or something,
Right,
in the
or they-
garage.
or
you
they-
know?
Park it in a manner where they know that it's going to take the tow truck driver a couple of minutes to set up on it, and they'll have a chance to run up and jump in it because they know
Right.
as soon as they run up and jump in it, I cannot hook and book. If I'm
Right.
already hooked up to it when they jump into that car, like say they came up, it was already up on the hook, everything like that, and they said, "Hey man, can I get something out of the car?" Whatnot, so forth. Yeah, sure, go ahead, no problem. And you think it's going smooth, they'll jump in that fucking car, and that prevents you from going anywhere because it's a safety hazard. But at that point, I can call the cops to have them removed out of their own car because now that car is my property. Doesn't matter whether it's in their name or not. I was called to do a job. They parked in the wrong spot. As soon as that car's on the hook, it's my property. So, there's ways around it, but I mean, it's just, you gotta have some balls to be in towing, man. And the fact that people don't treat tow truck drivers the way that they should. I mean, there is a lot of specialized equipment that the tow truck drivers have to pay for. It ain't cheap. And, these guys don't really get paid a lot. You think they do. The only tow truck drivers that really get paid are the big rig tow truck drivers. They're the only ones that really make a really good paycheck. The small tow truck drivers are the ones that fucking, they make just enough.
Or the owner of the company that's sending you out, they make more money than you.
Oh, they
and
make
just sit
make
in
more
an
money.
office.
So example, my boss would take a call from Geico, which is an insurance company, and he would charge the Geico $500 for a call. I would get $5 for that call. And that call took me an hour and a half to complete, to drive out, go pick up, go to wherever it needed to be dropped off, drop it off, fill out the paperwork, whatever. $5 for an hour and a half for an insurance call.
I'd quit that job.
Well, I mean, it's a catch-22, man, because it's a really good job. I mean, I had a passion for it. Like, I mean, if I could own my own truck and run my own company, I'd do it. The problem is that the trucks are just expensive as shit. The minimum I've found for a 1-ton, you know, able to carry a 1-ton vehicle tow truck was $30,000, and that was used. That wasn't even a running tow truck. That was a broke down tow truck that was used from another fucking company that needed work on it. I mean, filters for those trucks are anywhere between fuel filter is anywhere between $250 to $500 depending on the truck.
And those things have got a lot of miles on them too. You know, if they've being used.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Plus, you have hydraulic lines, you have hydraulic systems, you have the fucking engine itself, which is basically, I mean, it runs off of gas, but it's the size of a fucking big rig motor. So any part for it costs 5 times more. You know, the maintenance on those things are crazy. So, I mean, I can understand where the owner is getting the money because, you know, if he owns a fleet, most of that money is going to pay for maintenance. I understand that. But to run your guy $5 on that fucking call is ridiculous. I mean, yeah, you do get your calls where you can make some good money so it makes up your paycheck. But, I mean, I guess it depends on the company that you work for. The company that I work for treated me like shit. But I've heard of companies out here that pay pretty well, and it's been tempting, but it's a 24-hour gig, man. Like, if you're in a truck, you're in that truck 24 hours, 7 days a week.
I would have thought with the risk, especially in America, people with guns, that when you go on a call, that's $100. And if you can do 2 a day, and you can earn decent wages.
Not to me. To my boss, true. Yeah, to my boss, that would be $100. To me, it's depending on if it's an insurance call or if it's not an insurance call, how much money he made on that, and how much of a percentage. So the percentage I usually got was like 20% or 15%, depending on the call, because I got different percentages for different things. Like insurance rates, I only got 10%. But it's ridiculous, bro. Like you don't get.
I mean,
fucking...
if you were to have your own truck and stuff like that, what would the I mean, do you know what like how much you would have to pay for insurance and all that stuff for that thing, or?
It would be a commercial insurance that I'd have to pay. I'd have to pay 6 months every 6 months for the truck. Right. Plus, I have to have at least $1 million policy on hand for that truck. So if anything happens, like I wreck it or I wreck somebody's car or something, doesn't matter. It needs to be a minimum of $100 or $1 million insurance policy on it. Right. So, and then if you add a yard, because you want to put cars into storage, you have to have insurance on the fucking yard as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
you can see why the owner takes the majority of the money then.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can see why he takes a good amount of the money, but what I mean is the tow truck driver is not getting treated the way that they should. Is your car breaks down, you're in a bad mood. Cool, I understand, man. Bad shit happens. Don't take it out on the guy that's coming up and helping you out. You know what I'm saying? And especially don't leave that guy without handing him at least a couple of bucks to grab something for lunch or a drink or a beer at the end of the shift, man. Always tip out your tow truck driver, bro.
Yeah, you're looking, what you're saying there is like roadside recovery, where they're helping you out. You should treat them people well.
Right, you should, but you don't even know how many times I've been yelled at, I've been cursed at, I've been treated like shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're calling me up asking me to help you out, and when I'm asking you some simple questions, you're treating me like shit. I had a guy whistle at me like I was a dog, because you got to set up for the tow. So I went buy him just a little bit to bring his vehicle out so I can put it up on my bed, and he whistled at me like a dog. So I was in a bad mood. I decided to leave the fucking parking lot for 15 minutes. Don't whistle at me like I'm a fucking dog. I'm there to fucking help you out. I'm not a fucking dog.
Right.
And on top of it, he didn't tip me. He did apologize for whistling at me because I went over to the next shopping center and I sat there with my phone in my hand. And my boss called me. He goes, and you can hear he's trying not to laugh because he knows I don't play with these fucking people. This is the only job where I've been able to tell somebody to fuck off multiple times and not lose my job. Okay. So, I'm sitting there with the phone in my hand. My boss calls me up and he's like, Josh, man, what's going on, bro? I'm like, yo, this guy fucking whistled at me like a dog, man. I'm not going to play this fucking shit. I was over there picking up a Mercedes Benz and shit. I'm like, I'm not fucking playing with rich people. No. You don't whistle at me like I'm a dog. I'm not a fucking servant. I was like, I tell you what, how about you call that customer? You ask him if he's willing to apologize. If he's willing to apologize, I will go back around and I will set up the same way that I was getting ready to set up when he whistled at me. So he called the customer up, called me back and said, all right, go over there. As soon as I went over there, his whole attitude changed and he apologized. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't fuck with the tow truck driver. He's the one that's taking your fucking car. He can leave it out in the middle of the desert if he really wants to.
Yeah, but in America, I learned this the last couple of years. I know a girl on my Facebook, or not a girl, but I know somebody who's a girl, and she's a waitress, and she gets tips. I didn't know, this 20% tip, 10%, 20% tip in America.
Mm-hmm.
You have to tip the waitress. You have to do it. I didn't know that the tax company, the government go, we think you're going to get 20% tax. So therefore you earn 20K a year. Therefore, you're going to earn another $6,000 on top of that. We're going to tax you on that $6,000. So you better get those tips. And she turned around and said, that's okay for a waitress. But the cooks and the chefs, they don't get tips. And they get taxed the same. They get taxed the same, but they don't get the tips.
But I thought the waitress, right? I thought the waitresses out there got a wage where they didn't need to be tipped. Like they looked at it as an insult out there if you tipped them.
No. I'm on about America. UK.
Oh, America. But the way America works, as far as the waitressing is concerned, is they'll only pay you a small wage. They don't get a living wage. They get a small wage for waitressing. They're living off of tips. So tip out your waitress. The cooks don't. The cooks shouldn't get taxed any differently because they're not receiving any tips. Now, if you're a bartender, on the other hand, completely different story. You could be a cook and a bartender, and you're going to get taxed with those tips.
Yeah, but there's this girl I know. It might be a state. I don't know what state she's in. She turned around and says she's got a very good personality. She goes, I get tips, and I have to pay. I have to earn so much tips because I'm getting taxed on it. But she says the staff, the chefs, and the cooks, because they're not at the front, they don't get tips, and she shares her tips with them because they've got the same.
Oh, that's fucked up. No, that's fucked up, man. That's not right, man. I've worked for people like that, so that sounds more of like the bar industry more than anything else. Because the bar industry does that. Like I wasn't a bartender, but I got a cut of the bartenders' tips, all of them. Yeah. So if there was 4 bartenders working, I got a cut of their tips because I was a bar back and a bouncer. So I would stock the beer, stuff like that, and for doing that job, I got paid out in a portion of the bartender tips. And my bartenders tip me out more than what they normally tip people out, which I'm grateful for. But that's because I made sure that their site, their spaces were always ready, always clean. They didn't even have to wash dishes. All they had to do was fucking worry about customers. They loved me as a barback, bro.
Yeah, that's what I used to. I've done that for a living too.
Yeah,
I worked in many bars, barbacks, security guards, all kinds of stuff.
I mean, I remember back in the day, 20 years ago, and Americans came over. No disrespect to you, but an American company. It wasn't Costco or whatever, that big one. It was a small one, and they set up the same thing. This is a coffee shop. It's American. We're going to get this espresso coffee. I actually went to the counter, ordered 2 coffees. I mean, it was a wife at the same time. Well, she was a wife at that time. And I picked the coffees up. Then I took it to the table. We drank the coffee. And because that's how we're brought up, I brought the coffee back, the empty cups back, and brought it back to the counter. And he had this silver tray going tips. And he pushed it in front of me going, you can give us a tip. Now, bear in mind, is in England, in what your price includes a service charge, which means it's included in the price, a service charge, which means they. So I gave this guy, I gave him a look. I said, look, hold on, mate. You want a tip? I've done all your work for you. All you've done is give me a coffee. I took the coffee to the table. I brought the empty cups back. I've done your work for me, and you want a tip. Here's a tip. Never fucking ask me for a tip again. And I walked out.
Hey, I'm the same way, man.
Dude,
like I won't
had
tip
the
if I
same
have
thing happen
shitty
to
ass
me
service.
I had the same thing happen to me one time at a fucking Chinese buffet. It was a buffet. The only thing the waitress, I guess you would call her, was that she refilled my water. That's it. One time, refilled my water. Other than that, I'm the one that went up there, fed, put the food on my plate. I brought it back to my table. I sat down, I ate it, and all that stuff. That was it. And I don't tip at a buffet. I'm just that way, personally.
No, but they expect it.
I walked out of the building, and next thing you know, I got this little Oriental guy coming following. Gratuity not included. Gratuity not included. He was trying to tell me that the gratuity was not included. And then I was like, well, you're just asking for a fucking tip. That was all you were doing. You know what I mean? He chased me out of the fucking building to ask me for this shit. I was like, come on, man. This is a buffet. You didn't do anything but fill my water up. You know what I mean?
I've heard.
I'll give you a tip. Here's for the water. It was like I gave him like 50 cents or something like that. And I was like, that's more than generous, in my opinion.
I've heard horror stories where you go to a restaurant, and is it 10%? You're supposed to give a 10% tip, and then somebody gave a 10%, and they walked out. I've given 10%, and a waitress or whatever has followed them, going, "You should have given me 20%, 20%." I did good service, and they're actually chasing them down the street. I've heard those scare stories. Me, if I went to America, what's the fucking tip?
Yeah,
it's just bullshit. We don't get it in England. Why would I do something that's not natural to me?
That's why I was
being
confused
British.
because I've heard that the waiters and the waitresses over there find it as an insult when Americans tip. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know no better. That most of your services and everything are already included in the price. And
it's not an insult. It's not an insult. It's more like a shock. Hold on. I'm doing my job. I'm minimum wage.
Yeah.
Why are you giving me money? And what it is, it's like, why are you giving me money?
All right.
Because they're not used to it. Yeah, that's what I'm. But I've heard it's an insult almost.
Yeah.
It's not an insult. It's like, why are you giving me money?
Yeah.
What you know what I mean?
What does this mean?
What you It's suspicion. It's more suspicion than an insult. It's like, hold on. It's like we've got a saying over here. You could go on a corner of the street. I do it in dollars. You can go, you can have a wad of $20 notes. In England, you go, give me $10 and I'll give you a $20 note. All legit. Right. And people will go, what are you up to? I don't trust you. What are you up to? Why would I give you a 10 and you're going to be $20?
Right.
I don't trust you. And you cannot give $20 out for $10.
Right.
And a lot of people, I will go, yeah, fucking hell. Is it real? Can I chew it? Yeah, I'll fucking it. But a lot of people won't fucking do it. A lot of people will go, you're up to something. You must be a criminal.
a lot of people would do the same thing here because they wouldn't trust it. It's like, what's the catch?
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? They'd ask you, what's the catch? Like, what am I buying for $10? Like, so let me give you an example about how pushy they are here. It's like we went over to Glendale Glitters. It's one of the cities here. They deck it out with a bunch of Christmas lights and everything. And the guy has these inflatable light up balloons and he sticks it in my daughter's hand. And I'm looking at him crazy, right? Like, what are you doing sticking this balloon in my daughter's hand? Like, now she's gonna want it. And he goes, "Oh, that's $10, man." I'm like, "Oh, that's free, buddy. You stuck it in her hand." And he pulled it out of her hand and she started crying. I'm like, "Now see, she don't like you because now you done took away the toy." How stupid are
That is
people? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
that's over. That is overselling, and you was right to say. I mean, if that was me and I had a daughter, I'd snatch it back off his hand. Went, no, you gave that to my daughter as a gift. How can you charge me? But
right?
it's in America, though, isn't it? And who
Right.
knows what's going to happen? You know,
Yeah, I just
I
didn't
don't
want
know
to
the
start.
laws, but
I just didn't want to start shit in front of a bunch of people. Like, for real, I was thinking about it, but the best thing I can come up with to diffuse the situation is tell him that it was free because he stuck it in my daughter's hand.
Uh,
yeah, but he took it back. He took it back, made your daughter cry. Then what are you
Yep.
going to do to your daughter? Then you
Yep.
say to your daughter, "You're just a weirdo, sweetheart. He's a weirdo."
That's
Don't
basically
just
what I
these
did.
weirdos.
That's basically what I did. I was like, now look, see, now you made her cry. I was like, now she's not gonna like people. Look what you did. You traumatized my daughter. It's okay, baby. And we walked away from him.
Oh, that's a good one. You traumatized my daughter. You bloody
Yeah.
weirdo bastard. Yeah, I'd have said that. You weirdo bastard, you traumatized my. And that's a good word, traumatized.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I respect,
Yeah,
bro.
I got him to back up really quick.
Hey,
Because
Shady.
you traumatized my daughter. I think you should give those balloons to my daughter for free.
Right.
Maybe two of them. Two of them. She likes two. She likes
Yeah.
double.
Yep. Yep. One of each of the colors. Yeah.
Right?
Have a
I should have tried that
rainbow.
one.
A rainbow
That's
of
true.
balloons.
I'm lucky I've got no kids, so I don't get that confusion. I don't get that protectiveness. But yeah, man, yeah, to do that to your fucking child, that's bang out. We call it bang out of order, which is like fucking
Right.
shoot you out of order.
Well,
You know,
yeah,
in
that's
America, you just fucking pop a cap in the bastards.
my wife was like,
Fucking
well, that guy was stupid. He shouldn't have stuck it in her hand. I was like, yeah, well, you know, that's his fault. But, and of course, my daughter was mad. And I'm like, great. And, you know, she wanted one, but I wasn't paying $10 for something that I can buy off of Wish and get 50 of them for fucking $5. I'll buy 50 of those motherfuckers and keep my daughter happy for $5 instead of buying
See-
one for 10.
You see, in Texas, if that would have happened in Texas, and then that guy pulled the balloons off that child would have went, hold on, I thought you said it was free. Oh no, your daddy's got to pay for it, and that daughter would have come out with a fucking 45.
Gun.
Bum bum bum, you stole off me now. You know, it don't happen in Texas.
You know, it's not the Wild West out here. We don't just walk around with sidearms on all of us anymore.
I bet you do. I bet
Most
you
people
all
do. Most people do. I don't. I'm a knife man. I'm not so much of a gun
Yeah.
man. I mean,
I
I can
can't-
understand the meaning behind a gun, and I'd own a gun if I needed to hunt. You know, if it was like a survival thing to like go get food, I'd probably own a gun then. I was like, but
So,
I'm a knife person.
So-
I've always been a knife person.
Yeah.
so if me and Wingnut had a battle with you, you'd come with a knife, and we'd come with a gun.
That's if you could
just
find
think you're
me.
gonna
Uh-huh.
win.
That's
I
if
know-
you could find me. Because
and
if
I'm
you're
gonna tell you
coming
something.
for a fight, I know.
I know. I mean, I'm still learning myself, but man, I'm serious. If you get good enough, you can throw a knife and you can take somebody down, even if they got a gun, faster than they can pull that thing out.
Oh, you think I just
Yeah.
got these for decoration? Hell
No,
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 I
no.
use these things in my backyard.
Yeah.
These
Oh.
things, I love these things. You
Oh,
want to know why? Because
throwing
they're
stuff.
sharp on
Oh,
all edges. I can throw this and hit
throwing.
you
No,
any way.
Yeah.
I didn't click on that. Throwing knives.
Yeah.
If you're quick, you're like a ninja.
Oh, hell yeah,
Before
man.
you can
Plus,
get
it's
the gun.
quiet. You won't hear it coming until it's already
Like a
there.
ninja.
Till it's already
Like a
stuck you,
bro.
or I
Yeah.
just barely missed you.
Yeah.
That's when you hear it.
That's what
And
I'm
then when
saying,
you
man.
hear it, you need to pay attention to where it
Yeah.
came from.
I'm saying,
Because
that's what
there's
I'm
another
saying.
one coming.
Exactly. That's what I like about, like knives and archery. It's like it's quiet. You won't hear it coming. You know what I mean? That's what I like about that stuff. A gun is okay. I mean,
Yep.
especially if you want to reach out and touch somebody from a distance. That's probably a more, that'd be better off. But you can hear it coming. You knew it there. You hear it, but still,
Yeah. You don't hear that arrow till it's passed right through you.
yeah.
That's
That's when you notice. That you're like, oh
when
fuck.
you notice the arrow.
Yeah, that's when you notice. You know what I mean?
I'd take the hint. When you're putting the crossbow at me, the bow and arrow, I'd be going. I think you're gonna shoot an arrow at me, and I duck down. You can't just go. Actually, with those little pocket things, yeah, nobody's gonna see that fucker coming.
Dude, no, dude. I mean,
Dude,
seriously.
You can get a pretty accurate small crossbow dart gun that you'll never even see get pulled out, man.
Yeah.
And I would prefer those because they're more quieter than guns.
No,
that's
you
the
put a
only
you put a
gun that I'd own.
broadhead you put a broadhead type arrow tip on that sucker, man. It'll be like a hunting arrow. You know what I mean? For real. It will penetrate. I know guys that have done like demos and stuff and using that gelatin stuff, to show how deep into like a body it would have gone into. Dude, I'm serious. You put a nice razor sharp broadhead on the front end, even like those small pistol type crossbows. Those things, man, I'm serious. And you can actually upgrade them suckers and do a modification and upgrade the bow itself, man, where it's got a little bit more poundage behind it. And those pistol ones are fucking badass, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
buddy of mine.
When guns in the 80s, when guns was legal over here, we used to have like that. Well, it obviously still exists. It's like ballistic jelly in it.
Right.
They can do it. They can do ballistic jelly. It looks like a body.
Right.
The same moisture.
Yep.
And you put a bullet in it, and it goes a small hole, and then it goes out a bigger hole because the skin gets stretched. But then they analyze the middle bit, and a high velocity bullet goes in small. But as it goes through, it vaporizes anything.
Yeah,
moisture,
well, because it's
and
fragmenting. It fragments. A lot of them do. I mean, or mushrooms
it's a-
out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it vaporizes because your body's 70% liquid, and vapor is water. And as the bullet goes in, anything inside, which is full of liquid, actually vaporizes with the velocity of the bullet. And you get a small hole, and it rips the back of your skin off till you get a bigger hole, which you think is a bullet. But it's actually the speed of the velocity that actually can kill you, vaporizes the inside of you.
Shit.
And
I'm gonna tell you something.
Yeah.
The sound of I was about to say this 45 I got right here. It would make a much bigger hole than you're thinking.
I think it depends on the size of the round and what kind of firepower is shooting that round.
Yeah.
And how many grains you got in? And how many grains you got in the cartridge?
Yeah. That's the only thing I'm not crazy about the 1911. It's I'm only got 8 rounds, or in one in the barrel or whatever, and one in the tube. But other than that, it's like that's what I like about that. I don't like 9mm all that much, but that's what I like about it. Is because it's double stack. I can get like 15 or so in there, or whatever, in one magazine. I can't remember exactly, but it's a hell of a lot more. It's double what I can put in mine.
I'm on about. I should know this because I'm British. But back in the day, I used to know about it. But yeah, they call it factory rounds, which is
I'm gonna go use the
standard.
restroom. I'll be back.
Right.
But if you make your own bullets, if you like, you can decide how much grains of gunpowder If you,
Yeah.
you put less in,
Yeah.
less in. That's good. That's good for punching a hole at 25 yards. It's good for that, more accurate. But if it's factory load, obviously it's more damage. But you can actually reload them, maybe put a little bit more in them, and that bullet's even more powerful. Obviously, you're going to get a bit more kick. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, I learned the science of the speed of a bullet. It goes in clean hole, but as it goes through the body, it can vaporize the inside of the body. And obviously, because if you if you get a piece of leather, yeah, it's easy to punch into a piece of leather. But when you're punching out the leather stretches, and that's your skin, and your skin rips apart. So the exit wound is bigger than the entrance wound. That's a better way of saying it, which is horrible to say. But I when I used to be able to fire those guns, I did learn about that stuff.
Yeah.
It is horrific, but
Well, I mean, what kind of guns have you shot before? Have you actually shot before?
A Dan & Wesson, not
Yeah.
Smith, Dan & Wesson, 10-inch barrel, 44 Magnum,
Okay.
which is like the Dirty Harry. The
Yeah.
Dirty Harry, I believe, was a Smith & Wesson, which is a one-length barrel. A Dan & Wesson, interchangeable.
Okay.
I think I fired the same gun. He had two guns, because obviously nowadays you could have as many guns. I think I fired a 44 Magnum snub nose, which is a 2-inch barrel, which was same sort of thing. Then I fired a 357 Magnum, which is slightly smaller. Same thing, but it's a Magnum. So
Yeah.
I think the Magnum is the bullet and the way the bullet is, and that's what or it's the way the barrel is. And I don't know. Then I fired a .22 Irma. It was Irma. It was like a tiny PPK. You know James Bond.
Yeah.
You know that one.
Yeah.
Like a 9mm PPK. This
Uh-huh.
is like a woman's version. It's a woman's version. .22 handbag thing. So I went one shot, and he went, there's 10 small calibers in the magazine. He says, nah, squeeze the trigger. And I always remember going, are you sure? He went, yeah. And I went like that. It went, I literally squeezed the trigger, it went, brrr, 10 bullets gone. It was like a machine gun. He says, it's a small caliber. One of those bullets will wound you. But imagine 10 of those bullets at the same time.
Right.
That's going to seriously stop you.
What do you say? .22?
Yeah, .22. Small caliber, proper obviously bullet gun.
Yeah.
So, but he went, and obviously and he went, brrr. It was the second I went, brrr.
Yep.
And it was like all those 10 bullets went out within a second. It's like a little miniature. And he went, those 10 will kill somebody.
Oh yeah.
They'll definitely put them down.
Shit.
But
I mean,
he turned around and says, but it's a woman's handbag gun.
Yeah.
But hell yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm telling you, you put a couple of well-placed .22s in the right place, it definitely take somebody down and kill them. Hell, you put 10, 20, 30 rounds of that .22 at somebody, they're going to stop. They're going, you know what I mean? They're not going to want to get back up for a minute. Put it that way.
I just remember going like that, and all I heard was,
yep,
like a little mini machine gun. That's all I remember, and the smell of the gunpowder. Oh, I love that. I love New Year's Eve where they're doing the fireworks.
Oh, right on.
And in the air, right on. And in the air, I can smell that gunpowder. I've got a video. I need to put it up. But yeah, I just remember. I think I said it. I went, oh yeah, gunpowder. I miss that.
I got a video of like my cousin that just passed on just recently, man. I got a picture when we were out here. What was it? We were shooting a buddy's AR-10 out here on the property out here, I got video. I
Yeah,
got it's on my channel somewhere on there, but it's back there in the, it's like back
yeah,
there in the
just rub it in.
past. You have to go back there in the
Wingnut,
past and what?
Wingnut, are you just rubbing it in that you're doing all these cool guns that you know damn well I'll never be able to fire?
Oh, come on. Yeah. Hey, Shady. I mean, seriously, if you ever, which, it's going to be a big deal because there's all this crap that's going around with this damn COVID shit. But I mean, still, if you ever get the chance to get over here to States, man, over to Florida, I'll take you out here on the property. We'll sit out here and shoot turtles out of the fucking pond for all I care.
Never say never, Shady. The world's changing.
What's
that?
If
I won the lottery, I'll be honest with you, I'll go to America, but then I'd take a detour to Texas.
Yeah, I hear you. But I'm gonna tell you, man, you get down here in Florida and stuff. I know some people down South Florida, man. And we got swamps and stuff. Go out there and we can wrestle an alligator if you want to. Get it?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Wingnut, you think I'm joking?
Yeah. You think I'm joking? I could get out there and we can wrestle ourselves an alligator. I'm telling you, we get out there in the boat, we can probably find ourselves one. I mean, shit, not even that far away from where I'm at. I could probably find some. And that probably big ones.
Oh, yeah, I'm disabled, but yeah, because I know when the mouth is open and they snap down, they're the strongest. But once the gob's shut, you grab the mouth, you close it, and then you just wrestle them.
Well, no, what I do is like I'd wrap duct tape around their damn mouth once they got it shut.
Yeah.
So they won't open it up again. You know what I mean? But yeah, you can. Then once you get that, it's like then you have to deal about how big they are, because let me tell you something. That depending on the size of it, that tail of theirs, if that thing swips around and hits you, that thing is hard. It will knock you down, man. That tail's pretty damn stout.
It can break your bones up if I remember.
Yeah, it depends on how big it is. Yeah.
I've seen.
I'll tell you this, the last one, and I mean, my uncle shot it, but he used like a 30-06 hunting rifle, man, just shot it in the head, but it was 11 foot 7 inches. So, I mean, it was big, you know what I mean? Bigger than me, put it that way, from the tip of the snout to the tail, it was bigger than me.
And obviously you're not 11 foot tall.
No, I'm 6 foot. I'm 6 foot, 6'1", somewhere around there. Yeah. So
11 foot. So
yeah.
11 foot is definitely bigger than you.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's almost twice my size.
Yeah, tiny a bit taller than you, 11 foot.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't like to have a beast like that. But I am curious what it tastes like. I am not crazy like that. I like to know what things taste like. Spiders, not interested. Tarantula. Yeah,
alligator's pretty good, man. I'm gonna tell you something. If you ever get the chance, alligator's pretty good. I'm gonna tell you the best meat on the alligator is that back strap, right on their back, right on that back strap. That's the best meat.
I've eaten crocodile.
Oh yeah.
But that was like, no, I'm joking. I've eaten emu. I've eaten emu. I'm not going to say camel toe. I've eaten emu. I've eaten emu for real. Crocodile for real. Kangaroo for real. Yeah, but the camel toe was a joke. That tastes very salty, obviously.
Oh yeah. What did it taste like? Chicken?
No, it's very chewy. You can't eat a whole one, and you can't eat a whole one all at once. You have to go back again. You have to go back again and again and again, just to keep the wife happy.
I hear you.
Yeah. No, I've eaten cow tongue, which you go cow tongue. That's disgusting. In England.
Well, there's some of these rednecks around here. I'll eat that too, man. I've seen they'll kill cows or pigs' feet, and and pigs' brains and stuff like that. I mean,
and what's wrong with that?
I don't know. It's just like not something I can find something better to eat. Put it that way.
Now, over here, for years, poor man's food. It was a pig trotter. you know what? They carve up the pig, and then there's if it's a horse or a cow, they used to use the pigs, the hooves. They used to melt it down and make glue. But pig's
Okay.
trotters, pig's feet, it was like a food, and it's at the ankle below with the hoof, and obviously you didn't have the hoof, but you had the ankle, and it's like all like I don't know what like a bit of bone or whatever, and it was a poor man's food. You'd slow cook it, the meat would fall off, and then you had meat. You'd have meat then to have a meal, and it was cheap. A lot of butchers, say in the 80s or 70s and 80s, would give you the pig trotters, but we don't need them. We don't need them. You can have them. Give me your dog, whatever. But you could actually cook and get the meat off it. Now, because everybody doesn't like offal, if you like, people don't like liver, kidneys, and pig's feet, and say nobody has it. These Michelin star chefs, those posh chefs, they're actually getting this basically free pig's trotter, put a few spices on it, cooking it up in a different way, and charging you like $100 for a meal. You might get a couple of vegetables there. Oh yeah. Honestly. But it was a poor man's food. Always got his thing. Yeah, pig's trotters over here was a poor man's food. And now these famous chefs are going, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, no, I can find something much better to eat than that. I'm gonna tell you something. I mean, unless I'm really, really freaking hungry, that's about. I ain't gonna sit there and sit. I got no interest in eating that stuff, man. I've seen it, man, and I've seen people. I know people that eat that stuff, but not me, buddy.
Mm.
Like Shady, do you eat them pig trotters? Do you eat them suckers?
I've eaten them before, yeah.
Oh yeah, you like them? I mean, what does it taste? I mean, what does it taste like to you?
Pork or pig.
Okay.
It's the way it's done. I think because it's like the ankle has to be slow cooked.
Like, how do you cook it? Like, I mean, is it cooking like a boil type cook or what?
Yeah, you boil it.
Oh,
you
yeah.
boil it slowly. I don't do it. I can't wait that fucking long. Just slow cook slowly. Fuck that for a lot.
Yeah.
I want ready. I want it ready. I want somebody else to do it for me. But
What's up, nerd?
I bought back in the past when I was not able-bodied, when I could be bothered to cook stuff. I bought a cow's tongue, and it's like about that long.
Yeah.
And when it's raw, you can stroke the top of it, and it's like because obviously it's like abrasive, so it can like lick the grass and this. So it is. But when you boil it, and you can still slice it, and it's just like ham. You have ham on your sandwiches, you thin slice it, or you can do it. You can put it in a gravy. I never did that. But yeah, it's what you think is nasty, and then what you're brought up with. You might say, "Oh, I'll have an alligator." A lot of people go, "Oh, that's disgusting." Yeah, but if you've been brought up to eat that food, you're going, actually, it's really, really nice. But somebody else like me, I'll go,
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Cow tongue over here.
Teach their own. It's like over in some countries, man, they eat all their damn monkey's brains and stuff like a delicacy and stuff. I'm like,
yeah,
I don't know, man.
Right.
I saw a video
from Jamaica who talked about eating possum.
What, possums?
Yeah.
Actually, there's a town out here outside of Panama City called Wausau. They got a possum festival every year, man. People making things out of possum stew, possum burgers, all this other stuff. I don't know. Possum's a real greasy meat, man. So you gotta cook it right, or it don't taste good to me. I don't know.
Yeah, but are possums like vermin?
Yep.
They're like and they
Yep.
get into your house,
Yep.
and then if you confront them, the nasty little bastards.
Yep.
So why
Yep.
not? So why not? So why not kill them and eat them?
Oh
Why
yeah, like I said,
Well,
I mean, it's
absolutely.
just it's a real greasy meat, you know. In my, you know, the way I've tried it before in different, you know, but it's just like it's a real greasy meat. You got to cook it right, or it doesn't taste right, in my opinion.
Right. Actually, possums get a bad rep, man. Like possums are actually pretty cool, bro. You know, it doesn't matter. I don't think I've ever heard of a possum actually like really biting anybody, but it's not like they can really transmit anything to you because they're pretty much immune to anything. And yeah, they get like they hiss at you and they look scary, but if you get up close enough to them, they'll play dead. You could pick them up and you know, eventually they'll come back to life and you can hold them. I mean, once they know you're not there for any, you know, like to kill them or anything, they're actually pretty cool little animals, man. They get a bad rep.
Yeah, I've never had an encounter with a possum that went really badly sideways.
Yeah. They're not bad,
They
man.
just
They're
go
just
their way, I
misunderstood.
go my way. That's the end of it.
Right? It's not like dealing with a raccoon. Raccoon will fuck you up.
Yeah.
Why is it always the cuddly things that'll fuck you up? It's like a koala bear. People think that koala bears are all cool and everything. Do you realize that the majority of the koala bears in Australia have syphilis?
Yeah.
And then people want to handle these animals, and then when they do handle these animals, they are not cute and cuddly. It's like a Five Nights at Fridays type fucking thing, or Freddy's type thing. They'll fucking claw you the fuck up, man. They're mean.
Yeah, yeah, because they've got claws to. Yeah, you know, he says the majority. I think all koala bears, from what I remember, they're all born with, what did you say, syphilis?
Syphilis. Mm-hmm.
I think they're all born with it. To be honest with you, I think it's not a percentage. From what I got, they're all born with it, but they are cute and cuddly.
Right.
You know, but they grip on trees, so they've got claws. So when you cuddle them, they've got those claws, and they will hurt. It's like if you had an owl or a bird of prey on your arm,
Right.
and you put
Right.
and you forget to put that, leather sleeve. You know where they have that leather sleeve for a bird
Yeah.
of prey?
Yeah.
There's a reason for it.
Oh yeah.
There's talons.
Protect your arm from the talons. Yeah.
Yeah, I made a mistake, obviously, because I'm shaded. And I've actually had birds of prey just on my skin when I was younger. That was a big mistake. I've had a barn owl, which a barn owl is. There's my lower hand. Hold on. Where's my fucking hand now? But there's the lower hand. The barn owl is like that big,
Right.
if you know what I mean. So it's at least 3 times bigger than my face. But you get one of them, and the talons are as big as, obviously, it's nicotine fingers.
Yeah.
You can see it. But a barn owl, the talons are as big as a human hands. You get them, and what you do, you have to be very, very still. Because any slap, they're going, because they're trying to grip. And when they're trying to grip, any movement, they just grip into you.
Right.
But that was a big mistake. And I went, oh, I wish I'd have. I wish I had like a, because I was doing it with a t-shirt.
Right.
You know, so it was lifted. I thought, I wish I had some leather here. Oh, that's why they wear leather.
Yeah. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I used to know this girl who was in the falconry. She used a damn falcon to go hunting with. You know, I thought that was pretty cool.
Right.
You know, to
Well,
go
to be honest,
to have them out there going out there hunting
What's up?
rabbits and shit for her.
well, yeah, 'cause
Right.
it's cheaper than buying rabbit. If you can get a bird of prey, they can actually get its own food.
Yeah.
You're not paying for it.
Well,
But,
not
you know,
only
I used to have
that, she trained it to go hunt rabbits for her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She'd give a little bit to
Oh,
the
yeah.
bird later, but no, that bird would go out there and hunt the rabbit for and bring it back to her. You know?
Yep.
Well, because I had 2 friends, I had 3 friends. One was a falcon, a kestrel, which I believe is a British bird of prey. Then 2 barn owls. Barn owls are massive beasts.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And And we used to go, you'd call them BB guns or whatever, an air rifle. It's like over here, it's a very powerful air rifle, like a pellet gun, and very powerful, can kill a lot of stuff. And we used to go.
That was
We
Wingnut.
used to go. Yeah, we used to go hunting, and we'd kill a lot of stuff. But everything we killed went back to whoever had the 2 owls, and this and that and the other. But one of the guys, his owl, barn owl, he used to have to he trained it to catch its own food, if you like, but also
Right.
to exercise.
That's pretty cool, man.
Kestrel,
I mean, you
awesome.
know, I wouldn't know the first thing on how to take care of a bird like that, but man, I think that would be cool to have like a pet that you can actually use that like kind of like a hunting bird. You know what I mean? I think that'd be
Yeah.
neat.
It's a lot of
Well,
work, and you need
I
a
wouldn't
big
know.
cage to house one of those
Yeah, I
birds.
wouldn't know the first thing to do any of that stuff, man.
have you seen somebody? Have you seen, you know, these little miniature budgerigars? You know, those little fancy budgerigars, and they go like, and you put your tongue out, and they kiss you, nip you, and they love you.
Hey,
A
Twisted
barn
Tats,
owl.
good to see you out there.
I twisted. Anyway, my mate could do this with his barn owl, and it'd come to him, and it'd be that like, it'd put his tongue out, and it'd gently go, you know what I mean? And it
Yeah.
loved him. But any other human, he would attack with his talons, and the talons would go for your face,
Wow.
and it would attack any human being. It was unbelievable. And my mate used to go, because he had a massive cage, we call it chicken wire, don't you? And he'd go, it'd chat to you, and then it'd make sure your back is against the cage. And then next minute, he'd lean forward and go, brrr, you know, like put his fingers against the cage, which then this barn owl would come out, and anybody in the cage, you go, and my mate go, watch out, mate. And you turn around, and all you see are these fucking talons trying to get your face. But you had that mesh. So it wasn't, be like going, fucking hell, that's a dangerous fucking bit. But if you were in that cage, that barn owl would attack you. But him, it was like, oh,
What's up, dude?
and you think, it was weird. My other friend, the barn owl was like humanized. It didn't like humans, but it tolerated them. And it wouldn't hurt you, it wouldn't attack you. But the other mate, yeah, he did one. Yeah, it was like a rope where it was the owl was on a leash on a string. You go backwards and forwards like 20 feet. It couldn't go anywhere. It couldn't go like 10 feet one way, 10 feet the other way. It could go 20, so it could fly for extra. But yeah, my other mate, he didn't have that. He was the one that he could only take it out, no other people with him, and it would fly, yeah, kill someone, and bring it back to him. And it was like so tame to him, but yeah, it was any other human being. It was so, because you know when you get a chick, the first thing it sees, it's the mother or father. Any baby bird, it impregnates. That's that. But this one was so precise. My mate, that was his mother and father, and no other human was. They was all enemies, which is weird because my other mate did the same thing, and that owl, barn owl, which is a massive area, that liked anybody that looked like a human. Wouldn't attack anybody that looked like a human. It was weird how it's the same principle how they brought it up from a little white chick, but one went very violent where it didn't like humans, only one person liked, and the other one was like really okay. Weird. Always remember that, and that was like 40 years ago. Now, if I had a gun, I'd just shoot all the fuckers. Just shoot the fuckers. Are you looking? I hate squirrels because they always look at your nuts. Have you seen that? You're in a park, and you see a squirrel, and they're always staring at your nuts. They never stare at women. They always stare at blokes' nuts. You know what I mean? I just want to shit the fuckers. Well, stop. Yeah, just shit and fucking stand at my nuts.
The motherfucker's just waiting for the right moment to come over and steal your nuts.
Yeah, I'm just jealous that women are not staring at me nuts. What's that about? Get rid of the opposition. Get rid of those fucking squirrels.
Shady kissed a squirrel and he liked it.
Right?
I kissed a squirrel and I liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like her. I think, well, she's a bit crazy if she ever sang that. I can't remember who sang it. I kissed the girl. She was like, oh, I don't know. Who sang that one?
It's
It
one of
wasn't,
those.
what's the name?
It's one of those perverted girls out there.
The one that was it the one that shaved her head off because she's weird? Yeah, I like
Oh
it.
crap. Well, that narrows it down. There's a couple of them that did that. Britney Spears? No, I don't know if it was that. I don't know if that was Britney Spears or not. I think that was, or what's that girl that played Hannah Montana or whatever it is? I think it might have been her.
Oh yeah, yeah, and she had a famous father who was like,
yeah, he was another singer.
Like,
yeah,
that was weird because he let his daughter go. No, it was Katy Perry. I kissed again. I liked it. Yeah, it's Katy Perry, and why not? I'd like to watch that show. Her kissing a girl. Why not? I'd pay for that.
Only if they're good looking, I guess I'd watch it.
As long as I'd pay for it. As long as I could photocopy the original ticket and make a forgery so I could get in for free. Hell yeah, I'd watch that. But as long as somebody else paid for it, I'd watch it.
So what are you up to today, Shady? Man, it's already fucking 9 o'clock over here. What are you gonna do?
Shit, it's 2 o'clock here.
Yeah, I know. It's 3 over here.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna.
War over here.
I think I'm gonna drop down. I've got a protest to get ready for tomorrow, and yeah, I was gonna go cop watching, but it's too late now. Like it's pretty much dead out there. I was checking the Citizens app, and it's pretty much died out there. So figure I'll jump off, get a little bit of sleep. I've got a fucking protest at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So
right on.
Yep.
Well, I appreciate you coming by and everything, man. I really do. I mean, I enjoy it when you come by. So.
Oh, I enjoy stopping by. We always have great conversations, man. I love it.
Right on.
No, obviously, because I'm here. Of
course, it's all about you, Shady. All about you.
And don't forget about Bran up here. You know, his commentary all night long.
I'm gonna tell you, I mean, it's one thing that we noticed about Bran. It's like once you get him talking, he doesn't fucking stop. You know, it's like, goddamn, shut the fuck up. You know.
Well, it kind of reminds me of Dennison. He'll sit back until like he hears something that he wants to comment on, and then he'll comment.
No, I'm gonna call you Dave again, you people. Your artists that is, to me, that's art. But the way you do that, that's brilliant, man. I'm glad I saw that. I really
Thank
am.
you. I appreciate that, man.
Now, how are you going to send it to me for free?
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. No, that's too much work to be sending out for free. I can send you out a roach clip, but I ain't sending you out no leash.
Shit, it's gotta go through. It's gotta go through customs and all that shit, Shady, man. You know,
right?
What's a roach clip?
Roach clip.
That's about that.
Oh, here I'll really quick. I'll pull up a small picture of a roach clip here for you.
Is it like a key ring or something like that, or better?
No. It's not a key ring.
No.
It's just something to hold your joints with, so that way you don't burn your fingers. or your cigarettes or whatever you want. But here, I'll show you this. I'll show you this one here.
Oh, they look cool,
Yeah.
don't they?
There you go.
Fuck me, man. Yeah,
That
they
was
look
my
cool,
Little
don't
Pony
they?
collection that I made.
So that's a roach clip.
Yeah.
That's cool. So a roach could be like a Rizzler, like what I do, like a roll up. That
No.
looks
Yeah.
cool. That looks cool.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, you know, they're made for smoking weed, man. You just roll your or cigarettes that are, you know, that you roll. You could hold those too, and it keeps the tobacco off your fingers as well. I mean, you can use it for cigarettes.
Yeah.
Independent. I don't know if I mean, independent. She's asking me if I'm going to close down. I haven't decided yet. I haven't really decided. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well,
I mean,
look, what it's got.
I don't know. It depends on if people need a place to hang out, you know, and I mean, if people's got over.
Well, basically,
I tried to get the crowd. Go ahead.
Wingnut's got an amazing English geezer on called me.
Of course.
He's exploiting me. You know, he's getting more. How many people you got? You got 7 watchers.
Yeah, 7. Yeah.
Hey,
I'm just a big
seven's
time,
not nothing to laugh at. But I tried to get the group that was in Slow Burners live, because Slow Burner just dropped off, and he had like 35 people in his shit. And I was like, come over to Anarchy TV. I put in the link and everything. I'm like, come on over.
Should be blazing.
I was trying to
love that
fucking
name.
get people over here.
I love that name. Twisted Twats.
Yeah, Twisted Tats.
Yeah. Well, I thought twats, which is a bad name. Put a W in your name, and you'll be really cool. There you go.
But all right, guys, for real, I'm gonna jump down. I will
All right,
talk
man.
to you guys definitely later. Great meeting you, Shady. Great meeting you, Bran. Everybody in chat, have a great, wonderful evening.
You people, amazing chat, and I love your artwork, guaranteed, man. Brilliant,
Thanks, brother.
brilliant stuff. And I love Winglook because he always brings a gun out. That's always cool.
He's got the gun. I got the clips.
right, there you go.
All right, brother.
You have a good one.
You too. Later.
You take care, bro. You take care, bro. Oh, what an amazing geezer. And the artwork, that's brilliant.
Yeah. Let me ask you, Shay. So, I mean, what did you do for a living? I mean, what kind of trade or what kind of work did you do before?
I was trained to be a barman, well, a landlord, or to own a pub, if you like, or a bar. I was trained at that. Then I got fully qualified when, fuck, this is a stressful job. Then I trained to be a carpenter. I did a lot of computer work. That was a hobby. And then I did manual work, and I had a spine injury, and then I've not worked for 18 years.
Oh, right.
Legitimately. So I've been disabled for 18 years.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I've been peasant poor for 18 years.
I hear you. Yeah, I was just wondering. I wasn't sure what kind of work you used to do. So
Manual work, basics manual work. I used to say.
Yeah.
Brain. My body isn't meant. I think my body was meant for manual work, and there are those sort of people. Some people, the brains will work for office work and do smart stuff. Then you got the manual workers. Oh, you're a manual worker. But I think you need a balance of everybody. You need manual workers, brainy workers. So basically my body was meant to be a manual worker, to be honest with you. And I used to be super strong. Now I'm like, because I haven't worked for 18 years, and my body's deteriorating. I'm getting weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. Obviously, probably smoking and drinking, but yeah, I used to be like a manual sort of person. The best way to I used to be a builder, like I said, carpenter, which is like, you have to be able to lift heavy doors and stuff and whatever you're doing, but I can't even do that anymore. I sort of know that, my body's starting to get faults, if you know what I mean.
Right.
What did you do for a living, Wingnut?
For about 20 years, that's what I was. I was carpenter framer. I built houses for a living.
Oh,
I mean, I used to when I was younger, I did welding for a while, but then I stopped. I didn't really pursue it all that much. And then was it? I stopped doing like I got in a motorcycle wreck not too long ago, and I don't know, a few years back. But anyway, I really couldn't build houses any longer like I used to. I wasn't physically able to do that, so I was looking for other stuff. I ended up working at bars, and I worked at different places here and there. I got back into welding and all this other stuff. But I don't know. That's mostly what I was doing. I mean, I used to be a cook at many different types of restaurants at one time, and but I'm a jack of all trades. I've done a lot of different types of jobs. Yeah.
I think sometimes you have to be a jack of all trades, don't you, nowadays?
Well, yeah.
You
I
can't
mean,
have one
because
skill.
no, you don't want to
You
get
have to be
specialized.
multi-skilled.
Yeah,
If you want to earn money, you have to be specialised, if you know what I mean.
I guess. But
I mean, I was donated, and I've only got 500 subscribers. I was donated. Where's my beast? I've been donated. I might as well show you because I might as well brag about it if I can find it. I've still got to work it out now because my brain ain't that smart. And actually, let me find it, beast. This guy, Snowy. This guy, you've seen him, haven't you? The guy called Snowy is always in a truck or a lorry. And
okay.
he sent me this.
Huh?
And I open it up, and it's a drone.
Really?
And yeah, it's a drone. Hold on, let me show you. It's a bad boy. I've got to learn how to use it. Trust me. You think, oh, it's one of those it's one of those things that you can like operate. It's one of these bad boys. Look. Oh, wait till you switch. Oh no, I can't. Look, it's fold away. I'm going to turn it on because you've got to set it up with GPS. And that's what I've got to learn. But I just like to I turned it on the other day. It don't like it's not going to cut me with a blade. I just like it when I turn it on. So that's the drone now. It's fold
Right.
away. Yeah.
That's pretty
Wait
cool.
till but wait till you turn it on. It's really cool. Hold on. Put the battery in it. What a stupid twat, Eddie. You did it earlier on. Remember what you did earlier on. You twat, Eddie. So I can swear. Oh, there we go. The click. Now let's turn it on. It took me. It's like a stealth button, so you don't even know you. Now check this bad boy out. Yeah, man. Just for that alone, what?
That thing, you
Just
can
for this
see.
alone.
Yeah.
And it's got
pretty
little
cool.
eyes at the front. It's got eyes at the front, look. And that's a camera. I'm happy with that. Then I've got to learn how to bloody use it, obviously. Apparently, you have to set up the GPS, blah, fucking blah, blah, blah. And yeah,
You
appears to be a nightmare.
take that above the house and just record like what you look like with the house and the property, all that stuff where you're at right there, like with the drone.
Oh, yeah.
See what's on the roof,
well,
anything on the roof or not.
Well, around here you get pigeons, and pigeons shit on the roof. That turns into mold.
Yeah.
And then the mold goes into guttering. And the guttering need changing all the time. But imagine like this. I could like do a video because obviously you connect a phone to it.
Yeah.
I could earn money and go, your guttering is really horrendous. I know a geezer, which you do know a geezer, is a window cleaner, but he doesn't care about health and safety. So as long as he's got a tall ladder, they'll go up there for like $100 and then clean the guttering out with no health and safety stuff. They'll, and it's dirt cheap. And I get like 20 quid out of it, or 30 or 40, because but yeah, I've got to learn how to use it. But
yeah,
you look at the instructions.
It's kind of difficult. I mean, I've tried flying them things, so it's just trying to get the hang of it, so you don't
Well,
crash.
I've got the remote control.
Yeah,
I've got the remote control, but then there's this bit underneath, which it doesn't say in this bit, look.
Yeah, that's how you hook
It
the cell
doesn't.
phone up to it, right?
Yeah, you do that, and you put your cell phone there, like
Yeah.
that. But you know, in the instruction book, it doesn't say nothing about that. So I
Oh,
pulled
yeah.
it out and went, that's about the width. Actually, no, that's not the width. How the fuck am I going to get? So it must go. Let me get a cell phone, just in case. Yeah, it doesn't do it by the width. Well, actually, it does, actually. I was right. So, yeah, that's
Right.
how you do it,
Yep.
don't you?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. In the instruction book, it doesn't say that at all. This part doesn't exist in the instruction. Oh, shit, I've got to get my phone out now. Stupid fucking phone. It's always fucking pissing me. Oh, thank God I didn't break it. I can get a new fucking phone, but I can't get a new bloody remote control. Yeah, I'm happy with that. But there's buttons on it where it self-levels, gets its own GPS. And then there's a button which I love because I'm not sooty. I can press a button and it'll follow me. Yeah, why not? Let's have a drone following me. Why not? And people are going to go, what's that following you? I ain't got a fucking clue. Who do you think I am? Fucking Einstein. You work it out. But I looked at it now. I do it where, but then there's a button where you just press home. But apparently, somebody said that I was told I was going to get a drone from somebody called Snowy, which you've seen, truck driver. I've got an old drone that you can have. And I went, blah, blah, blah. And I went later on, I went, I'd love a drone that could, where you can say follow. And people went, they're really expensive. They're like $200, $300. And that's what this does. So I'm just wondering if Snowy purchased it for me. And, yeah. Snowy sent me this message. Yeah. For my live streams.
Right.
And he sent me that. And inside he went, for being you, for being me, basically. And he put his wife's name, Sally, and then his name. And he basically went, because he's a lorry driver, truck driver, my chats or whatever, even though I'm drunk, I've never denied it, but the conversation I can achieve, if you like, he finds entertaining when he's driving for 8 hours or 10 hours, and he listens to him back, and he says, you're entertaining. You can't get better than that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just YouTube's just looking amazing. I mean, you're a nice guy. You're a nice guy. I mean, it's like you entertain me when you bring that gun. That gun. I love guns, but I know it's your favorite gun. You don't bring other guns. It's that
No,
favorite
it's
gun.
I just that's the only one I've actually showed on the internet. I don't show all the rest of them. I don't want people knowing what I got.
Yeah, but that's a nice gun, though, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Like you say, it's like collectible, sexy. That's what.
Oh yeah, it's definitely sexy. I agree with you on that. That's my favorite pistol. It fits it fits my hand just right. I really like it.
And it's got engravings on it.
Yeah.
Even the trigger, it's got little holes in it where it lightens the trigger.
Yeah.
So I suppose easier.
Oh yeah, it's a nice one. I mean, I've wanted one for a long time. My dad used to have one, but it was made by Sig Sauer, and that's the first one I actually shot of a 1911 type style anyway, and or the 45 anyway, but I liked it, and ever since then I've always wanted one, and I had a holster for 15 years before I actually got the damn gun to fit in the holster.
I'll tell you this story. This was like in 1980s. It was my friend's friend, I didn't know the guy, they went to the competitions in the UK, and they do a quick draw, and somebody had a 45 auto, like the 45 year quality, similar to yours, and you have to pull it out and then shoot 2 rounds. And he had a hair trigger, and as he pulled the gun out, he fired a bullet, and it went all the way down his leg to the end of his foot. And he had surgery to get all the leg, because he had a holster, just to get the bullet didn't stay in his leg, but it did actually severely damage. But they had to go from the foot all the way to his hip, where the holster was, just to clean out the leather. Because when he fired it, he didn't get it out. He didn't get it out of the holster. It fired before, and obviously it took a bit of the leather with him. But it went all the leather, and that to do surgery from the ankle upwards. I don't know if it's a true story, but my mate told me that was a true story. But I thought, yeah. And I did know for target practice, they did make they modified the triggers to make it a hair trigger, just for target practice.
Well, even then, man, it's easier. It's actually easier to fire, and then on top of that, you want something that's going to perform right. I mean, for instance, if you want this thing to work right and work good and work fast and all that stuff, it's good to, in a sense, make it better, because you want it to do what it's supposed to do, and you want it to be the most proficient thing out there. I mean, seriously, you don't want a piece of crap gun that may or may not fire if you're in a position where you need it. You know what I mean? You want something that's going to actually do the job.
Back in the day when it was legal over here, I used to know somebody. He had a gun shop, and he used to get a 9mm, similar to yours, but obviously a different brand. And he would dismantle the trigger and take the trigger component to bits, polish every part of it, and then he'd put it all back together, and then he could set it where it could be a hair trigger. Where a standard, you have to put a bit more pressure on it. He could do it like a feather could do it, but he could strip it down, and he polished everything because he didn't shoot animals. He used to shoot paper targets, where hair trigger advantage, reload your own cartridges and bullets, measure the grains. So, like you said, all I need someone to do is do short term, be accurate at 25 yards, because I'm shooting paper. If it's an animal, then obviously you get the factory loads, factory rounds, where it's going to kill somebody. But yeah, I remember those days. But yeah, to be in that environment in the UK, the stuff I've seen, well, not a lot of people have seen it, And I just remember that gun smoke, especially the 40, and the flame from a 44 Magnum or 357. People don't see that, do they? We had they got this shooting range. They had a railway carriage, so it's basically a railway carriage, and you stand in that, and then obviously the doors are taken away. Then you got a shooting range. And when you fire the edge where you're in the daylight, the gun's in the daylight, and he went, watch the flame out of this. And he stepped back, so it's in the actual railway carriage. So he's stepping 10 foot back, and he shot the gun in there. And because it's in an X, you got that boom. And it's like, what the fuck? Because there's no headphones in them days. But the flame was like 4 foot. I saw a flame 4 foot above the barrel and a flame 4 foot below the barrel. And that was a 357, a 44 Magnum and shit and bollocks. I always remember. A lot of flame coming out, because it's like velocity in it. It creates friction. That's where you get the bang. But you think the bang, but obviously friction can create fire. And that's what people don't realize about guns. But yeah, that would be YouTube gold. But yeah, it was, then the government banned it because some guy shot a load of people. It wasn't my fault, was it? But you banned it for me.
That's true. I was talking about that earlier. It's exactly right. You know, it's like, you know, even when they outlawed or banned guns, I mean, really, if somebody really wanted to do harm to people and they wanted to do it with a gun, they're going to still be able to get a gun. You know what I mean? Just because they're banned in that country, they can still get one. All right. So what did that really, how did that actually help when they disarmed everybody else? Now all these people that are willing to do harm to people and they can still get a gun. Now they know everybody disarmed, so everybody's defenseless. You know, like for instance, if I wanted to burgle you over there, Shady, you ain't got no gun to protect yourself from me doing it. You know what I mean? And what if I come in there and I've got a gun? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but now here, I'll have to get it on video. On our police vans, it says "lose the knife."
Yeah.
It's like knife crime, people with knives,
Yeah.
and that's our motto now. Don't use a knife. I mean, I'll get that on video. I try to get it on video. I did have a video but then it was nice and bright. It was that one I used to in police car wheels. That video. I basically I went, oh, that was it. You got more flashing lights than the police car. And I videoed him. And as I went away, that was beautiful lighting. As it moved away, it got darker. Then I saw this police van, and it actually says, "Don't use knives," you know, because that's what we get. We get knife crime now, where people stab each other. We don't shoot each other. We stab each other with a knife. But at least a lot of the time, it's better than being shot by a gun. So I think that's the motto over here.
Is that you?
Yeah, it's a win. It's not me.
Wait, no, you there?
Oh, I hear you. I'm sorry. I was doing something real quick.
Oh,
Anyway.
well, don't tell us about it, especially if it's perverted.
I hear you. Well,
What
Shady,
you do in your private time?
what are you up to today, man? What are you going to be doing, man?
Well, it's like 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's Sunday, so I'll
Yeah.
probably go to sleep. I'll check up how much alcohol I've got, and then
Well, I'll tell you
continue
this.
from there.
Yeah, I might have to go ahead and shut it down in a minute myself because I'm gonna try and get some stuff done before I go to bed, and then catch up with everything again tomorrow. And
Hopefully, when you say I've got to get stuff to do, you mean shoot stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna just shoot fucking random stuff.
Yeah,
That's my
exact-
dream.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
'Cause
I can't really afford ammunition. That's the only reason I haven't really been target practicing in a while, man. I just can't afford fucking ammunition. So I'm holding on to everything I got when it comes down to that because I just can't afford to buy more right now. So
I remember one of those shows where somebody bought a house and they found a secret room, and it was one of these like doomsday people, and he had a lot of your American pennies or something, copper pennies, yeah, and he had a box full of them, and he had guns and ammo, and the guy went, he's a prepper, and he's got these copper coins so you can melt them down and make bullets or cartridges out of them.
Right.
I went, fucking hell. I love them. I went, fucking hell, I love America.
Damn it,
Yeah.
Shady. I think all you guys over there, man, in the UK and all that stuff need to stand up against that dusty old bitch up there and say, screw you, you fucking old wag. You know? I mean, seriously.
No, we
man.
can't. I'm 57.
Yeah, whatever.
From the day I was born, it was always, we didn't join the military for the, you know, America, you go, I joined the military because I love America. Yeah.
Okay.
And to get free healthcare afterwards.
Okay.
In England, it's like you join the military because of Queen and country. The Queen came first, the country came second. And we're brainwashed that way. And we don't want special care afterwards. We actually do it. We join to protect the Queen and the country. It's like we are brainwashed from childhood. It's
Yeah, I
Queen
know.
and country.
Y'all had a lot
You know what I
longer
mean?
to be what brainwashed than we have. We've had a little over 300 years. Y'all have got a hell of a lot more on us when it comes down to it. Now let's go in close to probably like 500-600 years instead. You know, maybe more.
Probably longer. I
Yeah.
don't know when Henry VIII, that would have been the same. Henry VIII, when Catholics fuck off, and they
Right.
took all their wealth, and then he created the Church of England, which is still Christian. But yeah, he fucked off the Catholics and stole all their wealth. That was Henry VIII.
Yeah.
How many wives? Well, here's a trick question for you. Henry VIII, how many wives did he have? Henry VIII.
7.
No, I think it's 6, but the correct word is 5 because the last wife is
Got his
actually
head.
Mary or something.
Oh,
There's a trick question.
I thought you were going to say it was like, you know, one of them doesn't count because they all got their head chopped off, didn't they? Or just one of them?
Not all of them. Yeah, not all of them. I think the first one did. I should know about this shit. The first one, I believe, Anne Boleyn was it. She was a Catholic. And Henry went, she's a slag, she's not giving me a child. Went to the Pope, and the Pope went, you're married. You can't divorce. So he went, how can I divorce somebody? What if I'm the head of the church? That's when he created the Church of England. And he was the head of that church. It's like the Queen, you know, the Queen here. She's the head of our Christian Church of England. She's the head of it. She's like the Pope over here.
Yeah.
And it's like Queen of Country and stuff. But the thing is, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Because the Queen don't go, we're going to go to war. Well, you know, she don't decide.
She approves it. Her signature's got to be the last one to approve everything, right? Right? Everything, right?
It isn't. She lets government do the thing. She lets the people rule the country, but she can object to it. But she doesn't want to get in, so she never objects. If she does, you know, it's serious shit. But she lets the people rule the country, if you like. And yeah, I mean,
even like listening to Horace. Horace was even saying like, how much almost all that shit, you know, when it comes down to, you know, the main decisions of the country and all that stuff, all have to go through her. You know,
it does, but it's like it's ceremonial. It is ceremonial, but the thing is, she has got more power than a lot of people think. She just chooses not to use the power, and because she's trying to be diplomatic about it.
Yeah, but where does she get all this power from?
From heritage, forefathers, from say 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, generations of brainwashing.
Yeah,
it's pretty strong power base.
And well, imagine she inherited the land from the and blah blah blah, and now she's a queen. And what is it, 1950s? She inherited what people stole or whatever, and she doesn't get paid by the government. I think what I've heard is all her sons, Prince Andrew, the one that like that American geezer, the government pay him a wage, and you know all the princes, they get paid by the government. Prince Charles, next in line of throne, he gets paid by the government, but the Queen doesn't take a penny from the government. But she used to take money from the government. But she owns like half of London and so much more, and they do that lease purchase. So she owns the land, You pay her rent for the land.
Right.
You can build a house on it, and you get a 100-year lease. And when you renew that lease, so you can sell your home in London, where in London homes can cost like $1 million, but you
Oh
own the
yeah.
land, so you pay a percentage that goes to the Queen because she actually owns the land, and that's how she's generating money. But I believe she actually, people complain about 20 years ago, she went, from now on, I will not take money from the British public. But I saw some, she doesn't take money, but all the descendants do. Prince Charles, all the rest of the royal families do take money from the the British taxpayer. That's what I heard the other day. Which, I mean, but the Queen's got so much land. Oh, God knows.
Well,
She's
she's
probably
like the
on.
largest landowner in the world, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I can't remember
Oh
if it's in
yeah,
the world or it's all in Europe. I mean, at the minimum, anyway.
in the UK, she owns a lot of land, and if you rent that land out, you earn a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That leasehold. So that's where she's getting her money. But she used to get that and then get money from the government.
Right.
I think she was,
Yeah.
I think at
Screw
one
that
time,
shit.
I'm sure, this must have been 20 years ago, the British government was giving her $50 million every year just for being the Queen.
Yeah.
But
Well, Shady,
she,
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you something, Shady. I want you to, I want you to keep on doing what you're doing over here because you're doing it all right, man. And I'm gonna go ahead and shut this stream down. I'm gonna get me some rest, and I'll come back
yeah,
at it. I'll get back at it
yeah,
later
man.
on. It'll be like later on in the afternoon on your time if I get back around though. Yeah.
Well, if I'm on before, I'm
That's
going to
what,
reset this StreamYard. I'll reset my StreamYard and I'll do a live later on.
yeah.
But yeah, mine is about people with depression and how can you help people out. That's what I tried.
Right,
That's what I did earlier
right
on.
on. That's cool. But
Yeah,
anyway,
that's my.
yeah, I'm gonna go
It's
ahead
like
and
me,
get out
mate.
of here.
Yeah, you take care, mate.
Yeah.
Because if you're too tired, you might shoot yourself, and we don't want that.
Yeah, no, I'm not. See, actually, man, that's the thing. For the past 3 days, I've been dealing with a friend of mine. His wife just left him. It's day 3 of that. So I've been dealing with that for the 3 days so far. And I've been just trying to keep him where he doesn't do anything stupid like kill himself or something. So
Have they been together for a long, long while, or
24
like
years he's been together 24 years.
And yeah, and it's a shock to him, and
Yeah.
that's a long time, and then
Yeah, it is.
next minute it's failed.
Yeah.
If it was,
Like
it
I
was
said,
lovely
this is
stuff.
well, actually, this is going
Yeah.
on day 4. This will be day 4 today when today happened.
Oh, good on you, bro. Good on you, bro, that you're there for him.
Well,
Respect,
I mean, I told him, I was like, listen, I'll be your friend and all, man, but I'm not your fucking mommy. I'm not your daddy. I'm not your fucking therapist. I'm not your warden. I'm going to make that fucking clear right now. You know what I mean? I'm not your
I've heard a
fucking
lot of
babysitter. You know what I mean?
I've heard a lot of people in the UK, they love you because you say it how it is. I'm not your fucking baby. They love you
Yeah.
for how you speak just then.
Yeah.
You're not fucking mollycoddling anybody.
Right,
You're
exactly.
not sugarcoating it.
Exactly.
You say it as it is.
Right.
And over here, people like you. A lot of people like
Well,
you. for
some
that.
people
That's why-
don't. I understand. I get it. You know what I mean? Some people don't, but some people, yeah, whatever. But I mean, that was the thing. It's like, I'm going to tell you straight up, you know what I mean? That's what I was telling my buddy. That's like that tough love, I guess. It's like, I'm just going to tell you, I'll be your friend. Hey, man, I don't mind hanging out, and letting you do your, getting it out, like, because you just want to get it out and all that stuff. I understand that might be healthy for you to actually talk it out and all that, da. But I'm not going to be your babysitter. I'm not going to be your mommy. I'm not going to be your daddy. I'm not going to be your fucking warden. I'm not going to, I'm not your therapist. You know what I mean? So, just to make that fucking clear, but, I'm here for you if you need it. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. you know. But there, I mean, it comes down to some. It's like an alcoholic, you know what I mean. You know, you can only help the guy if he wants to be helped. You know what I mean? If they doesn't want to be helped, you can't do shit. You're banging your head against the wall, and that's what I was trying to explain to him. Is like, you know, you can want her back all you want, but if she doesn't want to come back, doesn't matter how much you want her
You're
back,
never
she
gonna
ain't
get
coming
it.
fucking back. You know what I mean? So I
Huh?
was just like, dude, you gotta let it to be. You gotta let her do what she needs to do. Like, you know, like a little
If
vacation or something. So like, she wants to come back to you. I mean, if she wants to come back to
mm,
you, then everything's good, you know. But you cannot force this girl to come back to you. And that's,
yeah,
you know, and
after 24 years, she must have a reason,
well,
and
yeah,
maybe
because
she just needs
yeah,
a break.
he's. That's what I'm saying. I mean, actually, I think they need a break from each other. Both of them do, but you know, he doesn't. He's one of those guys that's like never been without a woman, or he doesn't know
Yeah.
how to. He doesn't even know how to cook food for himself. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you know, he's always had her doing it. You know, but I
I
don't know,
mean,
man. It's just one of those things.
all my relationships is in my relationships it's all about taking a turn. You cook, I cook, you cook.
Right, right.
That's just me.
Nah, she did everything like that. You know, so you know, he's lost, you know, in some respect, you know. And that's another thing too. I told him I'm not your fucking wife either. So I'm not coming over here cooking for you either. I told him that too. I was like, I'm not your fucking wife. Man. Don't even think about it, you know.
We're not. That's why in UK everybody loves you because you don't fucking you say oh yeah that wingnut. He says that how it is.
Right.
He'll tell you fucking straight. He'll tell you fucking straight. You know, you're honestly well loved over here. You really are. I don't know why, because obviously you're American. I
So
understand why
yeah,
I like
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I know
whatever.
why I like it. I know why I like it because you got guns. That's why I
Yeah,
like it.
yeah, yeah,
Ev-
yeah, yeah.
But
I hear you,
everybody
Sid.
likes you because you. But everybody else goes, yeah, yeah. He says it how it is, and I'm going blah, fucking blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he's a nice guy. Blah, blah, blah. He says it how it is. Fuck that for a lot. He's got a gun. I love people
Yeah,
with guns. That's why
yeah.
I love you because you got a
Right
gun.
on.
But no, you know, they do love you over here, mate. On to fucking God.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I,
I mean, you know, I
and
enjoy
I,
talking to everybody. Yeah,
well,
I do.
because they all like you. Because they all like, and now why not? People talk to
Yeah.
me because I'm amazing. I'm
Yeah, that's
narcissistic,
exactly right. You're such a
but I'm also
handsome devil, you.
amazing.
You fucking handsome devil, you. That's what it is, man. Yeah.
Did you see me? Did you see me 30 years ago? Is that why you're calling me handsome?
Yeah,
You're not handsome anymore.
yeah.
Did you go back
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
time machine?
Yep,
yeah,
yep. And what they call the Wayback Machine. The Wayback Machine.
man. Anyway, you get to sleep because
Yeah.
obviously other people want me on their channels because obviously I'm
Obviously,
only
yeah. If
busy.
I'm telling you, man, yeah, you know, big up to the Shady. So yeah, hey, you have a good one out there, man. I will catch up with
Yeah.
you, man. Like I said, I mean, I'll
Oh,
either be on somebody else's live because I mean, like I said, you know, I don't know, probably later on this afternoon, your time, you know, SG and all them might be doing something. I don't know. I might be up and around doing something around that time. So you know,
well, SG, I've just got a notification that SG's interviews 1-to-1, but then this is a notification that come on my Windows 10, but that could be 6 hours ago for my fucking notification.
yeah.
It's just like so delayed. But yeah, you can find his channel and see if he's live.
Well,
I
that's what
might
I
leave it
do.
for a
That's what
minute.
I do because I don't get notifications anymore. I don't even get notifications from. Put it this way, for the past 2 months, I'm sub to probably 300, maybe I don't know, some odd channels or whatever, and there's a lot of them that I've got the little notification bell all done and all that stuff. My phone should be blowing up when it comes down to amount of that should be getting like notifications out the ass, but I am not getting nothing. You know what I mean? I'm getting like maybe 5 different channels. That's it. Maybe 5. And I'm, you know,
I,
I should be getting like a lot.
I tend to go to what I do. Oh, this is fucking stupid fucking with it. Oh, it's gone.
Well, I'm on a cell
I,
phone, so
Yeah, my Windows 10. Somehow I clicked the time and it thankfully got rid of it. Now, what I do, I go into my channel and I go to subscriptions. Everyone I'm subscribed to, click on that. Then you see who's live. And going, why didn't you get notified? Why didn't you get notified? Then you see who's. That's how I find out who's live.
Right. Yeah. That's about how I have to do it too. Just to kind of like, see who's all on. But I don't know. Like I said, probably SG or something like that, or I don't know, maybe somebody will pop up. But it'll be more like around the little afternoon, like maybe 1-2 o'clock your time or something like that. I might pop back in somewhere. I don't know if I'll do it live or not, but I'll pop up somewhere.
GB SG 4 minutes ago. SG, SG is live now by the looks of it.
Oh yeah.
So that notification wasn't like now because it says 4 minutes ago. Join his link in case you want to get over there. Oh no, hold on. It says 6 hours. So it was 6 hours ago. Was it live? No, this is pre-recorded. Yeah, it says.
Dude, there's Vincent Vega just uploaded. Vincent Vega just uploaded one, man, on Crinkle.
Oh yeah, Crinkle's on my channel, but it didn't last that long. And he left. I didn't even want to kick him.
No, he's been trying to go to all these other channels and stuff like that, man. Like Cops, fucking, was it Bear Britons and shit? And they're like, dude, we're not doing this shit on my channel. I know it's funny.
Right, I don't know if you know this geezer. There's a geezer called Anarchy Television. He's on live.
Oh yeah, I heard he's a fucking asshole. You better have to watch out about that guy, man.
I know he's got a gun. now you know Henry Crinkles. He's on live. If you want his link.
No, I don't really care. I don't really care.
I'm gonna do it just to piss him off because I'm drunk. He's got that guy who's really smart, and he's going to piss him off.
Oh,
yeah.
Really
I can't
smart.
remember his name. Yeah, I'll put in this chat. This is his link. I can't remember his name. It's got that. What's his name? He used to own an airplane. John Travolta. He's got that face. John Travolta.
Oh, that's Vincent Vega.
Yeah, Vincent Vega, yeah. He's on him, and he always smashes Henry Crinkles. Everything, because that's going to be a good watch. He fucking wipes him fucking clean. I'm going to definitely have to join that channel. Just take.
Actually, Vincent's actually been going around into a lot of American channels too, because he didn't really know anything about it until he met me, for instance. Next thing you know, man, he started going around all these American channels, man. It's funny. It's pretty cool. He just got onto YouTube though. He's a new guy when it comes down to it.
He's very knowledgeable though as well.
Yeah,
which I like.
But anyway, I've got to go. And I will get back up to you, Shady. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
And Bran, I don't know, man. You didn't say fucking shit the whole damn time, so I guess I'll see you later too, man.
Yep.
Yeah. It's nice meeting you, Bran. With a few words you've said, I've learned a lot about you, which is nothing.
Right.
But yeah, I'm not going to go to bed yet. I'm going to get some more cocoa to go with my booze. Oh yeah, I tell my heart's on the sleeve. I don't lie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, sometimes I like.
Hey, SG, we were just mentioning SG. Look, like we say his name and he pops out. It's like talk about the devil and the devil appears. Yeah.
Is SG here now? Is SG here
Yeah,
now?
he's in the
SG,
chat. He just popped in.
look, I want to go to sleep, but come on, SG, brother. He's a fellow Brit.
He's in the
He only
chat,
lives
but
up the road.
I can't stay too much longer. But
SG,
yeah,
if you can hear me, SG, if you can hear me, what's his name on? Henry Crinkle's on live.
yeah.
Let's get
Henry Crinkle
cracking.
is on live right now, and he's got Vincent Vega on with him. But anyway, anyway,
Let's SG teamwork, tag team. Let's piss Henry off.
tag team. Go ahead, Shady. Go over there. Tag team, man. I'm fucking with Vincent.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna do it. I forgot to say, SG, I'll meet you at Henry's.
Anyway, I'm gonna go. You guys have a good one out there. I really appreciate you guys coming up, and everybody in the chat.
Yeah,
I
no
love all
worries,
you guys out there, man. Yeah. All right, y'all. Later.
Respect, bro. It's been an interesting. I think I've been on about 4 hours, haven't I? It's been
Yeah.
a good 4 hours.
Yeah.
I respect, bro.
And
I
you didn't
can't
get
wait for the
you
next
didn't
time.
get totally fucking pissed either. So there you go.
Wow, the night that I say the night.
The night is still the day is still young.
Yeah.
I'll
The
see you
day's
later.
still
bro.
young.
Yeah, I'll
I've
see
got
you
a
later.
can
man.
somewhere. Take care. I'm gonna go now. Take care, so bye bye. Love you.